Welcome, we're so happy you tuned in tonight. Before we get started, I'd love to know, where are you watching from? Drop it in the comments. Now, let's get comfortable and drift into deep, peaceful sleep together. The next story is about to begin, please relax and enjoy. Nico had always been the kind of kid who could name the Galilean moons before he could ride a bike. The kind who mapped constellations on his bedroom ceiling with glow-in-the-dark stickers, arranged in precise declination angles. At 16, he still carried a dog-eared star atlas in his backpack, margins crammed with his own observations, corrections to published magnitudes, notes about atmospheric refraction. His teachers called it dedication. His classmates called it obsessive. Nico didn't particularly care what anyone called it. The stars didn't judge. The island museum was small, the kind of place tourists passed on their way to better beaches, and it closed early on Thursdays. Nico had noticed this 3 visits ago. He'd also noticed the back door, the one near the loading dock, didn't latch properly if you knew where to push. It wasn't breaking in, he told himself, as he slipped through the gap just after sunset. It was research. The museum had just received a haul from a dive site 20 nautical miles offshore, artefacts still being catalogued, and the rumours on the marine archaeology forums had been wild. Hellenistic bronze, intricate beyond belief, possibly astronomical. The storeroom smelled of salt and old wood, cardboard boxes stacked in neat rows under humming fluorescent tubes. Nico moved carefully, his phone's flashlight sweeping over printed labels. Amphora shards, corroded coins, lead fishing weights, nothing extraordinary. He was about to give up when he saw it, half unwrapped on a corner shelf, a palm-sized assembly of brass, green with patina but unmistakably machined. The tag, handwritten in hasty Greek, read Antikythera Winder. His hands trembled as he lifted it. The weight was perfect, dense and cool. Gears nested inside gears, visible through gaps in the casing, and at the top a small crown like a watch winder, smooth from ancient fingers. He'd read about the Antikythera mechanism, of course, the famous computer pulled from a shipwreck, but this was different, smaller, portable. The engravings along its edge showed moon phases, tiny shing marks, and something else. Concentric rings that might have been orbits, or might have been something stranger. Nico turned the crown. Just a quarter rotation, gentle, curious. The room lurched. It wasn't an earthquake, it was something else, a wrongness in the air like the moment before thunder. Outside the high window the harbour bells began to ring, their clamour rising and rising until it became a backward peal, each chime rewinding into the one before. Shadows on the wall swung counterclockwise. Nico staggered, gripping the shelf, and through the window he saw it. One bright point in the darkening sky, a star he knew was Vega, blinked out like a switched light. He let go of the crown. The room steadied. The bell stopped. But the star didn't return. His breath came shallow and fast. This wasn't possible. Mechanisms didn't affect reality. Gears couldn't touch heaven. Yet his phone, when he checked it, showed the time had jumped back 8 minutes, and outside the fishermen were resetting their moorings, confused shouting drifting up from the docks. He should have put it down. Should have walked away, reported the anomaly, let someone with credentials figure it out. But Nico's fingers found the crown again, almost of their own accord, and this time he turned it further. 2 full rotations clockwise forward into night. The lurch became a scream of wind. The storeroom walls blurred, fluorescent lights smearing into torchlight into moonlight, and Nico was falling, stumbling, his knees slamming into stone that wasn't tile. The air changed, cooler, salter, thick with smoke and spices he couldn't name. When he opened his eyes, gasping, he was on a rocky quay under a sky so dense with stars it looked like spilled milk. The harbour before him was wrong, wooden ships with painted eyes on their prows, men in tunics shouting in a language that sounded like Greek, but older, rougher, and behind him, up a stepped path, a building burned with warm lamplight, its doorway spilling the shadows of people bent over workbenches. Nico tried to stand. His legs felt distant, uncooperative. The window was still in his hand, hot now, almost burning. He shoved it into his pocket as footsteps approached. "You... boy?" The voice was young, female, urgent. A girl about his age emerged from the shadows, her dark hair tied back with leather cord, her hands stained with oil. She wore a simple chiton, but her eyes were sharp, calculating. "Where did you get that? Give it here. I can't." Nico's tongue felt thick. The words came out in English, useless, but somehow she understood, or didn't need to. She grabbed his wrist, fingers strong, and dragged him toward the lit building. "If Cleon's men saw you arrive, we're both dead. Move." The workshop was chaos of bronze and diagrams. Whale oil lamps hung from beams, their smoke curling around astronomical models, gear trains half assembled on scarred tables, and scrolls pinned to every wall. An old man with a white beard looked up from a lathe, his eyes widening as the girl pulled Nico inside. "Irene, what?" "He has the Winder," she said flatly. "The prototype. The one you said was lost." The old man's face went pale. He crossed the room in 3 strides, reaching for Nico's pocket. Nico stepped back, hand closing protectively over the device, and the old man froze. "Do you know what you've done?" The words were Greek, but Nico understood them now as though his brain had caught up to his ears. "Do you know what you've taken?" "I didn't take anything," Nico managed. I turned it, twice, and now I'm..." He gestured helplessly at the workshop, the night, the impossible century. "When is this?" Irene exchanged a glance with the old man. "The consulship of Gaius Marius and Lucius Valerius Flaccus," she said slowly, as though explaining to a child. "Though by your clothes and your confusion, I'd say you're asking something else entirely." 100 years before Christ," the old man murmured, his gaze never leaving the window. "More or less. And you, boy, have just cost the heavens 2 of their lights. Look." He pointed through the open doorway. Nico followed his finger to the sky and his stomach dropped. The Milky Way, that river of ancient light, had gaps. Small, dark patches, barely noticeable unless you knew where to look, but undeniable. Places where stars should be, and weren't. "Every turn," Irene said quietly, "takes hours. Forward or back, it doesn't matter, but the price is always the same. A star, sometimes 2, sometimes a dozen. We don't know why. My master built the Winder to model the heavens, to predict eclipses and conjunctions for scholars. But Cleon," she spat the name, "Cleon discovered what else it could do." The old man, her master, sank onto a stool, suddenly looking centuries older than his years. "Cleon is a privateer, a pirate with education. He commissioned the Winder, paid in gold, and when he understood its power, he took it. No stars means no navigation. His rivals sail blind while he raids their routes, then turns the hours forward again to restore the sky before questions are asked. But the holes remain. The city whispers about them. Holes in heaven, they say. Divine punishment." Nico's mind raced. This wasn't just time travel. It was erasure, cosmic surgery with no anaesthetic. "I need to go back," he said. "To my time. There has to be a way." Irene studied him with unsettling intensity. "The Winder moves through hours, not centuries. You'd need to set it to an exact moment, a conjunction of sun, moon, and planets that matches your origin point, down to the heartbeat. Can you calculate that?" Maybe. If I know my birth time and the positions..." He faltered. He knew his birthday, of course, but the precise minute? His mother had told him once something about late morning, but he'd never thought it mattered. And even if he remembered, how could he translate that to this era's calendar, this longitude, this method of timekeeping? "Then you have work to do," Irene's master said grimly. "But first you need to understand the rules. Every turn costs a star. Chart every loss. Limit your experiments. And Cleon..." He glanced toward the harbour where the larger ships rode at anchor. "Cleon has the primary device, the one with the full gear train. He'll use it again soon, and when he does, the sky will thin further." Irene stepped closer to Nico, her voice dropping. "Help us stop him, and I'll help you go home. My master's notebooks have the calculations you'll need. Ephemerides, eclipse cycles, methods for converting local time to sidereal intervals. But they're hidden in the observatory the one Cleon watches. If we can retrieve them and expose what he's doing, the city might turn against him. The workshop might be free." Nico wanted to refuse, to demand they focus solely on his return, but something in Irene's eyes stopped him. Desperation, yes, but also a kind of fierce hope he recognised. She believed in solutions. So did he. "One rule," he said. "We chart every star we lose. Every single one. I'm not erasing the sky just to get home." Irene smiled, thin and sharp. Agreed. They began that night, using a gnomon, a simple stick in the courtyard, and a clepsydra, a water clock that dripped with maddening precision. Irene taught Nico how her people measured time. No seconds, no minutes as he knew them. Just shadow lengths, water volumes, and the slow wheel of constellations overhead. The master's workshop had tables, thankfully, scratched onto wax and copper, lunar cycles calculated to the hour, eclipse predictions spanning decades, and a partial method for adjusting observations from one city to another. "We need to test it," Irene said on the third night. "Cleon's men patrol the docks at the second watermark. If we rewind 2 hours, we can overhear their routes and break into the observatory when they've passed." 2 hours means 2 more stars, Nico said. "I know," her jaw set. "But without those notebooks, you're trapped here anyway." He hated that she was right. They waited until the clepsydra marked the hour. Then Nico took the Winder from his pocket and turned the crown backward, slowly, counting the clicks. The workshop shuddered. Outside, the moon's shadow jerked across the courtyard stones, sliding west to east, and the water in the clock vessel rose like a film played in reverse. When it stopped, the harbour bells were chiming an earlier prayer, and 2 pinpricks of light in the Milky Way's dense heart went dark. Nico wrote them down in his notebook, the one he always carried, using modern constellation names Irene couldn't read, but that grounded him in his own century. Cygnus adjacent, faint, magnitude 6 or 7. Gone. They moved through the city like shadows. Irene knew every alley, every loose cobblestone, and Nico followed, his heart hammering as they passed merchants closing their stalls, children chasing each other with hoops, a world so alien and so familiar it made his chest ache. The observatory sat on a hill, a small domed building with bronze fittings that gleamed under the partial moon. The guards were exactly where Irene had predicted, talking in low voices about wine and women, and they didn't notice 2 teenagers slip through the side door. Inside, the observatory smelled of parchment and brass polish. Star charts covered the walls, meticulous drawings of constellations with Greek labels Nico could almost read. Irene went straight to a cabinet, her fingers finding a hidden latch, and pulled out 3 scrolls bound in cracked leather. "Ephemerides," she whispered. "Eclipse tables. And this," she unrolled the 3rd scroll carefully, "this is his method for timekeeping across latitudes. He was trying to standardize observations, to create a universal clock. It's not perfect, but it's what we have." Nico took the scrolls with shaking hands. The numbers were dense, annotated in margins, but he recognized the patterns. Lunar months, synodic periods, the metonic cycle. These people, with water clocks and naked-eye observations, had calculated celestial mechanics that wouldn't be formalized in his time for another 2 millennia. "I need my exact birth minute," he said suddenly. "Not just the day, the minute. And I can't get that information here." Irene's face fell. "Then what?" "I'll approximate. I remember it was late morning, maybe 10 or 11. I'll use the sun's position, estimate the hour, and calculate the conjunction from there. It won't be perfect, but it might be enough." It had to be enough. Back in the workshop, Nico spread the scrolls across the largest table and began to work. He used the clepsydra to measure intervals, the gnomon to track the sun's arc, and Irene's tables to extrapolate backward through centuries. His phone was dead, no charging in 100 BCE, but his memory held fragments, his mother's voice saying just before lunch, the way the light had come through the hospital window golden, warm. He converted it to shadow lengths, then to degrees of solar elevation, then to the positions of planets that would have been visible from his latitude if he'd been born at night instead of day. The calculations took days. Irene brought him food, asked questions, corrected his arithmetic when he mixed base 60 and base 10 systems. Her master watched from his lathe, saying nothing, but Nico felt the old man's approval like warmth on his back. Finally he had it. A conjunction. Sun at a certain longitude, moon in a certain phase, Venus and Jupiter aligned in a way that occurred perhaps once in a human lifetime. He set the Winder carefully, each tiny gear clicking into place. The crown turned to match the interval he'd calculated. "This is it," he said. "If I'm right, this takes me home." Irene nodded, her face unreadable. "And if you're wrong, then I'm still here and we've lost more stars." He didn't say the other possibility, that he'd be thrown sideways into some other when entirely lost forever. He took a breath, said something that might have been goodbye, and turned the crown. The workshop shutters snapped open. Wind screamed through the rafters, cold and sharp as broken glass. Nico's vision blurred, the room stretching and contracting like a lung, and he felt himself pulled forward, backward, sideways through time's thickness. Then, abruptly, nothing. The wind died. The shutters hung limp. He was still in the workshop. Irene stared at him, stricken. Why didn't it... I don't know, Nico's voice cracked. He looked at the window, at the scrolls, at his own scrawled notes. The math was right. It should have worked. But outside, the sky looked wrong. He stumbled to the doorway and looked up, and his stomach turned to ice. The familiar patterns were there. Orion, the Pleiades, the Great Bear, but with holes. Small dark gaps where bright stars should anchor the figures. Constellations maimed like torn tapestries. He'd done that. His failed attempt had cost them anyway. "Parallax," Irene's master said from behind him, his voice heavy. "You forgot parallax, and the calendar reform. Your people changed how they count years, didn't they? Adjusted for solar drift." Nico's mind spun. Of course, the Julian calendar hadn't been implemented yet. The leap year system would shift dates, and parallax, the way a star's position seems to change based on where you observe from. He'd used tables calculated for roads, not his island, hundreds of miles away. "I need to rebuild it," he said numbly. "The whole calculation, from scratch." Before anyone could respond, shouts erupted from the harbour. Nico ran to the window and saw them. Armed men in leather armour, torches bright, surrounding the observatory on the hill, and leading them, a tall figure in a scarlet cloak, his face shadowed but his posture radiating command. "Cleon," Irene breathed. They watched helplessly as Cleon's men smashed through the observatory door. Minutes later they emerged with the old man's colleagues, dragging them down the steps. Cleon himself stayed inside, and through the open door Nico saw a brief flash of bronze, larger than his winder, mounted on a tripod with gears the size of dinner plates. "He's going to use it," Irene's master said, "the primary device, and if he turns it with that gear train, the cost will be catastrophic." Cleon emerged onto the observatory steps, holding the device high. Even from this distance Nico could see it gleaming. Cleon turned to the harbour, to the gathered crowd of confused citizens, and began to speak. His voice carried, clear and cold. "You've seen the holes in heaven. You've whispered about divine anger. But there is no anger, only power, my power. Watch." He turned the crown, once, twice, 3 times, quick, brutal rotations. The sky convulsed. Darkness spread like ink in water, and an entire section of the southern sky, the constellation Nico knew as Delphinus, the dolphin, simply emptied. A soft band of stars, not bright but familiar, essential to navigation, vanished as though they had never existed. In the harbour, sailors screamed. Ship's masters grabbed their charts, pointing at the void where guide stars should be, and panic rippled through the crowd. Cleon laughed. "My fleet approaches from the south, and you cannot see to intercept them. By dawn, my ships will own this harbour. Your merchants will pay what I ask, or I will erase the heavens themselves." Irene's hands were fists. "He's insane." "No," her master said quietly. "He's winning." Cleon's men moved through the city, seizing the workshop at dawn. They took the old man, Irene's master, dragging him toward the observatory as Cleon shouted orders. "You built the first device. Now you'll improve the second. Larger gears, finer calibration. I want to control days, not hours. I want to hold time itself." Irene and Nico hid in a storage cellar beneath the workshop, breathing dust, listening to bootfalls overhead. When the soldiers finally left, they emerged to chaos. Tables overturned, scrolls scattered, tools missing. "He has the winder," Nico said. "Both winders. We can't get home and we can't stop him." "Not with wishing," Irene said. Her voice was steady, but her eyes were red. "But we can calculate. You said you needed precision. Down to heartbeats. We'll get it." "How? We don't even have a water clock anymore. They took everything." Irene smiled, and it was a terrible smile. "They took everything from the workshop. But Rhodes has a mint, and mints measure gold by water displacement, precise to the drop. If we can get inside, we can use their scales, their timing devices. We'll rebuild your numbers from there." It was madness. But madness was all they had left. They raided the mint at midday, when the workers left for their meal. Nico had never picked a lock, but Irene had, and her hands were steady as she worked the bronze mechanism. Inside, the mint smelled of metal and sweat, and the scales, Delicate balances with tiny vessels for water sat in neat rows. Nico worked by sunlight streaming through high windows. He used the scales to measure intervals, timing the drip of water against his own pulse, refining his estimates. Irene stood watch, and together they recreated his birthday sky, star by star, using ephemerides they'd memorized and calculations scratched into wax tablets stolen from a scribe's shop. Hours passed. The sun moved. Nico's hands cramped from writing. His eyes ached from squinting at tiny numbers, but he didn't stop. He corrected for parallax this time, adjusted for the calendar gap, 10 days or so, best guess, and recalculated the planet positions using Irene's master's method for longitude conversion. Finally, as the sun touched the western hills, he had it. A new conjunction. Different from his first attempt, accounting for every variable he could name. If this works, and he said, I won't see you again. Irene looked at him for a long moment. Good. Go home, but remember us. They returned to the workshop after dark, slipping past Cleon's patrols. The city was tense, frightened, the sky above them noticeably thinner. Entire sections of the Milky Way looked mottled, as though diseased, and the navigation stars sailors relied on had gaps like missing teeth. But before Nico could attempt the return, Cleon struck again. The sound was like mountains breaking. The air itself seemed to crack, and through the workshop windows Nico saw the sky lurch. 6 hours, he realized with horror. Cleon had turned the device 6 full hours backward, and the cost. A swath of stars went black. Not a constellation, but a region, a chunk of the heavens the size of his outstretched hand. Where there had been light, dozens of faint points holding the sky together, now there was nothing. Emptiness. And from the observatory soldiers poured into the streets. They seized Irene before she could run, dragging her toward the hill as she fought and cursed. Nico stood frozen, the Winder heavy in his pocket, useless. He had to choose. Run, try the return, hope his calculations saved him. Or stay, and likely die with everyone else when Cleon erased the sky entirely. He thought of his ceiling stickers, his star charts, his notebooks full of observations. He thought of Vega, the first star he'd ever named, and how it wasn't there anymore because of him. He walked toward the observatory. Cleon's men grabbed him at the steps, but Nico didn't resist. I can help, he shouted in Greek that was getting smoother, more natural. The Winder. I know how to perfect it. Let me show you. They dragged him before Cleon, who sat in the observatory's centre like a king, the massive primary device on the table before him. Irene was bound in the corner, a bruise darkening her cheek, and beside her knelt her master, his hands shaking over the gear train. Cleon studied Nico with cold amusement. Another child? What can you possibly offer me? Precision, Nico said. You want to control days, but your turns are costing you navigation stars. You're erasing the very sky you need to raid by. I can calibrate the device to minimize losses. One constellation, carefully chosen, in exchange for perfect control. It was a lie, but Cleon didn't know that. Greed and curiosity warred on his face, and curiosity won. Show me. Nico approached the table, his heart hammering. The primary device was magnificent, terrifying, bronze gears the size of his head meshing in hypnotic patterns. Irene's master had been forced to add components, linkages that would let Cleon extend his reach further, and Nico saw immediately how it could be repurposed. He met Irene's eyes. She was watching him with desperate hope, and he gave the smallest nod. I need to align it, Nico said, to my precise calculations. May I? Cleon waved permission, and Nico's hands moved over the device, adjusting pointers, setting gears. He was configuring it to his birth conjunction, the one he'd recalculated in the mint, but he was also doing something else, something Irene's master would understand. The old man's eyes widened as he saw the settings. He opened his mouth and closed it, nodding fractionally. Nico was tuning the device to erase a constellation, not just any constellation, but a specific one, a sprawling pattern that covered a vast section of sky. The ship, Argo Navis, sailors called it in his time, a massive asterism that stretched across the southern heavens. It was beautiful, yes, and old, part of human stories since before writing, but it was also redundant for navigation. The stars within it were dim, unreliable, used more for poetry than plotting. If he erased the ship, he could power his return. The energy cost would be catastrophic, enough to punch him through centuries, but it would also end Cleon's reign. The device would burn out, its gears locked, unusable. He just had to choose to destroy part of the sky forever. "It's ready," Nico said. His voice didn't shake, which surprised him. "When I turn the crown, you'll have your perfect control. One turn for the power you've dreamed of." Cleon leaned forward, greedy, and Nico's hand closed on the crown. But instead of giving it to Cleon, he looked at Irene. "Cut your bindings," he mouthed. "When I turn, run." She understood. Her fingers found the small knife hidden in her belt. Cleon's men had missed it, and she began sawing at the ropes. Nico set the lunar pointer, the 5 wandering stars. He aligned the sun, the moon, the planets to the exact configuration of his birth, adjusted for longitude, for calendar, for the parallax he'd missed before. And then he turned the crown. The constellation guttered like a kicked fire. The ship, that ancient sprawling pattern, began to die star by star, light bleeding from the sky like wounds. The mechanism chattered, gears screaming against each other as forces they were never meant to channel surged through bronze and crystal. Wind reversed through the observatory, pulling at their clothes, their hair, and Irene cut the last rope and lunged sideways. Cleon realized too late what was happening. He reached for Nico, shouting, but the boy pushed the crown to its last tooth and felt the gear lock. The sky tore open. It wasn't metaphor. The heavens above them split, white light pouring through a crack that shouldn't exist, and Nico felt himself pulled upward, forward, sidelong through dimensions he couldn't name. He heard Irene scream his name, heard her master shouting instructions, heard Cleon's howl of rage and the brass of the window whining, the sound climbing until it shattered into silence. Then, fluorescent light, cold tile under his back, the smell of cardboard and preservatives. Nico sprawled on the storeroom floor, the window still in his hand, inert and warm. The temperature was wrong, too controlled, too clean. He blinked at the ceiling, at the modern fixtures, and slowly sat up. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Somehow it had charge. He pulled it out, hands shaking, and stared at the lock screen. Messages from his mother asking where he was, notifications from star chart apps, updates available. He opened the astronomy app with dread. The interface loaded, crisp and familiar, showing the night sky for his location. He scrolled south, toward where the ship should dominate the view, that vast scattered pattern he'd memorized as a child. It wasn't there. No Argonavis, no ship. The stars that should have formed its hull, its sails, its stern, gone. In their place, scattered dim points that formed no pattern, held no story. He checked another app, then another, then pulled up his desktop planetarium software on the storeroom computer. Every source agreed. There was no ship constellation. There had never been a ship constellation. Nico's hands went numb. He'd done it. He'd erased a piece of human sky, and the universe had simply adjusted. Memory had rewritten itself to exclude what no longer existed. He scrolled through astronomy forums on his phone, searching desperately for mentions, for proof that someone else remembered. There, a thread buried on page 8 of a discussion board. Mandela constellation. Anyone else remember a ship in the southern sky? The responses were confused, dismissive. "You're thinking of puppies," someone said. "Or maybe Vela. But a whole ship? No, that's not a thing." Only one poster insisted. "I remember it. I have a book from the 80s that shows it, but when I look now, the star chart's different. It's like it was never there." Nico closed his eyes. He'd broken something fundamental and only fragments remained. Ghosts of memory, scraps of evidence that the universe itself was trying to edit away. He looked up at the storeroom ceiling, at the dusty tiles, and remembered his bedroom ceiling at home, the glow-in-the-dark stickers he'd placed so carefully, constellation by constellation. The ship would still be there, wouldn't it? He'd put it up himself years ago, following charts that no longer existed. His phone buzzed again, a news notification. Ancient gear train recovered from Mediterranean wreck, same workshop as famous Antikythera device. He clicked through, his heart sinking. The photo showed bronze gears being lifted from seafloor silt, and the article quoted archaeologists saying this second device proved the workshop had built multiple astronomical computers, possibly as many as 3. The timeline folded to include his interference. His presence in 100 BCE had become part of history, evidence of his own manipulation of time proving itself. Nico stood slowly, the Winder still warm in his palm. He should put it back on the shelf, walk away, pretend this never happened. But something made him pocket it instead. He left through the loading dock door, still unlatched, always unlatched, and walked home through evening streets that felt subtly wrong, as though the world had shifted 3 degrees and he was the only one who noticed. His room was exactly as he'd left it. Bed unmade, star charts on the walls, his telescope aimed through the window at nothing, and above his bed the glow-in-the-dark stickers. He climbed onto his mattress and stared up at them. There, spread across the ceiling in careful declination, was the ship. Its outline still glowed faintly in the dark, a pattern he'd traced from books and apps and his own observations. But now looking at it, it felt wrong, incomplete, like a drawing of something he'd dreamed, too vague to be real. He touched one sticker, a star that should anchor the stern, and felt nothing. No connection, no memory of why he'd placed it there. Irene's face rose in his mind, her sharp eyes, her oil-stained hands. Irene, who was dust now, dead 2,000 years, who had trusted him to make the right choice. Had he? He'd stopped Cleon, probably. The device had burned out, its gears locked, useless. The privateer's reign of stolen nights would have ended. The sky would have thinned no further, but Nico had still taken something, still carved a constellation from heaven, and now billions of people in his time would never see what had once been there. Children would grow up without the ship in their star charts. Sailors would navigate by other patterns, and only Nico would carry the weight of what was lost. He took the Winder from his pocket and turned it over in his hands. Inert, the crown frozen, the gears locked. It couldn't be used again, probably. But sometimes, late at night when he held it, he thought he felt a faint warmth, a pulse like a heartbeat, as though somewhere deep inside the mechanism still counted hours, still measured the cost. The next day, Nico went back to the museum. He walked past the storeroom without looking, straight to the main curator's office, and asked about the recent dive finds. The curator, a tired woman in her 50s, showed him the catalogue. Amphora shards, coins, bronze fittings, and one anomalous mechanism still being studied. "We found something else too," she said, pulling out a leather-bound notebook. "Modern, which is strange, or at least modern binding around very old pages. The text is ancient Greek, Koine dialect, but the catalogue number suggests it was filed recently. No one can explain it." Nico's breath caught. He opened the notebook carefully, and there, in a hand, he recognised, cramped, precise, annotated in margins, were Irene's master's ephemerides, lunar cycles, eclipse tables, the method for converting local time to sidereal intervals, and on the final page, a note in Greek so careful it might have been carved. "To the boy who borrowed heaven, give the stars back when you can. We forgive the cost." Apostrophe, A for astronomer, or maybe for friend. Nico closed the notebook, his eyes burning. "Can I donate something to the collection?" he asked. "A small item, for study." The curator looked surprised but nodded. "Of course. What is it?" From his pocket, Nico pulled a single gear tooth. He'd broken it off the Winder that morning, carefully, using pliers and patience. It was bronze, tiny, etched with markings that might have been calibration or might have been prayers. "Part of the mechanism," he said, "from the same workshop. I think it belongs with the rest." The curator took it, peering at it with interest, and Nico felt something release in his chest. Not forgiveness, exactly, but acknowledgement. He walked home slowly, counting the stars as they emerged in the twilight. Vega wasn't there. He'd known it wouldn't be, had marked its absence in his notebook on that first terrible turn. But other stars remained, thousands upon thousands, holding their patterns in the dark. And in the south, where the ship should sprawl, a thin smear of light sometimes seemed to flicker at the edge of vision. Probably imagination, probably memory playing tricks. But Nico chose to believe it was something else. A scar, a reminder, a faint trace of what had been. He kept the Winder on a chain around his neck, hidden under his shirt, inert but present. Some days he forgot it was there. Other days its weight felt like an anchor, pulling him back toward that rocky quay, that workshop smelling of whale oil and bronze shavings, those nights when the sky still held all its stars. He didn't touch the crown again, not when his curiosity flared at 3 a.m, staring at astronomical forums debating the ship's non-existence, not when he found old books in used bookstores, printed before his birth, that showed blank spaces in their star charts where the constellation should have been, but somehow, impossibly, weren't blank in his memory of seeing them years ago. The timeline kept folding, adjusting, erasing evidence of its own alteration, and Nico was the only discontinuity, the only observer who held both versions in his mind. His astronomy teacher noticed the change in him. Where before he'd been eager, hand always raised, now he was quiet, thoughtful, his observations tinged with something that looked like grief. "You okay, Nico?" she asked one afternoon after class, when he'd spent the entire period staring at a projection of the southern sky. "Yeah," he said, "just thinking about what we can't see anymore." She assumed he meant light pollution, urban sprawl, the stars lost to human progress. She nodded sympathetically and suggested he apply for a scholarship to a dark sky preserve, somewhere he could observe without interference. Nico thanked her and didn't explain that darkness wasn't the problem. The problem was absence, holes in heaven that no amount of darkness could restore. He started keeping a different kind of journal, not observations of what was there, but careful reconstructions of what wasn't. He drew the ship from memory, from those old ceiling stickers that still glowed wrong above his bed, from fragments of dreams where Irene stood beside him pointing out its component stars. He labelled each point with its Greek name, names that didn't exist in any modern catalogue but felt right in his mouth, ancient and heavy. Carinae, Puppies, Vela. The ship's pieces, scattered now across the sky as separate constellations, no longer unified, except in his journal, where he drew them together, restored them to their original sprawling form, and wrote beside the drawing, Argo Navies, cost, 1 boy's certainty, 1 privateer's reign, 2,000 years of human memory, worth it. He never answered his own question. Months passed. Summer came, and with it, a meteor shower. Nico took his telescope to the beach, far from the town's lights, and set up on the sand as darkness fell. Other amateur astronomers gathered nearby, comparing equipment, sharing thermoses of coffee, exclaiming over satellites and shooting stars. Nico aimed his telescope south toward the gap. Through the lens, individual stars resolved with painful clarity, and he could see exactly where the ship should be. The space wasn't empty. Stars still burned there, catalogued under different designations incorporated into other patterns. But the gestalt was gone, the narrative that had once connected them. As he watched, a meteor streaked across his field of view, brilliant and brief, burning up in the atmosphere in a flash of ionized gas. Then another, then a dozen, the shower intensifying, and the other observers called out in delight, tracking the trails across the sky. But Nico saw something else. At the peak of the shower, when meteors fell like rain, one bright streak seemed to pause, suspended directly in the gap where the ship's prow should have been. It hung there for a heartbeat longer than physics allowed, and in that moment Nico could have sworn he saw it. The outline of the constellation traced in meteor light, there and gone so quickly he might have imagined it. His hand went to the winder beneath his shirt, still inert, still warm. "Did you see that?" a voice said beside him. Nico turned to find a girl about his age, her own telescope abandoned, staring at the same section of sky. "That last meteor, the way it just stopped?" "Yeah," Nico said carefully. "I saw it. Weird." She grinned, pushing dark hair from her eyes. "My abuela says meteors are stars that got lost trying to find their way home. Stupid, I know, but—" "It's not stupid," Nico interrupted. His throat felt tight. "Maybe they are." The girl looked at him curiously, started to say something else, but another meteor flashed overhead and she turned to watch, distracted. Nico let her go, returning to his telescope, his heart hammering, stars trying to find their way home. He thought about Irene, about her master's workshop, about the notebook that had somehow survived centuries, and his own interference to end up in a museum catalogue. He thought about the gear tooth he'd donated, now presumably being studied by researchers who would publish papers about metallurgy and astronomical calculations, adding more evidence to a timeline that included his presence without acknowledging the paradox. And he thought about the note. Give the stars back when you can. Could he? The Winder was locked, its gears frozen. He'd poured all its remaining power into his return, burning out the mechanism in the process. But mechanisms could be repaired, gears could be replaced. If he took it to someone with the right tools, the right knowledge, if he studied the recovered workshop device in the museum, learned its secrets, reverse-engineered its function. No. He stopped the thought before it could take root. That way led to obsession, to the same hunger for control that had driven Cleon. The Winder needed to stay broken. The past needed to stay past. Some costs couldn't be unmade, shouldn't be unmade, because the attempt would only compound the damage. But he could remember. He could bear witness. Nico spent the rest of the shower sketching. Not observations, but memory. He drew the key in moonlight, the workshop with its whale oil lamps, Irene's face as she'd cut her bindings and run. He drew the sky the way it had been in 100 BCE, still whole, still navigable, constellations intact even as holes spread through the Milky Way. He drew the moment the ship had died, stars guttering one by one, and his own hand on the crown, choosing erasure over surrender. When dawn came and the other observers packed up their equipment, Nico remained on the beach, his journal open to the last page. He wrote a date, not his current date, but the date in 100 BCE when he'd made his choice, calculated using the calendar system he'd learned from Irene's master. And beside it, Argo Navis, lost, remembered. He signed it with 2 sets of initials, his own, and below them, smaller, IRR for Irene of Rhodes, who had trusted him, who had probably died believing he'd abandoned them, that his promised calculations had been lies, that he'd escaped and left them to Cleon's mercy. He'd never know what happened after he'd been torn back to his own time, whether the device's destruction had freed the workshop, whether the city had turned against Cleon, horrified by the wounded sky, whether Irene had survived. 2,000 years was too far to reach. Even with a working Winder, even with perfect calculations, he couldn't go back without causing more damage, creating more paradoxes. The timeline was already strained, folded around his interference like scar tissue. Another intervention might tear it completely. So he did the only thing he could. He remembered. He kept the journal, added to it, filled pages with star charts that showed both versions of the sky, the one that was, the one that had been. He wore the Winder but never turned its crown, and on clear nights he went outside, aimed his telescope south, and named the absent stars aloud in Greek. Canopos, he whispered to the darkness, the name of the ship's brightest point, a star that now belonged to a different pattern entirely. Naos, Therese, Suhail Hadar, ancient names given by ancient watchers, still true even if the constellation they'd formed was gone. Sometimes, when the night was especially clear and his vision especially sharp, he thought he saw threads of connection, faint lines of light linking the scattered points, too dim for anyone else to notice, there only in his peripheral vision. The ship still sailing, invisible now but present, a ghost constellation, haunting the sky. He told himself it was optical illusion. Pattern recognition, the human brain's desperate need to find meaning in random points. But he chose to believe otherwise. He chose to believe that erasing a constellation didn't truly destroy it, only hid it, pushed it into a wavelength human eyes couldn't detect without help. And maybe, someday, someone with better tools, clearer vision would see it again. Would wonder why that particular region of sky felt different, why their instruments picked up faint resonances, why ancient cultures across the world had stories about a great ship in the heavens that modern catalogues couldn't confirm. They'd dig deeper, find inconsistencies, discover Nico's journal in an archive somewhere, and they'd ask the right questions. Or maybe not. Maybe the ship would stay lost, a sacrifice made to stop a worse erasure, and Nico would carry its memory alone until he too became dust and the knowledge died with him. Either way, he'd made his choice. He'd turned the crown, paid the cost, and come home to a universe slightly smaller than the one he'd left. He could live with that. He had to live with that. The girl from the meteor shower appeared beside his telescope again as the sun broke the horizon, turning the ocean gold. "You're still here," she said, surprised. "Yeah," Nico rubbed his eyes, suddenly exhausted. "Just saying goodbye to some old friends." "The stars?" She looked at the fading points, barely visible now in dawn's light. "Something like that." She was quiet for a moment, then said, "My name's Elena." I'm here all summer, doing an internship at the observatory. You should come by sometime. We've got better telescopes than this." She nudged his equipment affectionately. Nico almost said no, almost explained that observatories held too many memories, that domed buildings and brass instruments made his chest tight with something he couldn't name. But Elena's smile was genuine, curious, and he thought about Irene, about how she'd chosen to act even when action seemed futile, how she'd trusted a strange boy with an impossible device because doing nothing would have been worse. "Okay," he said. "Yeah, I'd like that." Elena grinned and left, and Nico packed his telescope slowly, carefully, the way Irene's master had taught him to handle delicate instruments. He slung his journal into his bag, felt the winder's weight against his chest, and headed home through streets that were just beginning to wake. Above him, invisible in daylight but still there, still watching, the stars continued their ancient dance. Most of them anyway, the ones that remained, and in the gaps, in the places where stars should be and weren't. Nico imagined he could hear a faint sound, like gears clicking, like a mechanism counting hours even in its silence, like a promise that some things, once lost, might someday be found again. He didn't know if that was true. He suspected it wasn't. But he chose to hope anyway, because hope cost nothing, and absence cost everything, and somewhere between the two was the space where humans lived, counting the lights that remained and remembering the ones that didn't. The ships sailed on in his memory, in his journals, in the wrong-looking stickers on his ceiling. And that, Nico decided as he climbed the steps to his apartment, would have to be enough. For now. For always. He went inside, closed the door, and began to prepare for the observatory visit. New observations, new data. The work of astronomy continued, stars or no stars, patterns or no patterns. And Nico, who had touched time itself and paid the price, would continue too. One calculation at a time, one remembered constellation at a time, bearing witness to the sky that was and the sky that had been and the thin, almost invisible difference between them. Outside his window the sun climbed higher, and far to the south, in a region of sky that no longer held a ship, something flickered. Barely. Maybe just imagination. Probably nothing at all. But Nico, looking out from his room with tired eyes and a warm brass mechanism resting over his heart, chose to see it, chose to believe, chose to remember. And in the darkness behind his closed eyelids, where memory and dream merged into something more real than either, the ship still sailed, whole and bright, through waters of stars that had never stopped existing. Not really, not where it mattered. He slept and dreamed of heaven. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The bathroom mirror had been lying to Tari for 3 days before they noticed. Not lying exactly, more like forgetting. Their reflection was there in the morning light, face soap-smudged and half awake, but something about the edges had gone soft, like someone had breathed on glass and left the fog to linger. Tari leaned closer, studying the line of their jaw, the small scar above their left eyebrow from the bike crash 2 summers back. Everything present, everything correct, but dimmed somehow, as if the mirror had to work harder to remember what it was supposed to show. They lifted their phone and switched to the front camera. The preview stuttered, pixels rearranging themselves into something that might be a face or might be a suggestion of one. Tari frowned and the reflection frowned back, delayed by a half-second. They closed the app and told themselves it was the lens, dust on the sensor, the cheap screen protector they'd been meaning to replace since October. Told themselves and nearly believed it. In the kitchen their mother stood at the counter pouring coffee, morning light slanting through the window above the sink. Tari grabbed a mug and watched steam curl upward in lazy spirals. Their mother glanced over and smiled, and Tari felt the ordinary weight of being seen, being known, the casual miracle of recognition that happens 1,000 times a day without anyone noticing. She asked about homework, and Tari lied about finishing the geometry assignment, and everything was normal and solid and real, until their mother's phone rang and she answered with the video on. Tari glimpsed themselves in the reversed camera feed over her shoulder, and their face was a pale smear. Features blurred like a photograph left too long in water. Their mother didn't seem to notice. She talked to whoever was calling about shift schedules and overtime and whether Tuesday worked better than Wednesday. and Tari stood very still holding their coffee and watching their own ghost self flicker in the small rectangle of glass. When the call ended, their mother turned back and everything in her expression was ordinary, warm, unchanged. She saw them. She knew them. The camera did not. At school, Tari sat in the back of geometry class and drew angles on graph paper, while Mr. Okonkwo explained the properties of similar triangles. The pencil moved in clean straight lines, each stroke precise, each intersection calculated. Tari had always liked geometry for its honesty. A right angle was a right angle. A line extended infinitely in both directions, or it wasn't a line at all. There were rules, and the rules held, and you could trust them to remain true whether anyone was watching or not. Outside the window, the sun climbed toward its apex, shadows contracting beneath the flagpole and the bike rack, and the ancient oak that had been there longer than the school building itself. At noon, the shadows would be shortest. At noon, you could measure the world by what it refused to illuminate. After school, Tari went to the museum, the small stuffy one downtown that nobody visited except on field trips and rainy Sundays when parents ran out of other ideas. They had been coming alone for 2 years, ever since they realised the third floor had a collection of ancient fragments that no one curated or catalogued properly. Stone pieces from places with names that sounded like poetry, obsidian blades, clay tablets pressed with wedge-shaped marks, a basalt shard the size of Tari's palm, rough on one side and smooth on the other, labelled only with a peeling sticker that said Axum, with a question mark, as if even the museum wasn't sure. Tari had sketched the shard 12 times, trying to capture the way light caught in its grain, the sense that the stone remembered something older than memory itself. Today they sat on the bench across from the display case and opened their sketchbook to a fresh page. The pencil touched paper and began to trace the shard's outline, the irregular curve of its broken edge, the shallow depression near the centre that might have been a carving or might have been erosion. The drawing took shape, became solid, became real. Tari added shading, careful cross-hatching to suggest depth and weight. They drew the shadow the shard would cast if light hit it from the west, from the north, from directly above at noon when shadows contract to almost nothing, and the shadow moved. Not in the case, on the paper. The pencil-drawn shadow stretched and twisted like something alive, like something that had been waiting for recognition and finally received it. Tari's hand froze. The shadow kept moving, spiralling outward from the drawn shard, bleeding beyond the page's edge onto the bench, onto the floor, climbing the wall behind the case like smoke moving backward through time. The museum air went thick and heavy, taste of incense and distant drums, and Tari tried to stand but their legs wouldn't answer. The shadow reached the case and the glass dish. It touched Tari's palm and the world folded. Sound first. Drums in a rhythm Tari's body knew before their mind caught up. Then smell, sharp and green and ancient, incense smoke and fired clay and animals and people and life packed tight into spaces too small to hold it. Then light, white gold and relentless, the kind of sunlight that carved everything it touched into stark relief. Tari opened their eyes and saw stone towers rising against blue sky. Not towers exactly, but monuments. Pillars carved with rows of false windows and false doors. Surfaces covered in script that Tari couldn't read, but somehow recognised as language, as meaning, as the recorded breath of people who believed words could outlast flesh. Someone grabbed their arm and pulled hard. Tari stumbled into an alley between mud brick buildings, their back hitting a wall, and found themselves facing a girl their own age with short dark hair and dust on her cheeks and eyes that looked like they'd seen too much too young. The girl pressed a finger to her lips and pointed back toward the street, where 2 men in wrapped cloth and leather walked past, spears in hand, heads turning slowly as if searching for something specific. "Shadowless," the girl whispered when the men moved on. "They were checking if you cast one. Sorcery laws. You'd be bound for the tombs before sunset." She studied Tari with frank curiosity, taking in their jeans and hoodie and the sketchbook still clutched against their chest. "You're not from the caravans? Not from Medulis or the Highlands? Where?" Tari opened their mouth and no answer came because there was no answer that made sense. The girl waited, patient in the way of people who are used to strangers bringing strange problems. Finally Tari said, "I don't know how I got here." "Here is Axum," the girl said, as if that explained everything. "The Steeler Field." "Heart of the Empire. You came through the shard?" It wasn't really a question. She tilted her head toward the monument visible beyond the alley mouth, tallest of the carved towers, its stone face catching noonlight. The Great Stela. Fell in my grandfather's time. They say pieces scattered to the edges of the world. I'm Selim. Tari. Selim smiled, quick and bright. Come on, I'll show you the law before you break it. They walked through streets that smelled like roasting grain and coal smoke and human sweat rendered down into the essence of living all pressed together. Men sat in doorways hammering gold into thin sheets. Women carried baskets balanced on their heads with a kind of grace that comes from doing a thing so often it becomes unconscious as breathing. Children ran past chasing a leather ball, their laughter high and clear. Selim led Tari through markets where merchants called prices in languages Tari didn't know, past a building where the sound of chanting drifted through smoke-stained windows, around a corner where the street opened onto a plaza paved with fitted stones and dominated by the monuments, the stelae rising like prayers made solid. Each one belongs to a king, Selim said. She pointed to the nearest, a pillar perhaps 30 feet tall, carved with 13 tiers of false windows. That's Usaina's. Ruled 60 years, built the Adulis Road, died in his sleep. The tall one there is Izana, still living, old now but sharp. The fallen pieces are unnamed kings from before memory. She turned to face Tari, expression serious. At true noon, when the sun stands highest and shadows are smallest, if you stand completely inside a Stela's shadow, you can ask that king one question. The answer comes in shade and light, moving pictures, words written in dark air. But each question costs a day. A day of what? Your reflection, your image in water, in polished metal, in anything that shows you back to yourself. Ask once, lose one day. That day your reflection won't appear anywhere. Ask 5 times, 5 days gone. Ask often enough, and you fade from sight entirely, invisible to every surface that remembers faces. Selim watched Tari carefully. People have vanished that way, spent themselves asking and asking until the world forgot how to see them. Tari thought about the bathroom mirror, the phone camera, their mother's video call. Thought about the basalt shard and the shadow that moved on paper. They opened their sketchbook and showed Selim the drawing, the shadow still visible there in pencil strokes, and Selim sucked air through her teeth. You asked something already, without knowing. She looked up at the fallen monument, its broken sections scattered across the plaza's northern edge. What did you want to know? Tari thought back to the museum, the moment before the shadow moved. They had been drawing the shard, thinking about its origin, wondering where it came from and how it ended up in a glass case thousands of miles and thousands of years from home, wanting to understand its story. I wanted to know where the shard came from. Selim looked at the drawing again, at the shadow spiralling outward from the sketched stone. Then you have your answer. Cut from the fallen Great One. That's what the shadow's telling you. The shard in your hand is a piece of the greatest monument Axum ever raised. The one that stood taller than memory until it fell and broke and scattered. She folded her arms. And now you're here, and now you're one day dimmer in every mirror that tries to hold you. They stood in the plaza as the sun climbed toward its peak, and Tari felt the geometry of it, the angle of light and the length of shadow, and the precise instant when the two would meet in perfect opposition. Around them people moved with purpose, some walking quickly past the stelae without looking, others stopping to lay small offerings at the bases, herbs bundled in cloth, coins pressed into cracks. A woman in robes heavy with embroidery stood near the great Stela's shadow, watching the sun's position with eyes that missed nothing. The Shadow Keeper, Selim whispered. She controls who gets to stand in the great Stela's shadow at noon. Says she's protecting the sacred law, but really she's hoarding questions, storing reflection days in oil basins and using them to buy influence, tilt judgments, erase crimes for the powerful. Selim's jaw tightened. My mentor, the stoneworker who taught me carving an inscription, he's accused of stealing copper from the mint. He didn't. But the keeper has lined up witnesses and paid them in borrowed reflection days, and his trial is in 3 days. If I could ask at the Great Stela, ask Azana to show the truth, I could clear him. But she won't let me near. Tari looked at the Shadow Keeper, at the way she stood like she owned the shadows themselves, and felt a familiar anger kindle in their chest. The anger they felt when geometry proofs were marked wrong even though the logic was sound, when rules were enforced inconsistently, when people who should know better chose comfort over truth. They turned to Salam. "Teach me how the questions work." "All of it. I want to understand the system." Salam's expression shifted from surprise to something harder, something determined. "You'll lose more days." "I know. Once you're down to your last few, it gets harder to come back. The world starts forgetting you while you're still in it." "I know," Tari said again, and meant it. So Selam taught them. They spent the afternoon mapping shadows across the plaza, Tari sketching lines and angles while Selam explained which stele answered which kinds of questions, how the Shadowkeeper tracked who asked what in her ledgers, how reflection days could be transferred through ritual if both parties agreed. At sunset, they climbed to a rooftop where apprentices gathered to watch the light fail over the carved monuments, and Selam showed Tari how to read the Ge'ez script that covered the stellar faces. Not all of it, but enough to recognise names and dates, and the phrases that marked boundaries between one king's reign and another. That night Tari dreamed of home, their mother calling them for dinner, the sound echoing through a house that felt too large and too empty. They tried to answer, but their voice made no sound, and when they passed a mirror in the hallway, their reflection was gone entirely, just blank glass reflecting the wall behind them. They woke to drums and daylight and Selam shaking their shoulder. "There's a lesser stealer, King Caleb's, on the plaza's east side. He was fair, they say," answered questions honestly even when the truth hurt. "If you want to know where the keeper hides her ledger, that's who to ask." At noon they stood in Caleb's shadow, Tari's whole body enclosed in the narrow dark stripe the monument cast, and asked in a clear voice where the Shadowkeeper kept her records. The shadow rippled, images formed in the darkness, moving pictures traced in gradients of black and grey. A building with a green door, a staircase descending, a chamber lined with wide shallow basins filled with oil, and on the oil's surface faces floated, dozens of them, hundreds, reflections captured and stored like currency. In the centre of the chamber a ledger bound in leather, its pages covered in meticulous script. The vision faded. Tari stepped out of the shadow and the world felt subtly different, as if a layer of glass had been placed between them and everything else. Selam gripped their arm to steady them. Did it answer? It answered. That evening Tari tried to video call their mother and watched in the preview window as their face failed to appear. Their mother answered and looked confused, the screen showing only the wall behind Tari, and after a long awkward pause Tari said the connection was bad and hung up. They sat on the sleeping mat Selam had found for them in the stoneworkers' quarters and opened their sketchbook, but when they tried to draw their own hand holding the pencil, they couldn't remember the exact shape of their fingers. The days blurred. They asked smaller questions at smaller stele, spending reflection days to learn guard rotations, safe passages through the city, which merchants would trade information for sketches. Tari mapped the Shadowkeeper's schedule with geometric precision, tracking her movements like plotting points on a graph, looking for patterns and gaps. Selam introduced them to apprentices and craftspeople who whispered about the Keeper's abuses, reflection days stolen from debtors and criminals, and anyone too poor to resist. Slowly a picture formed, clear and damning, but words without proof were just noise. They found the building with the green door on the fourth day, waited until the Keeper left for evening prayers, then descended the staircase with Selam carrying a shuttered oil lamp. The chamber was exactly as the shadow had shown, basins arranged in concentric circles, oil surfaces catching lamplight and throwing it back distorted. Tari knelt beside the nearest basin and saw faces floating there, some sharp and clear, some faded almost to nothing. People reduced to images, to stored days of visibility, to currency. The ledger sat on a stone pedestal at the room's heart, and when Tari opened it, they found pages and pages of names and dates and questions asked, a complete accounting of who had spent what to learn which secrets. Selam photographed pages with a thin sheet of hammered copper, pressing it against the ink to transfer impressions, working quickly and quietly. They were halfway through when footsteps sounded on the staircase. Tari shoved the ledger back into place and grabbed Selam's hand, and they ran, lamp extinguished, through a side passage that Selam swore led to the market district. Behind them voices shouted and torches flared. They emerged gasping into an alley thick with incense smoke from the temple complex, and Selam pulled them into a doorway where they stood pressed together, breathing hard while guards ran past. "She'll know it was us," Selam whispered. Let her know. But the keeper was faster and crueler than they'd anticipated. The next morning she came to the stoneworkers' quarters with guards and a wooden box, and inside the box were copper sheets covered in mirror-bright polish, and she made Selam look into them. Selam's reflection was there but faint, noticeably dimmer than it should have been, and the keeper smiled without warmth. Stolen days. Someone has been asking questions with your reflection as collateral. Very illegal, very serious. She closed the box with a sharp click. Your trial is tomorrow at noon, in the great stealer's shadow, where truth is absolute and lies burn away like morning fog. After she left, Selam sat on the floor with their head in their hands. She's framing me for the very thing she does. And she'll ask the question herself, ask Azana to judge me, and the answer will be whatever she's paid for it to be. Tari paced the small room, mind racing through angles and possibilities. The great stella's shadow at noon. One question, one king, one answer. But the law said standing in a stella's shadow, not whose shadow, not which direction. They stopped pacing and turned to Selam. How wide is the plaza? Give me measurements. And how tall are the surrounding monuments? Selam looked up, confused, then understanding dawned. You want to braid the shadows? If multiple steely cast shadows that overlap at the plaza's centre, if their edges align at the exact instant of true noon, what happens? I don't know. It's never been done. The keeper controls positioning, makes sure people stand in one shadow only. Selam stood, energy returning. But the law doesn't forbid it. The law is older than the keeper's rules. If the king's shadows join, maybe their authority joins too. Maybe you get an answer no single keeper can manipulate. They work through the night. Tari sketching geometric projections by lamplight, calculating sun angles and monument heights, and the precise positions where shadows would intersect. Selam gathered allies, apprentices and merchants who had lost reflection days to the keeper's schemes, people willing to stand in the plaza with polished shields and copper mirrors and swing them to redirect light, to bend shadows, to force geometry into new configurations. It was risky, and probably impossible, and depended on timing so precise that even a breath of wind could ruin it. But it was the only chance they had. Tari checked their phone that night, the habit too deep to break even here. No signal, obviously, but the camera still worked, and when they turned it on themselves, the screen showed nothing. Not even a blur. Just the room behind where their face should be. They had 1 day of reflection left, maybe 2. After that, they would be invisible to every surface, unseen by every mirror, unremembered by cameras and water and polished bronze. The thought should have terrified them, but instead it felt almost peaceful, like the moment before stepping into a shadow to ask a question, when you know the cost and choose to pay it anyway. Morning came with the sound of drums calling the city to witness. People gathered in the plaza, more than Tari had seen before, word having spread that something unprecedented was about to happen. The Shadow Keeper stood beside the great stealer's shadow, Selam bound and kneeling at her feet, face set in stubborn defiance. Guards ringed the plaza's perimeter. The sun climbed and the shadow shortened, and Tari's allies took their positions around the edges of the space, shields and mirrors hidden under cloaks and robes. The keeper raised her voice. At true noon I will ask the question of judgment, and King Azana will answer, and this one's guilt will be proven. She looked directly at Tari, who stood at the plaza's far edge. Unless someone wishes to challenge the sacred law, Tari stepped forward. I want to ask a question. You have no days left to spend. I have one, and I'll spend it here now, in the shadow of all the kings at once. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. The keeper's expression hardened. That's not how the law works. The law says stand in a stealer's shadow at true noon and ask one king a question. It doesn't say the shadows can't overlap. It doesn't say which king, just one. Tari looked up at the sun, so close to its apex they could feel it in their bones. And if all their shadows join, then all their authority joins, and no keeper can own the answer. The keeper moved to block Tari, but Selam surged up despite the bonds, throwing herself at the guards, creating chaos and distraction. In the confusion, Tari ran to the plaza's centre, the spot they had calculated, and shouted to their allies. Shields swung into position, mirrors caught sunlight and bent it. Shadows from a dozen monuments stretched and twisted across the paving stones, pulled by reflected light into impossible configurations, and at the exact instant of true noon they met, edges aligning like petals of a dark flower, forming a composite shadow that belonged to no single king and all of them at once. Tari stood in the braided darkness and asked the question they had been shaping for days. Who owns the reflection days you took? The shadow erupted. Not one vision, but many, layered and overlapping, a cascade of images showing the keeper's vault, the stolen faces, the names in the ledger, every transaction recorded and witnessed and proven. And then the visions reversed, moving backward through time, showing the days returning to their owners, faces reappearing in the plaza's many polished surfaces. People gasped as they saw themselves again in the shields and mirrors, saw their reflections grow clear and solid, days stolen now restored. The keeper lunged forward, screaming, trying to break the shadow's alignment, but Tari held the centre position. The visions kept flowing, unstoppable now, truth spoken in language older than lies. And Tari felt their last reflection day drain away, felt themselves disappear from every surface, from water and glass and bronze and human memory. The price paid in full, the answer completed. The braided shadow collapsed. Sunlight flooded the plaza. Selim stood free, bonds cut by sympathetic guards, and the keeper knelt in the centre of a circle of people who had just watched their own reflections return and her crimes laid bare in moving darkness. Someone was calling for the city council, someone else for the king's guard. Tari watched it all from the edge of the plaza, present but unseen, invisible to the mirrors people held and to the polished walls of the monuments themselves. Selam found them somehow, her hand closing on Tari's arm like she could locate them by sheer force of will. "You did it. You're insane, but you did it. I can't stay," Tari said. The basalt shard in their pocket had started warming again, the same feeling as in the museum, time folding back on itself. "It's pulling me home. Will you come back?" Tari wanted to say yes, but honesty was its own geometry, its own law. "I don't think I can. Not without days to spend, and I'm out." Selim pulled them into a tight embrace. "Then take this." She pressed something into Tari's palm, a small stone carved with Gaia's letters. "My name, so you remember." The world folded. Tari opened their eyes in the museum, sitting on the bench, sketchbook in lap, basalt shard cold in one hand, and Selim's carved name in the other. The display case was closed, the glass intact, the label still reading Axum, with its uncertain question mark. Outside the windows the sun angled toward afternoon, shadows lengthening across the parking lot. Tari stood carefully, legs shaky, and walked to the restroom down the hall. The mirror showed the room behind them. The door, the stalls, the paper towel dispenser. No face, no body, just absence where they should be. Tari lifted their hand and saw nothing, but felt fingers solid and real, touched their face and felt skin and bone and warmth. They existed, they just couldn't be seen. At home their mother looked past them when they entered, looked through them, and Tari's chest went tight with grief they hadn't prepared for. But then their mother said, "Tari? That you?" I heard the door, and Tari realised being seen and being known were different things, that love didn't require mirrors, that some recognitions went deeper than surface reflection. "Yeah, Mum, it's me." She smiled toward the sound of their voice. "Good day." Strange day. In their room, Tari opened the sketchbook and found new marks they hadn't made, Gaia's script running down the margins in the same tidy hand that had carved Selam's name into stone. They couldn't read all of it, but enough to understand the sense, a message across time, across the gap between visible and invisible, saying she remembered, saying she saw. Days passed into weeks. Tari learned to navigate a world that couldn't see them, learned which teachers called roll by voice and which by sight, learned how to exist in the narrow space between presence and absence. They kept sketching, kept drawing shadows and angles and the geometric truth of things, and sometimes when sunlight hit their room at exactly noon, they caught a glimpse of themselves in the bathroom mirror. Just an outline, just a breath. There and gone. Being seen when others were seen. The price paid and the gift received. They stopped taking selfies, stopped checking their reflection, started watching other people instead, the way light caught their faces, the shadows they cast, the small geometries of human presence, started writing down what they saw, recording it in careful script like the inscriptions on monuments that remembered kings. And when people talked about feeling invisible, Feeling unseen, Tari understood in ways they hadn't before. Understood that being visible and being witnessed were different things entirely. That some people walk through the world as ghosts not because they lacked reflection, but because no one chose to look. At night they dreamed of Axum, of carved monuments and noon shadows and a plaza where truth was spoken in darkness. Dreamed of Salem working stone, hands steady, eyes bright. Dreamed of standing in braided shadows and asking questions that cost everything and answered truly anyway. And in the dreams they had a face, clear and solid, but when they woke that face belonged only to the dark and to the memory of people who chose to see. The basalt shards sat on their desk, cold and inert. Just a rock, just a fragment of something greater that fell and broke and scattered across time. Tari picked it up sometimes and held it, feeling the weight of it, the truth of it, the way it existed in the world taking up space whether anyone saw it or not. And they thought about the question they had asked, the one that cost their last visible day. Who owns the reflection days you took? The answer had been simple and complete. They belonged to the ones who asked, always had, always would. You couldn't steal what someone gave freely, and every question was a choice, every answer earned. Tari set the shard down and opened their sketchbook to a fresh page. The pencil moved in clean straight lines, angles precise, intersections calculated. They drew the plaza from memory, the monuments rising against blue sky, shadows meeting at true noon. Drew Selim standing at the centre, face turned toward light, one hand raised in greeting or farewell or both. The drawing took shape, became solid, became real, and for just an instant the shadow moved again, reaching across the page like recognition, like the touch of someone who remembered your face even when mirrors forgot. Outside the window the sun climbed toward its apex, shadows contracting to nothing, and Tari sat in their small room in their small house in their small life and felt the vast geometry of time stretching backward and forward and sideways through probability. Felt the weight of choices made and prices paid. Felt the truth that some things cost everything and are worth it anyway. The pencil kept moving, the shadows kept forming, and in the space between visible and invisible, between surface and depth, between the face that appears in mirrors and the self that exists regardless, Tari drew and drew and drew, and the next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. You're 16 when you find the disc, which means you're old enough to know better, but young enough not to care. The thrift shop smells like dust and someone's dead grandmother's perfume, the kind that comes in cut glass bottles shaped like teardrops. You're not looking for anything in particular, just killing time before your shift at the coffee shop, fingers trailing over chipped ceramics and vinyl records warped from years in someone's attic. That's when you see it, tucked between a broken Polaroid camera and a stack of National Geographics from 1987. Black, smooth, cold even through the air. An obsidian disc the size of your palm, its surface so perfectly polished it doesn't reflect light so much as swallow it whole. The price tag says $3. You pay $4 and don't ask for change. That night you're brushing your teeth when you notice it. The bathroom mirror, the one with the crack in the upper left corner from when your little brother threw action figure during a tantrum 3 years ago, is showing something it shouldn't. Outside your window, it's 11:47 p.m. The street is dark. The neighbour's porch light casts its usual yellow glow across wet pavement because it rained earlier and everything still smells like earthworms and asphalt. But in the mirror, behind your reflection, dawn is breaking. Not the pale suggestion of pre-sunrise, not the grey that comes before blue. Full, blazing, impossible sunrise. Orange and gold and pink like a wound opening across the sky. You turn around. The window behind you is black. You turn back. The mirror is on fire with the morning. Your toothbrush is still in your mouth. Foam drips onto your shirt. You don't notice. You're already reaching for the obsidian disc where you left it on the counter next to the soap dispenser, and when your fingers close around it, the cold bites deep enough to ache. You hold it up. The surface is dark, flawless, a pool of frozen midnight. You breathe on it the way you used to breathe on car windows as a kid, writing your name in the fog. Condensation blooms across the black glass. "What are you?" you whisper, and you're not sure if you're asking the disc or the mirror or the sunrise that shouldn't exist. The reflection answers. Not your reflection. The one in the bathroom mirror. It turns its head, looks you dead in the eye, and speaks in a voice that sounds like wind through a canyon you've never visited. Payment first, it says. Then a week of your life disappears. Not dramatically, not all at once. Just gone, the way a file deletes when you're not paying attention. You blink and it's 7 days later. Same bathroom, same toothpaste, same crack in the glass. But your phone says it's next Tuesday and there are texts you don't remember sending. Your shift manager left a voicemail asking why you no-showed 3 times. There's a half-eaten sandwich in your backpack that's gone fuzzy with mould, and you have no memory of any of it. Not a flicker, not a dream, just a blank space where a week used to be, a hole in your head that aches when you press against it. The mirror is no longer showing sunrise. It's showing you, pale and shaking, one hand pressed to the glass like you're trying to hold yourself upright. And behind you, slowly filling the frame, is a vision so clear it punches the air from your lungs. A long, straight avenue paved in stone. Pyramids rising on either side, stepped and painted. Their surfaces alive with red and ochre and white. Smoke curling from braziers. The sky just beginning to pale. The Avenue of the Dead, you think, though you've never been to Teotihuacan, never even looked it up beyond a paragraph in a history textbook, but you know it the way you know your own name, the way you suddenly know that if you touch the mirror right now, it will let you in. You shouldn't. Obviously, you just lost a week. Your manager is going to fire you. Your parents think you've been sick, apparently, because there's a thermometer on your nightstand and a note in your mum's handwriting that says, "Feel better, we'll talk later." This is the part where you step back, put the disc in a drawer, maybe call someone, maybe smash the thing with a hammer and pretend this never happened. Instead, you press your palm to the glass. The bathroom folds, not violently, just thoroughly, the way paper folds when you're very careful and the crease is perfect. The mirror's surface gives like water, like a membrane, and you're pulled through into cold air that smells like copal incense and wet stone and the particular smell of a city waking before dawn. Your feet hit solid ground, real ground, and the bathroom is gone. The mirror is gone. You're standing on an ancient avenue in a city that's been dead for over a millennium, and the sun hasn't risen yet, but it's coming. You can feel it building in the air like pressure before a storm. Someone grabs your arm and yanks you sideways just as a crowd surges past. Dozens of people running, their faces painted, their eyes wide with something between ecstasy and terror. You stumble, nearly fall, and the person holding you steadies you with a hiss of breath. Are you trying to get trampled? They snap in a language you shouldn't understand, but do. The words arriving in your brain, pre-translated, seamless and strange. You turn. The person is maybe your age, maybe a year older, with dark eyes and calloused hands and a smudge of stone dust across one cheek. They're wearing a simple tunic, undyed, and carrying a bundle wrapped in cloth. "Thank you," you manage, and your voice sounds wrong, too thin, too modern. You're not from here. It's not a question. They're staring at you, taking in your hoodie, your jeans, the sneakers that have no business existing in 300 CE. Where did you come from? You open your mouth, close it. Look down at your hand and realize you're still holding the obsidian disc. It's warm now, almost hot, pulsing faintly like it has a heartbeat. "I don't know," you say, which is true enough. "I was in my bathroom. I touched a mirror. And then I was here." The person's eyes go wide, then narrow. Then they grab your wrist again, tighter this time, and start walking, pulling you with them. "You bargained," they say flatly. "You asked a reflection a question, didn't you?" Yes. I asked what it was. And you paid. A week. It took a week. They stop walking, turn to face you fully. The sky is paling now, true dawn creeping closer, and in the growing light you can see their expression clearly. It's not surprise, it's resignation. "Only a week," they say quietly. "Then you got off light. Come with me. If the mirror keeper finds you wandering alone, you'll owe years before breakfast." Their name is Etley. You learn as you follow them through the waking city, and they're an apprentice in an obsidian workshop near the base of the Pyramid of the Sun. They work with their hands, grinding and polishing volcanic glass into mirrors, blades, ornaments. They've been doing it since they were 12, and their fingers are scarred from 100 small cuts that come with the trade. They speak quickly, efficiently, as if words cost something and they're trying to conserve, and they keep glancing at the disc in your hand like it might bite. "Reflections bargain," Etley explains as you walk. "Polished surfaces, mirrors, obsidian, still water. They show you things, answer questions, open doors, but they charge for it. Time, your time, years, months, days, whatever they decide the answer is worth. That's insane, you say. That's the rule. They duck under a low archway and you follow into a narrow alley where the walls are painted with murals of jaguars and serpents and figures with eyes that seem to track your movement. You're lucky it was only a week. Some people ask the wrong question and lose decades. Wake up old. Or worse, they pledge someone else's time. A child's, a spouse's. The priesthood does it all the time, bargaining years they've already stolen, years they keep stored in basins under the plazas like water. You stop walking. Stored? You can store time? Etley looks at you like you're particularly slow. Where do you think the city's power comes from? Every mirror, every reflection, every bargain made feeds the system. The mirror keeper controls it all, sells answers in pieces so you have to keep coming back, keeps people indebted, keeps the city running. That's... You don't have a word for what that is. Horrifying, maybe. Or brilliant in a deeply evil way. So this disc. It brought me here because I asked it a question. But it can take me back. Probably, if you pay for the answer. Etley starts walking again, and you jog to catch up. The disc will open a door home if it hears the true name of this dawn, the specific dawn you arrived in. Every sunrise has a name, a real one, not the one we use in calendars. The mirror keeper knows them all, and she'll sell it to you, for a price. The workshop is a low stone building with no windows and a door covered by a heavy textile. Inside, the air is thick with dust and the smell of worked stone. 3 other apprentices are already at work, hunched over grinding stones, their movements rhythmic and practiced. Etley leads you to a corner where a pile of raw obsidian sits like a heap of black glass teeth, and gestures for you to sit. You do. The floor is cold through your jeans. Stay here, Etley says. Don't talk to anyone. Don't ask any questions, especially not out loud near anything reflective. I'll figure out what we can do. You nod. Etley disappears into the back of the workshop, and you're left alone with the obsidian and the sound of stone scraping stone. You turn the disc over in your hands. The surface is dark again, inert, but when you tilt it just right, you can see hints of things in its depths. Shapes, shadows, a flicker that might be your bathroom mirror, impossibly far away. You think about the week you lost, try to remember it, but there's nothing, just a smooth blank space like a page torn from a book. You wonder what you did during those 7 days. If you were walking around, going through the motions, or if you simply didn't exist at all. You wonder if anyone noticed, if your little brother asked where you went, if your best friend texted and got responses from someone who was you but also wasn't. The thought makes you nauseous. By the time Etley comes back, the sun has fully risen, and the workshop is bright with indirect light filtering through gaps in the roof. Etley looks tired. They sit down next to you, close enough that your shoulders almost touch, and hand you a small clay cup filled with something that smells like burnt corn and honey. Drink, they say. You'll need it. You drink. It's bitter and sweet at the same time, and it settles your stomach just enough to stop the nausea spinning. Did you find anything out? Yes. Etley doesn't look at you. They're staring at their hands, at the scars and calluses, at the stone dust embedded in the lines of their palms. The mirror keeper appears at sunrise on the Avenue of the Dead, 3 times a week. You can bargain with her there, but it won't be cheap. A true name isn't something she gives away easily. How much? Years. Plural. You close your eyes. I don't have years to give. Then you'll have to figure out another way to pay. Etley finally looks at you, and their expression is hard to read. Or you stay here. People do. People who can't afford the answers they need. They just stay. Learn a trade. Live. Die. It's not the worst fate, but it's not your fate. You know that with a certainty that sits heavy in your chest. You don't belong here. This city, this time, it's beautiful and terrible and not yours. You have a life back home, a messy, complicated, thoroughly modern life with a part-time job and a college application half finished on your laptop and a family that probably thinks you've been in bed with the flu for the past week. You have to get back. I'll figure it out, you say. Etley nods slowly. Then we start small. Test the system. See what it actually costs before you bargain for the big answer. So you do. 3 days later, standing in front of a polished obsidian mirror in a plaza near the Pyramid of the Moon, you ask a small question. Where will the mirror keeper appear at tomorrow's sunrise? The reflection ripples. A voice that isn't a voice says, a summer, and you pay it. 1 summer. You think of the beach trip you took when you were 12, The one where you learned to body surf and got so sunburned you peeled for a week. You offer that. The memory doesn't vanish, not completely. But when you think about it now, the sun is behind clouds. The water is grey. You never went in past your knees because it was too cold, and you spent most of the trip in the rental house reading a book you can't remember the title of. The reflection shows you an image, the Avenue of the Dead, the eastern steps of the Sun Pyramid, first light. Then it goes dark. You step back from the mirror, your hands are shaking. Etley, standing a few feet away as Lookout comes over quickly. Did it work? Yes. Your voice sounds strange. It worked. But it changed something. A memory. It's still there, but different. Wrong. That's how it works, Etley says quietly. You don't lose the time. You just lose the good parts, the warmth, the light. What's left is less. You think about that summer. Think about how you used to smile when you remembered it, how it was one of those perfect childhood memories you carried around like a smooth stone in your pocket. Now it's just grey, just cold, just there. I don't like this, you say. No one does. But you keep going. Because what choice do you have? You help in the workshop, learning to polish obsidian under Etley's patient instruction, your hands learning the rhythm of stone on stone. You eat meals of corn and beans and squash, food that tastes nothing like home but fills you up anyway. You sleep on a woven mat in the corner of the workshop because Etley doesn't ask questions and the other apprentices don't care. And at night, when the city's quiet and the stars are brighter than any stars you've ever seen, you and Etley plan. The plan is simple, stupidly simple. Save up enough to buy the answer, the true name of the dawn, then leave. The problem is figuring out what you can afford to pay. You're 16, you don't have decades to spare. You don't want to wake up 30, 40, 50 in the space of a question. So you get creative. You bargain small things. A birthday party where nothing went wrong but nothing went right either. A dentist appointment. 3 weeks of a summer job you hated anyway. Each time the memories shift. The colours drain. The warmth leaks out. You start to feel like a photograph left too long in the sun. All your bright moments fading to sepia. Etley watches this happen and says nothing. But sometimes, late at night, they sit next to you and the silence feels like an apology they can't figure out how to say. One night there's a procession. You watch from the workshop roof as hundreds of people move through the city carrying torches, their faces painted white and red, their voices rising in a chant that vibrates in your chest. Etley explains. They're going to the Underplaza chambers, the places where stolen time is kept, where years are siphoned into basins like liquid light, traded and hoarded and spent by those who know how to navigate the system. There's a market down there, Etley says. Grey, illegal. People trade questions for years, shave off bits of their future and sell them for answers they can't afford to ask themselves. It's dangerous, but it's faster than waiting for the Mirror Keeper's mercy. Can we go? Etley looks at you. Do you want to risk it? You think about your bathroom mirror, the one that showed an impossible sunrise. You think about your life, the one you're watching fade piece by piece every time you bargain. Yes. So you go. Down stone steps that spiral into darkness. Through tunnels lit by bowls of that strange liquid light, years that glow faintly blue and smell like ozone and memory. The walls are mirrored, polished obsidian reflecting your face back at you 1,000 times, each one slightly different, slightly wrong. You follow Etley through the maze until you reach a chamber where people stand in small clusters, whispering, negotiating. No one looks at you directly. It's considered rude or dangerous, maybe both. Etley knows someone here, a woman with grey in her hair and scars on her arms who trades in stolen time. They negotiate quietly while you stand off to the side, trying not to stare at the basins of light, at the years swirling in clay bowls like something alive. The woman wants 3 years for information on how to bypass the Mirror Keeper entirely. Etley doesn't have 3 years. You don't have 3 years. The negotiation falls apart. As you're leaving, you see someone breathe on a mirrored wall. The condensation blooms like frost, and for a moment you see through it, see something on the other side. Another chamber, another city, another time. The reflection shifts, and the vision is gone, but you can't stop thinking about it. About the way breath can make a door. About the way glass holds more than reflections. By the time the sunrise audience arrives, you've scraped together enough to make an offer 2 years. Specifically, the 2 years of high school you haven't lived yet, junior and senior year. You're gambling that you can buy them back later, that this is just a loan, not a loss. You stand on the avenue of the dead as dawn breaks, the mirror keeper appearing as if she's always been there. A woman wrapped in white with eyes like polished stone. Others are already queued up, already bargaining, and you watch as they age in real time. A young man asks a question and his hair goes grey. An old woman buys an answer and stands taller, younger, someone else's years grafted onto her frame. When it's your turn, you step forward, hold up the disc. I need the true name of the dawn I arrived in. The mirror keeper looks at you with interest. Not kindness. Interest. Like you're a puzzle she's just noticed. That will cost more than you have. I'm offering 2 years. 2 full years. And I'm offering you a shard of the name. 1 piece. The full name has 5 pieces. You'll have to come back. Your stomach drops. That's the bargain. You look at Etley standing a few paces back. They shake their heads slightly. Don't do it. But you're desperate and stupid and 16, so you say yes. You offer the years, and the mirror keeper takes them with a smile that doesn't reach her eyes. You feel them go, not painfully, just a sudden emptiness, a space in your future that used to be full. She leans close and whispers one word in a language that predates language, a sound that vibrates in your teeth and skull. Then she's gone, moving to the next petitioner, and you're left standing there holding a piece of something you can't use. Etley catches you when your knees buckle. Are you okay? No, you're not okay. You just sold 2 years of your life for 1/5 of an answer, and judging by the math, you don't have enough time left to buy the rest. It gets worse. 3 days later, Etley is branded. It happens during a ceremony you don't fully understand, something about celestial alignments and sacred debts. A priest presses a hot stone to Etley's shoulder, and when it pulls away there's a mark there, circular and perfect. Etley doesn't scream, but their face goes white and they don't speak for the rest of the day. You learn later what it means. Sacrifice. At the next alignment, in 2 months, Etley will be taken to the top of the Pyramid of the Sun, and they won't come down. You don't sleep that night. You pace the workshop until Etley tells you to stop. You're going to wear a groove in the floor. There has to be a way to undo it, you say. There isn't. There's always a way. Not this time. Etley's voice is flat, all the fight gone out of it. I knew the risk. I pledged years I didn't have to pay a debt my family owed. This is what happens when you default. You want to scream, want to break something. Instead, you sit down next to Etley and say, "Then we'll steal them back." Etley laughs, but it's a hollow sound. Steal from the mirror keeper? That's suicide. Then we'll die trying. The plan forms over days. It's reckless and half-formed and probably doomed, but it's something. The underplaza chambers, the ones where years are stored, they're accessible through the tunnels you visited. If you can get down there, find the basins that hold Etley's stolen time, you might be able to reclaim it. Break the contract, remove the brand. The problem is the disc. To navigate the mirrored corridors, you'll need it. And the mirror keeper's been watching you, marking you as a rich vein of future years. If she catches you, you'll owe more than you can ever pay. But you go anyway, because Etley helped you when you arrived here lost and stupid, and because you're tired of watching people get devoured by a system that treats time like currency. You and Etley descend into the tunnels at midnight when the city is asleep, the disc warm in your hand, your breath visible in the cold underground air. The mirrored walls reflect you back, infinite and distorted, and Etley leads the way with a confidence that's half real and half performance. You find the chamber, the basins of light, years swirling like captured stars. Etley finds the one marked with their name, a small clay bowl filled with pale blue glow, and reaches for it. That's when the mirror keeper steps out of a reflection that shouldn't exist, her smile sharp and patient. "Did you really think I wouldn't notice?" You grab Etley's arm. Run. The tunnels twist and you're lost within seconds, the mirrors showing you exits that aren't there, paths that loop back on themselves. You can hear the mirror keeper behind you, not running, just walking, because she doesn't need to hurry. She owns this place. You're just visiting. When you hit a dead end, you turn to fight, but there's nothing to fight with. Just the disc in your hand, useless and dark. The mirror keeper takes it from you. Just plucks it out of your grip like you're a child holding something you shouldn't. "Clever," she says, "but not clever enough." She looks at Etley at the brand on their shoulder. 2 months is a long time. You could have simply waited, accepted it. Give it back, you say, and your voice shakes with fury. No. She holds up the disc, examines it. But I'll make you an offer. 5 of your future years for Etley's life in the complete name of the dawn. 5 years, and you both walk free. 5 years. You'd be 21, you'd lose college, the first apartment, the trip to Europe you've been saving for. First love, probably. First heartbreak, definitely. 5 years of learning who you are. Gone, purchased, spent. Don't, Etley says quietly. You look at them, at the brand, at the resignation in their eyes. I have to. You don't, but you do. Except when you open your mouth to say yes, to accept the bargain, you remember something. The bathroom mirror, the impossible sunrise it kept showing you, night after night in your own time. A sunrise that hasn't happened yet, an unlived dawn. Wait, your voice is sharp. You said every dawn has a name, every specific sunrise. The mirror keeper nods slowly. I did. So, an unlived sunrise, one that exists but hasn't been experienced yet. That's still a full dawn, still a complete payment. Her smile falters, just slightly, just enough. You turn to Etley. The mirror you've been making, the one you've been polishing for the past month. Is it finished? Etley blinks. Almost. Why? Get it. Now. They run. You're left alone with the mirror keeper who's watching you with something between irritation and respect. You're clever, she says again. That won't save you. Maybe not, but it'll save. Etley returns with the mirror. A disc of obsidian polished to impossible smoothness, and you take it. Take the confiscated disc from where the mirror keeper set it down, and you align them. Face to face. 2 mirrors reflecting each other, an infinite loop. The air between them starts to hum. What are you doing? The mirror keeper demands. You don't answer. You're too busy thinking about your bathroom, about the sunrise that keeps appearing in the glass even though it's night outside. You're offering that. The unspent morning, the dawn that exists in potential but not in memory. You breathe on both discs, and the condensation forms a bridge. I'm paying, you say, with a morning I haven't lived yet. The one my mirror keeps showing me. I give it to you, freely, completely. And in exchange, you release Etley's brand, give me the true name of the dawn I arrived in, and let us both walk out of here. The silence is deafening. Then the vaults crack. Not physically, but metaphysically, something breaking deep in the structure of the world. The basins of light shatter and years flood the plaza, pouring through the tunnels like water, like dawn itself. The mirror keeper gasps and you watch as she ages. Not dramatically, just enough to see the cost of holding so much stolen time. The years return to their owners, or to the air, or to wherever time goes when it's finally freed. The brand on Etley's shoulder flickers, fades, and goes dark. And in the chaos, in the breaking, the true name arrives. Not whispered, not sold. Just there, complete and whole and ringing in your skull like a bell. 5 syllables in a language you'll never speak again. 5 sounds that are the exact shape of the morning you stepped through the mirror. How do I return? You ask the collapsing system. How do I go back without owing anyone? The answer arrives from the broken vaults, from the freed years, from the obsidian itself. Pay with a morning you have not lived. Speak the name. Turn away. So you do. You don't watch the spectacle. The light flooding the plaza, the mirror keeper folding in on herself like a star collapsing. You turn away. You speak the true name, each syllable feeling like a door opening, and you step through the space between the mirrors while Etley grabs your hand and comes with you. The bathroom folds back into existence around you, and you're standing on cold tile with sand gritting under your feet. The mirror is showing a sunrise calm and complete, the impossible morning you traded away. Etley is next to you, wide-eyed and breathing hard, and when you look down there's a sliver of obsidian on the bath mat, black and sharp and warm. You pick it up, pocket it. Your phone is buzzing on the counter. You pick that up too, and there's an email from the study abroad program you applied to, the one you were so excited about. It says your application has been withdrawn due to scheduling conflicts. You stare at it. The year you would have spent in another country, learning another language, becoming someone new. Gone. Used. Spent. Etley is examining your bathroom with the kind of wonder you forgot was possible. This is your home? Yeah. Your voice is rough. This is it. It's small, I know, but safe. Mostly. You sit on the edge of the bathtub, you're exhausted. Your hands are still shaking, but you're here, you're back, and Etley is alive, unblemished, free. You pull out your phone and scroll through your camera roll looking for proof that any of it happened. What you find instead is a photo of yourself on the beach. That summer you traded. The sky is grey, the water is grey, you're not smiling. Over the next few days, you try to settle back into normal life. You go to work, apologise for the no-shows, promise it won't happen again. You do homework. You ignore the questions from your parents about why you seem different, why you keep staring at mirrors like they might bite. Etley stays in your bathroom mostly, afraid to venture into a time that isn't theirs, and you bring them food and try to explain the internet. They're not impressed. One night you open your sketchbook, the one you've been drawing in since middle school, and find something new, a diagram. Etley's mirror, rendered in perfect detail, with notes in a handwriting that's almost yours but not quite. The letters are sharper, the lines more confident, like someone who's lived a few more years drew them. You stare at it for a long time. Every night now, the bathroom mirror shows tomorrow's dawn, just for a heartbeat, just long enough for you to see it. Sometimes it lingers, the reflection steady and patient, as if waiting, as if inviting. One more question, one more bargain, one more impossible thing. You stand in front of it tonight, Etley asleep on your floor, wrapped in a blanket they find inexplicably soft. You breathe on the glass, watch the fog bloom and recede. The mirror shows you tomorrow's sunrise, pale and gold and ordinary, and then, behind it, something else, a flicker, a door. A question you haven't asked yet. You could ask how to get Etley home, how to undo the years you spent, how to fix all the things you broke in your desperation to survive. The mirror would answer, it always does, for a price. Instead, you lift your hand and write in the condensation, slow and careful, not yet. The fog fades. The sunrise completes itself and winks out. The mirror shows only your face, tired and 16, and changed in ways you can't name. You turn away. Behind you, Etley shifts in their sleep, muttering something in a language you shouldn't understand but do. You sit down next to them, back against the bathtub, and pull out the obsidian shard. It's warm in your palm, not hot, just alive, proof that it happened, that you survived something impossible and paid for it in mornings you'll never see. The bathroom is quiet. The house is quiet. Outside, the real dawn is still hours away. You close your eyes and decide, just for tonight, that this is enough. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The fluorescent lights in the hospital corridor buzzed like dying insects, casting sickly shadows that seemed to follow Ava Reyes as she walked. Room 314, always room 314. For 3 weeks now she'd made this journey, watching her brother Luca lie motionless beneath a tangle of wires and tubes, his brilliant mind locked away somewhere she couldn't reach. The doctor spoke in hushed tones about experimental radiation exposure, about cellular damage, about waiting and hoping. But Ava was tired of waiting. She pressed her forehead against the cool glass of his room's window. At 23, Luca had been on the verge of revolutionizing radiation therapy, developing treatments that could save thousands of lives. Now he couldn't even open his eyes. The irony felt cruel. Her brother, who had dedicated his life to healing radiation's damage, destroyed by the very force he sought to master. Mija, you need to go home. Her mother's voice carried the weight of exhaustion. Dr. Marina Reyes had aged a decade in these 3 weeks, her usually immaculate appearance dishevelled, her eyes rimmed with the red of too many sleepless nights. I can't leave him, Ava whispered, her breath fogging the glass. He's not going anywhere, and neither are you if you don't take care of yourself. Marina's hand found Ava's shoulder, warm but trembling. Come, let me make you some tea. We can look through those Soviet records I brought home from the university. You always liked hearing about the old artifacts. Ava wanted to argue, to plant herself in that uncomfortable chair beside Luca's bed until he woke up, but she saw the desperate hope in her mother's eyes. Marina needed distraction as much as she did. Their small apartment felt hollow without Luca's presence. His guitar leaned against the wall, strings slack and dusty. Sheet music he'd been composing, a piece about quantum mechanics set to melody, lay scattered across the piano bench. Everything waited for him to return and bring music back to their home. Marina disappeared into the kitchen, and Ava found herself drawn to her mother's study. The small room overflowed with boxes of historical documents, photographs, and artifacts from Marina's research into Soviet-era Eastern Europe. Usually, Ava found the collection fascinating, but tonight everything felt distant and meaningless. She pulled open a filing cabinet, not really looking for anything, just needing to move, to do something other than think about machines breathing for her brother. Her fingers traced over manila folders until they caught on something unusual. A cardboard sleeve, old and yellowed, with Cyrillic text she couldn't read. Inside was a vinyl record, black as midnight and unmarked except for a small label in the centre, bearing more Russian text. A handwritten note was attached with a paperclip. The ink faded, but still legible. Sing only what is meant to be heard. Ava turned the record over in her hands. The surface was pristine, as if it had never been played. Something about it felt important, though she couldn't say why. She carried it to the living room where her mother's old turntable sat collecting dust. "Find something interesting?" Marina called from the kitchen, but Ava was already lifting the needle, placing it carefully on the record's edge. Nothing happened. The needle traced the groove, but no sound emerged from the speakers. Ava frowned, checking the connections, adjusting the volume. Still nothing. On impulse, she lifted the needle and placed it back at the beginning, but this time she engaged the reverse play function, a feature her mother had always warned her not to use, claiming it would damage the records. The turntable spun backward, and suddenly the room filled with sound. Not music exactly, but something between a lullaby and a dirge, voices singing in a language she didn't recognise over a strange electronic hum. The melody was beautiful and heartbreaking, reaching into her chest and squeezing until she could barely breathe. Without thinking, Ava began to hum along. She'd always been musical. It was something she and Luca shared, though he preferred composing while she loved to sing. The melody felt familiar somehow, as if she'd known it all her life. As her voice joined the ghostly chorus, the room began to change. The walls seemed to bend inward, reality folding like origami. The ceiling stretched impossibly high, while the floor tilted beneath her feet. Lightning crackled outside, though there had been no storm moments before. The record spun faster and faster, and the humming beneath the melody grew louder, more insistent. Blue light emanated from somewhere she couldn't identify, washing over everything until Ava's vision went white. Then darkness. She woke to the sound of unfamiliar voices speaking rapid Russian. Sunlight streamed through a window, but not her window. This one was smaller, set in a wall of institutional green paint. She sat up slowly, head spinning, and looked down at herself in confusion. Gone were her jeans and sweater. Instead, she wore a grey school uniform complete with a red pioneer neckerchief. The clothes fit perfectly, as if they'd always been hers. Panic rose in her throat as she took in her surroundings. A small dormitory room with 4 beds, 3 of them occupied by sleeping girls around her own age. A radio crackled in the corner, broadcasting news in Russian. But it was the calendar on the wall that made her blood freeze. April 24th, 1986. The date meant nothing to most people, but Ava had grown up listening to her mother's lectures about Soviet history. April 26th, 1986, was seared into her memory, the day the Chernobyl nuclear power plant exploded, spreading radioactive contamination across Europe and changing the course of history forever. "You're awake!" One of the girls, a blonde with bright blue eyes, bounced over to her bed. "I'm Elena. You must be the visiting choir member from Moscow. We've been so excited to meet you." Ava's mouth worked soundlessly for a moment before she managed, "Choir member. For the performance tomorrow at the Cultural Centre. It's such an honour having someone from the capital come to sing with us. The whole town is talking about it." Eleanor's enthusiasm was infectious, and despite her confusion, Ava found herself smiling. A performance. That explained the uniform, the easy acceptance. Somehow she'd been integrated into this time and place, given a cover story that would let her blend in. The question was why? As the day progressed, Ava learned to navigate her new reality. She attended choir rehearsal, letting her natural musical ability carry her through songs she'd never heard before. The other girls accepted her easily, excited to have a sophisticated visitor from Moscow. Eleanor became her constant companion, chattering about her family, her little brother, her dreams of becoming a teacher. But through it all, Ava's mind raced. She was 2 days before the worst nuclear disaster in human history. Thousands would die, hundreds of thousands would be displaced, and an entire region would become uninhabitable for generations. The radiation released would spread across Europe, causing cancer and birth defects for decades to come, unless someone stopped it. The thought came to her as she lay in the narrow dormitory bed that night, listening to Elena's soft breathing. She was here for a reason. The record, the time travel, the perfect cover story. It couldn't be coincidence. Maybe this was fate giving her a chance to do something meaningful, to save lives on a scale she'd never imagined possible. And maybe, just maybe, preventing this disaster would somehow help Luca. Radiation medicine existed because of Chernobyl. If the accident never happened, perhaps the research would develop differently, more safely. Perhaps her brother would never have been exposed to the experimental therapy that put him in a coma. The next day, instead of attending the final choir rehearsal, Ava slipped away to explore the town of Pripyat. It was beautiful in a stark Soviet way. Wide boulevards lined with apartment blocks, a sense of industrial pride mixed with genuine community warmth. Children played in parks while their parents worked in the shadow of the massive nuclear plant that dominated the horizon. She made her way toward the plant, her heart pounding. Security was surprisingly lax. This was before the age of international terrorism, when nuclear facilities were seen as symbols of progress rather than targets. She watched the workers coming and going, learning their routines, their uniforms, their patterns of movement. One young man caught her attention. He walked alone, shoulders hunched, frequently glancing around as if expecting trouble. During his break, she approached him carefully. "Excuse me," she said in her best Russian, grateful for the years of lessons her mother had insisted upon. "I'm visiting from Moscow. My father works at a similar facility. Could you tell me about the work here?" The man, Victor, according to his name tag, studied her suspiciously. "Why do you want to know?" Ava thought quickly. "I'm considering studying nuclear engineering. I want to understand what the work is really like." Something in Victor's expression shifted. "The work is complicated. Not everything is as safe as they tell us." He glanced around nervously. "There are procedures we're supposed to follow, but sometimes the supervisors push us to skip steps, to run tests that shouldn't be run." "What kind of tests?" Victor hesitated, then seemed to make a decision. "Tomorrow night, they're planning a safety test on Reactor 4. They want to see what happens if we shut down the cooling system during low power operation. It's dangerous. The reactor becomes unstable at low power, and without proper cooling." He shrugged helplessly. "But who am I to question the engineers?" Ava's blood ran cold. She was hearing about the exact test that would cause the explosion. What if someone prevented the test, disabled the systems somehow? "Impossible," Victor said immediately. "The security, the protocol, and even if someone could, they'd be executed for sabotage." But his eyes lingered on her face, as if he were considering the possibility. That night, Ava barely slept. She went over every detail of the Chernobyl disaster she could remember from her mother's lectures. The test was scheduled for late evening on April 25th. The operators would reduce the reactor's power too far, making it unstable. When they tried to restore power for the test, a combination of design flaws and human error would cause a massive steam explosion, destroying the reactor core and spreading radioactive material across the continent. But what if the test never happened? What if someone disabled the systems beforehand? The next evening, as her fellow choir members prepared for their performance, Ava slipped away. She'd stolen a maintenance uniform earlier, and in it she looked just like any other worker. The plant operated around the clock, and the corridors were busy enough that one more person went unnoticed. She found Victor near Reactor 4, looking nervous and exhausted. When he saw her, his eyes widened. "What are you doing here?" "Stopping something terrible," she whispered. "Victor, you have to trust me. That test tonight, it's going to cause a disaster, an explosion that will kill thousands of people." He stared at her as if she'd gone insane. "You're just a girl. How could you possibly know? Because I've seen what happens." She grabbed his arm. "Please, show me the control systems. If we can disable the test procedures, delay it even by a few days, maybe they'll discover the safety flaws before it's too late." Victor looked around desperately. clearly torn between duty and the growing certainty that something was wrong with the planned test. Finally he nodded. This way. But if we're caught, we won't be. He led her through a maze of corridors to a service area beneath the reactor control room. Banks of electrical panels lined the walls, controlling everything from cooling pumps to safety systems. Victor pointed to a specific panel. Those control the automatic safety systems. And those, he indicated another set of switches, control the cooling pumps. Ava studied the setup, her heart racing. If she disabled the right systems, the test would be impossible to complete. The operators would have to postpone it, giving time for someone to discover the design flaws that made the reactor dangerous at low power. You should go, she told Victor. If something goes wrong, you shouldn't be here. He hesitated, then pressed something into her hand. A set of wire cutters. Good luck, he whispered, and disappeared back into the corridor. Ava waited until she was sure he was gone, then opened the first electrical panel. The wiring was complex but not incomprehensible. She identified the circuits controlling the safety systems and began to cut, her hands steady despite the magnitude of what she was doing. Circuit by circuit, she disabled the systems that would allow the test to proceed. She cut backup connections, disabled automatic safety measures, and finally severed the main power lines to the cooling pumps. When the operators tried to begin their test, nothing would work properly. They'd have no choice but to abort. As she worked, she thought about Elena, sleeping peacefully in their shared dormitory, about Elena's little brother, probably dreaming of the games he'd play tomorrow, about all the families in Pripyat who would wake up on April 26th to a normal day instead of a nightmare. She thought about Victor, who'd helped her despite his fear, about all the plant workers who would go home to their families instead of dying in the explosion or spending their lives battling radiation sickness. When the last wire was cut, Ava sat back on her heels, exhausted but triumphant. She'd done it. She'd prevented one of the worst disasters in human history. The journey back to her own time was easier than she'd expected. She simply returned to the dormitory, waited for a thunderstorm to begin, and sang the mysterious melody from the record while holding a piece of vinyl she'd found in the cultural centre. The same blue light enveloped her, the same sensation of reality folding and then darkness. She woke in her mother's study, the record still spinning on the turntable. But something was wrong. The room looked different, smaller, shabbier. The boxes of historical documents were gone, replaced by stacks of unpaid bills and medical texts she didn't recognise. Ava ran to the hospital, her heart pounding with hope. If she'd prevented Chernobyl, maybe she'd changed everything. Maybe Luca had never been exposed to experimental radiation therapy because the field had developed differently. She found room 314, but it was empty. Panic seized her until a nurse explained that patient rooms had been renumbered. Luca Reyes was in the rehabilitation wing, she was told. He'd woken up 2 days ago. The rehabilitation wing was brighter, cheerier than the intensive care unit. Ava found Luca sitting by a window, looking thin but alert. When he saw her, his face broke into a smile, but it was different somehow. Less confident, more hesitant. Ava, God, it's good to see you. I was so worried when I heard about the accident. His voice carried a slight stutter she'd never noticed before. Accident? She sat beside him, studying his face. He looked like her brother, but something fundamental had changed. The explosion at the lab. I'm so lucky I was just a part-time janitor there. I could have been killed. He shook his head. I keep thinking about how close I came to disaster. Maybe it's time I went back to school, studied something safer, like literature or music. Ava's blood turned to ice. Luca, what about your research? Your work on radiation therapy? He looked at her blankly. What research? Ava, I dropped out of college 3 years ago. You know that. I've been working odd jobs ever since, trying to figure out what to do with my life. The room spun around her. This wasn't her brother, not the brilliant scientist who'd shown her how mathematics could create music, who'd dedicated his life to healing others. This was a different person entirely, someone who'd never found his passion, never realised his potential. Over the following days, as Luca recovered from what turned out to be minor injuries from a laboratory accident, Ava began to understand the full scope of what she'd done. Without the Chernobyl disaster, radiation medicine had developed slowly, haltingly. The techniques that could have saved her brother in the original timeline had never been invented. But worse than that, she discovered that nuclear accidents had actually increased in this timeline. Without the wake-up call of Chernobyl, safety standards had remained lax. Smaller disasters occurred regularly around the world, and because the medical techniques to treat radiation exposure were primitive, the death toll was far higher. She found newspaper articles about reactor meltdowns in India, Japan and Brazil. Each one killed hundreds or thousands of people who could have been saved with the advanced treatments that existed in her original timeline. By preventing one disaster, she'd enabled dozens of others. The weight of what she'd done crushed down on her. She'd saved a few thousand people in Pripyat and condemned millions around the world to death from radiation poisoning over the decades that followed. She'd erased her brother's brilliant career, turning him into a shadow of himself. And somewhere in 1986, Elena had lived. But at what cost? The record was still in her mother's study, though many of the Soviet artifacts were gone. Her mother's career had apparently taken a different path without the historical significance of Chernobyl to study. Ava stared at the vinyl for hours, torn between grief and determination. She could go back. She could undo what she'd done, restore the original timeline. But that meant Eleanor would die. It meant Victor would die. It meant watching disaster unfold when she had the power to prevent it. The choice felt impossible, until she thought about Luca, not the broken version lying in the hospital, but her real brother, the one who'd composed music about quantum mechanics and dedicated his life to healing others. That Luca would understand. He'd accept the tragedy of one disaster to prevent the greater suffering that followed. And maybe, just maybe, she could find a way to save Elena without destroying the future. The return journey to 1986 came easier this time. She knew what to expect, how to navigate the sensation of reality shifting around her. She materialised in the same dormitory room, but now she had only hours before the test was scheduled to begin. Eleanor was preparing for the evening's cultural performance, humming cheerfully as she pressed her pioneer uniform. When she saw Ava, her face lit up. "There you are. I was worried you were getting sick. You looked so pale at breakfast." Ava's heart ached as she looked at her friend, really looked at her. Elena was so young, so full of life and dreams. In a few hours, if Ava did what she knew she had to do, Elena would be dead. "Elena," she said carefully, "do you have family outside Pripyat? Anywhere you could visit?" "My grandmother lives in Kiev. Why?" I think you should go see her. Today. Right now." Eleanor laughed. "Don't be silly. We have the performance tonight. The whole town is coming. I can't miss it." Ava tried a different approach. "What if I told you something terrible was going to happen? What if I said you needed to leave town immediately?" "I'd say you've been reading too many Western spy novels," Eleanor teased. But something in Ava's expression made her smile fade. "Ava, what's wrong? You look terrified." There was no way to explain without sounding insane. Instead, Ava pulled Elena into a fierce hug. "I need you to promise me something. Tonight, after the performance, don't go home. Go to your grandmother's, take your little brother, leave tonight and don't come back for at least a week." "But why? Please, just trust me. It's important." Eleanor studied her face for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "All right, if it means that much to you." Ava spent the rest of the day saying goodbye to people who didn't know they were in danger. She watched children playing in the park, couples walking hand in hand, families enjoying what might be their last normal evening together. Each face she memorised, each laugh she treasured, knowing that in a few hours their world would change forever. At the cultural centre, she performed with the choir one last time, her voice soaring over the familiar Soviet songs while her heart broke. When the performance ended and the audience applauded, she slipped away into the night. She didn't go to the nuclear plant this time. Instead, she found a hill overlooking Pripyat and sat down to wait. The stolen wire cutters lay unused in her pocket. This time, she wouldn't interfere. History would unfold as it was meant to, no matter how much it hurt to let it happen. At 1:23 a.m. on April 26, 1986, the sky lit up with an orange glow. The explosion was smaller than she'd expected, more of a violent flash than the mushroom cloud of her imagination. But she could feel it in her bones, the wrongness of atoms split apart, of nature's fundamental forces unleashed where they didn't belong. Sirens began to wail across the city. Emergency vehicles raced toward the plant while residents stumbled from their apartments, confused and frightened. Ava closed her eyes and sang the melody from the record, the same haunting tune that had brought her here. The blue light enveloped her one final time, and she let it carry her home. She woke in her mother's study to find everything exactly as it had been before her first journey. The boxes of Soviet documents were back, the historical artifacts in their proper places. Even the record looked the same, though something told her it would never work again. Ava ran to the hospital, hope and fear warring in her chest. Room 314, always room 314. The door was open, and she could hear voices inside, her mother's, and another one she'd feared she might never hear again. "Did you hear the music?" Luca was saying, his voice weak but unmistakably intelligent, unmistakably her brother. While I was unconscious, I kept hearing this incredible melody. I think it gave me an idea for a new treatment protocol. Marina was crying, tears of joy streaming down her face as she held her son's hand. "The doctors say you're going to make a full recovery, and there's a research grant waiting for you when you're ready. Something about second-generation radiation therapies for disaster response." Ava leaned against the doorframe, her own tears flowing freely. This was her brother, the real one, the brilliant scientist who would save thousands of lives with his research. The brother who composed music about quantum mechanics and saw connections between art and science that no one else could imagine. When he saw her, his face broke into the smile she'd missed so desperately. "Ava, come here. I want to tell you about this amazing dream I had. There was this song, and somehow it explained everything about radiation decay and cellular repair." She hugged him carefully, mindful of the medical equipment still attached to his body. Over his shoulder, she could see through the window to the parking lot below where a news van was pulling up. The reporter who climbed out was someone she recognised from her altered timeline, a journalist who'd made her career covering nuclear disasters around the world. But in this timeline, he was here to report on medical breakthroughs instead of tragedy. The story would be about hope rather than despair, about science finding ways to heal instead of harm. Later, after the doctors had finished their examinations and declared Luca's recovery nothing short of miraculous, Ava returned to her mother's study. The record sat on the turntable where she'd left it, innocuous and silent. She lifted it carefully, studying the Cyrillic text on the label. Somehow she could read it now, not the words themselves, but their meaning. Some songs should only be sung once. Understanding flooded through her. The record wasn't just a time travel device. It was a test, a choice offered to someone facing an impossible decision. She'd been given the power to rewrite history, but also the wisdom to understand that some events, no matter how tragic, served a greater purpose. Chernobyl had been a disaster, yes. Thousands had died, hundreds of thousands had suffered, but it had also been a wake-up call that changed how the world approached nuclear safety. The research it inspired had saved millions of lives over the decades that followed. The medical advances it necessitated had given her brother his life's work. Eleanor was gone, along with Victor and thousands of others, but their sacrifice had meaning, had prevented countless greater tragedies. In trying to spare them, Ava had learned that sometimes the most loving thing you can do is let people face their fate with dignity, while working to ensure their suffering serves a purpose. She placed the record in a glass display case her mother used for the most precious artifacts, then locked it carefully. The key went into her jewellery box, buried beneath earrings and necklaces she rarely wore. "Some songs should only be sung once," she whispered to her reflection in the glass. From down the hall she could hear Luca's voice, animated and excited as he explained his new research ideas to their mother. He was talking about establishing treatment centres in areas prone to nuclear accidents, about developing protocols that could be deployed rapidly in disaster zones. Ava smiled through her tears. Elena's death had not been in vain. Victor's sacrifice had meaning. The disaster that had shaped their world's nuclear policies had led to this moment. Her brother, alive and brilliant and ready to save the world in his own way. She would never play the record again. But she would never forget the lesson it had taught her, that love sometimes means accepting tragedy, that wisdom lies in understanding which battles to fight and which to let the universe handle on its own. The note that broke the world had also taught her how to let it heal. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The cemetery stretched before Theo Maddox like a forgotten conversation. all weathered headstones and overgrown ivy that caught the late afternoon light in shades of amber and rust. He'd been coming here for months now, ever since the dream started. Dreams of his father standing in this exact spot, checking his pocket watch against the sun. Dad had always been obsessed with time, with the precise mechanics of celestial movement, with the way shadows fell at different angles depending on the season. Now, 2 years after his disappearance, Theo found himself drawn to the same mysteries. At 16, Theo had learned to navigate the world by staying invisible. School was bearable only because he could slip between classes unnoticed, his astronomy textbook tucked under his arm like armour. His mother worried about his solitary habits, the way he'd rather spend Saturday afternoons in Laurel Hill Cemetery than at the mall with kids his age. But there was something about the quiet here that steadied him, something about the permanence of stone and earth that made the chaos in his head settle into manageable patterns. The sundial sat in the cemetery's oldest section, nearly hidden by a tangle of wild roses and Virginia creeper. Theo had noticed it weeks ago, a bronze disc mounted on a limestone base, its surface green with age and spider-webbed with tiny cracks. What made it unusual wasn't its condition, but what was missing. The gnomon, the triangular piece that should have cast shadows across the numbered hours, was gone. Only a small hole remained in the centre, like a wound that had never healed. Today felt different, though. The air hummed with an electric tension that reminded Theo of the moments before thunderstorms, when the atmosphere itself seemed to hold its breath. He checked his phone. 11:58 a.m. Solar noon was approaching, that precise moment when the sun reached its highest point and shadows fell straight down. His father had taught him to calculate it, to account for longitude and the equation of time, to find that perfect instant when day balanced on the edge of a blade. Theo pulled out his journal, a leather-bound notebook he'd been filling with observations and sketches for the past year. He documented everything. The angle of morning light through his bedroom window, the patterns of bird migration, the way clock hands moved with mechanical precision while human time felt elastic and unreliable. Writing helped him think, helped him process the persistent feeling that something important was just beyond his understanding. As the minutes ticked toward noon, Theo found himself kneeling beside the sundial. The bronze was warm under his palm, almost pulsing with accumulated sunlight. He traced the hour markings with his finger, wondering who had made this thing, why it had been placed in a cemetery, why someone had taken its gnomon. The craftsmanship was exquisite, far more detailed than the simple sundials you'd find in garden centres. Mathematical equations were etched along the rim in a script so small he had to squint to read them. 12 exactly. Solar noon. Without thinking, Theo pressed his entire hand flat against the centre of the dial, covering the empty hole where the gnomon should have been. The bronze was suddenly, searingly hot. The air around him began to bend and shimmer like heat waves rising from summer pavement, and he felt a tugging sensation deep in his chest, as if invisible hands were pulling him backward through time itself. The world lurched. Colour drained away, then flooded back in impossible saturation. The cemetery dissolved like watercolours in rain, replaced by something that made no sense. Muddy streets, wooden buildings, the acrid smell of coal smoke and unwashed bodies. Theo's knees hit cobblestones hard enough to send shockwaves up his spine, and when he looked up, gasping, he was no longer alone. A man in a blue coat with brass buttons was stumbling toward him, one hand pressed against a spreading red stain on his chest. British uniform, Theo realised with the kind of crystal clarity that sometimes comes with shock. Revolutionary War era, his mind supplied helpfully, as if he were taking a history exam instead of experiencing something impossible. "You," the soldier whispered, reaching out with a trembling hand. The sun holds the key." His fingers pressed something into Theo's palm, a folded piece of parchment that felt ancient and brittle. Banneker knew, Franklin knew, the shadow must fall true, or all of this. He gestured weakly at the bustling street around them. All of this will unravel. Then he collapsed, and Theo was left holding a map drawn in fading ink surrounded by the sounds and smells of colonial Philadelphia. Horse hooves on cobblestones, vendors calling out their wares, and underneath it all a tension so thick he could taste it. The electric anticipation of a world about to change forever. The date hit him like a physical blow, when he saw a broadsheet being hawked by a boy no older than himself, July the 2nd, 1776. The day before the Declaration of Independence would be signed. The day before, everything changed. Theo's hands shook as he unfolded the map the dying soldier had given him. It showed the streets of Philadelphia in meticulous detail, but overlaid with astronomical calculations and what looked like architectural drawings. At the centre was Independence Hall, with detailed sketches of its rooftop and what appeared to be another sundial, this one complete, with mathematical notations scattered around the margins in 2 different hands. One set of notes was labelled BB, in careful, scholarly script. Benjamin Banneker, Theo realised, the free black astronomer and mathematician he'd read about in his father's books. The other handwriting was messier, more hurried, signed with a flourish, BF, Benjamin Franklin. A journal was tucked into the map's folds, bound in cracked leather and filled with observations that made Theo's breath catch. Banneker had been studying temporal convergences, moments when the alignment of celestial bodies created brief windows in the fabric of time itself, and Franklin, ever the practical inventor, had helped him design a mechanism to harness these convergences, a sundial that could do more than tell time, a sundial that could bend it. The shadow must align at the precise moment of signing, Banneker had written in his meticulous hand. When the delegates put pen to parchment and commit their names to revolution, the gnomon must cast its shadow upon the marked point. The convergence window will remain open for 48 hours, no more. If the alignment fails, if the shadow falls even slightly askew, the traveller will be trapped in the echo of what was. 48 hours. Theo felt the weight of that deadline settle on his shoulders like a lead cloak. He had 2 days to figure out how to activate a sundial he'd never seen, using knowledge he barely understood, in a time period where he stood out like a sore thumb. Speaking of which, Theo looked down at his clothes and winced. Jeans, sneakers, and a NASA t-shirt weren't exactly period appropriate. He needed to blend in, and fast, because people were already starting to stare at the strange boy who'd appeared from nowhere. "You there?" A voice cracked like a whip behind him. "British spy!" Theo turned to see 3 young men approaching, their faces twisted with suspicion and anger. Patriots, he guessed, looking for enemies in every shadow. One carried a tarred stick, another clutched a bag that Theo really hoped didn't contain feathers. "I'm not," Theo started, but his modern accent, his strange clothes, his obvious confusion marked him as an outsider. The crowd was gathering now, feeding off the patriots' anger, and Theo realised with growing panic that colonial justice was swift and brutal. He ran, through narrow alleys that stank of garbage and human waste, past windows where candlelight flickered behind oiled paper, around corners where shadows pooled like black water. His sneakers slipped on the muddy cobblestones, but they were better than period footwear for this kind of desperate flight. Behind him, shouts echoed off the wooden buildings as more people joined the chase. Theo ducked into a doorway and pressed himself against the wall, trying to control his breathing. The journal was still clutched in his hand, its leather warm from his grip. He had to find Independence Hall, had to figure out how to access the rooftop sundial Banneker and Franklin had designed. But first he needed help. He needed someone who understood this world, someone who could teach him to navigate its dangers. Lost, are we? Theo spun around to find a slight figure standing in the shadows, a boy about his own age, dressed in the rough clothes of a working-class youth. Dark hair was tucked under a knitted cap, and intelligent eyes studied Theo with wary curiosity. "You're not from around here," the boy continued, and something in the voice made Theo look closer. The features were delicate beneath the grime, the hands small and soft despite the callous disguise. "You're a girl," Theo said, and immediately regretted it when those intelligent eyes flashed with alarm. "Keep your voice down," she hissed, pulling him deeper into the alley. "And keep that observation to yourself if you want my help. I'm Lena, and I make my living running messages for people who pay better than they ask questions. What's your story, strange boy with the stranger clothes?" Theo made a split-second decision to trust her. Something about her reminded him of himself, someone living on the margins, surviving by staying invisible. "I'm Theo, and I need to get inside Independence Hall." Lena's laugh was sharp as broken glass. "You and half the spies in Philadelphia. The place is locked up tighter than a miser's purse. What with all the delegate business going on? Why would a British agent want to—" "I'm not a British agent," Theo interrupted. He paused, realising how insane the truth would sound. I'm trying to prevent something terrible from happening, something that could change history." "Aren't we all?" Lena said dryly. But she was studying the journal in his hands with growing interest. "That writing, I've seen work like that before. You know what that is." "Banneker's notes," Theo said carefully, "and Franklin's." Lena's eyes widened. "You're either very well connected or very dangerous. Possibly both." She seemed to come to a decision. "All right, strange Theo. I'll help you, but not out of the goodness of my heart. I want payment, and I want answers. And if you're lying to me about not being a spy, I know people who'll make you regret it." The next few hours passed in a blur of careful planning and nervous reconnaissance. Lena knew Philadelphia like a cat knows rooftops, and she guided Theo through the safest routes to observe Independence Hall from a distance. The building was indeed heavily guarded, with British soldiers stationed at every entrance and Patriot watchmen keeping careful count of everyone who went in and out. "The delegates are nervous," Lena explained as they watched from the shadows across the street. "Word is they're going to vote on something big tomorrow, something that'll change everything. The whole city's holding its breath. Tomorrow, July 3rd, 1776. The day the Continental Congress would approve the Declaration of Independence, though it wouldn't be signed by most delegates until August. But according to Banneker's notes, the critical moment was when John Hancock first put his name to the document, 2:13 p.m., if the historical records Theo half remembered were correct. "I need to get onto the roof," Theo said, studying the building's architecture. "There's something up there I have to fix." "The sundial," Lena said, surprising him. "I've seen it. Wondered why anyone would put such a fancy timepiece where nobody could see it properly." "You've been on the roof?" "Chimney sweep's apprentice has access to all sorts of places," Lena grinned. "One of many jobs I've held. The trick is having the right credentials at the right time." They spent the evening planning, huddled in the back room of a tavern where Lena was known and trusted. She sketched the building's layout from memory while Theo studied Banneker's calculations, trying to understand the precise mechanics of what he needed to do. The sundial on Independence Hall's roof was more complex than the broken one in the cemetery. According to the notes, Franklin had incorporated clockwork mechanisms that would adjust the gnomon's angle automatically, accounting for the building's orientation and the equation of time. All Theo had to do was replace the missing gnomon, a triangular piece of metal that had apparently been melted down for musket balls when the revolution began in earnest. "Franklin has a workshop," Lena said, tracing her finger along one of Banneker's sketches. "Hidden beneath Dunlap's print shop on Market Street. If anyone would have the tools to forge a new gnomon, it'd be him." "How do you know about Franklin's workshop?" Lena's smile was enigmatic. "I told you, I run messages for people who pay well. Dr. Franklin values discretion and skilled hands. He's taught me a thing or two about metalwork and mechanics." There was something she wasn't telling him, Theo realised. Some connection to Franklin or the revolutionary cause that ran deeper than simple message running. But there wasn't time to press for details. Dawn was breaking over Philadelphia, painting the sky the colour of old brass, and they had work to do. The print shop was already bustling with activity when they arrived. Broadsides announcing the impending vote were being rushed through the presses, and the air was thick with ink and paper dust. Lena led Theo through a maze of machinery to a narrow staircase that descended into the building's cellar. Franklin's workshop was a wonderland of invention and experimentation. Electrical apparatus lined the walls alongside optical devices, clockwork mechanisms and tools for precision metalwork. In the centre of the room sat a furnace that could reach the temperatures needed to work bronze and silver. "He'll be at the State House all day," Lena said, lighting a lamp with practised efficiency, "arguing with the other delegates about the exact wording of their grand declaration. We have until evening to finish our work." Theo spread Banneker's sketches across Franklin's work table, studying the precise specifications for the sundial's gnomon. It wasn't a simple triangular piece of metal. The design incorporated subtle curves that would account for seasonal variations in the sun's path, and the tip was weighted with a small sphere that would cast a perfectly round shadow at the critical moment. "You know metalworking?" Lena asked, already gathering the tools they'd need. "My father taught me some basics," Theo said, though he was far from expert, "and I've studied the theory." "Theory's fine, but this work requires feel," Lena said, testing the heat of the furnace with a practised hand. "Lucky for you, I've been apprenticed to half the metalworkers in Philadelphia at one time or another." They worked through the day, taking turns at the forge and the shaping tools. Bronze was tricky to work with. Too hot and it became brittle, too cool and it wouldn't hold the precise angles they needed. Theo found himself falling into the rhythm of the work, his hands remembering skills his father had taught him during long summer afternoons in their garage workshop. "Why are you really helping me?" Theo asked during a break, watching Lena examine their progress with a critical eye. "Maybe I believe your story about preventing something terrible," she said, without looking up. "Or maybe I'm just curious to see what happens when someone tries to repair Banneker's temporal mechanism. You know what it really is? I know Dr. Franklin doesn't build ordinary sundials," Lena said. "And I know Benjamin Banneker's calculations go far beyond simple astronomy. I've carried messages between them for months, watched them argue about temporal convergences and celestial mechanics. I may not understand all the theory, but I recognise the importance of their work." As evening approached, their gnomon began to take its final shape. The bronze gleamed like captured sunlight, and when Theo tested its balance, it felt perfect in his hands, weighted correctly, angled precisely, ready to cast the shadow that would either send him home or trap him forever in the past. "Now comes the hard part," Lena said, banking the forge's fire, "getting onto that rooftop without being shot as a spy or saboteur." They made their way through Philadelphia's darkening streets, avoiding the patrols of British soldiers and Patriot watchmen. The city felt electric with anticipation. Tomorrow would bring the vote that would either birth a new nation or condemn its leaders to the gallows. Every shadow could hide an enemy. Every stranger could be a spy. Independence. Hall loomed against the night sky, its windows glowing with candlelight as the delegates worked late into the evening. Guards were posted at every entrance, and even the normally accessible areas were sealed off. There, Lena pointed to a narrow alley that ran along the building's east side. "Service entrance for the chimney sweeps. I still have credentials from my last job there." She produced a battered piece of paper bearing official seals and signatures. In the dim light, it would pass inspection long enough to get them inside. "You're sure about this?" Theo asked, feeling the weight of the bronze gnomon in his jacket pocket. "Too late for second thoughts now," Lena said. "Besides, I want to see if your theory about temporal convergences actually works." The service entrance was guarded by a single drowsy soldier who barely glanced at Lena's credentials before waving them through. They climbed narrow staircases and service ladders, following routes Lena knew by heart, until they reached the building's uppermost level. The rooftop sundial was even more impressive than Banneker's sketches had suggested. Built into a circular platform of white marble, it incorporated not just the traditional hour markings, but complex astronomical calculations that covered the entire surface. At its centre, a small pedestal waited for the gnomon that would complete the mechanism. "It's beautiful," Theo breathed, running his fingers over the intricate engravings. "And it's been waiting for this moment for months," Lena said, consulting a pocket watch. "According to Banneker's calculations, the convergence begins at sunrise. We have a few hours to make sure everything is properly aligned." They worked by lamplight, checking and rechecking the sundial's orientation against the stars. Theo consulted Banneker's notes while Lena made minute adjustments to the dial's positioning, using tools hidden in a compartment beneath the marble base. As dawn approached, clouds began gathering on the horizon, thick grey masses that threatened to obscure the sun at the critical moment. Theo felt his stomach clench with anxiety. All their careful preparation would be worthless if the sky was overcast when the declaration was signed. "Weather's always unpredictable in July," Lena said, noticing his worried glances at the sky. "But Banneker accounted for that. Look here." She pointed to a series of calculations along the sundial's rim that dealt with atmospheric refraction and partial cloud cover. Even if the sun was partially obscured, as long as some direct light reached the gnomon, the shadow would still fall true. The morning of July 3rd dawned grey and humid, with intermittent breaks in the cloud cover that sent shafts of golden light dancing across the rooftop. Below them, Philadelphia was already stirring with the energy of a momentous day. Church bells rang the hours, and crowds gathered in the streets outside Independence Hall waiting for news of the delegates' decision. Theo and Lena took turns monitoring the sundial and watching the activity below. Around noon, the delegates began arriving for what everyone knew would be the final session. John Hancock, President of the Continental Congress, entered with his characteristic confident stride, followed by the other men who would either make history or die trying. "It's almost time," Lena said, checking her pocket watch against the sundial's shadow. The clouds were thickening, but breaks still appeared regularly, sending brief floods of sunlight across the marble surface. 2:00 p.m. Theo positioned the bronze gnomon carefully in its socket, making final adjustments to ensure perfect alignment. His hands were steady despite the magnitude of what he was attempting, and he found himself thinking of his father, wherever he was, whenever he was, who had started him on this impossible journey. 2:10 p.m. Thunder rumbled in the distance and the first fat raindrops began to fall. Through the building's windows, Theo could see the delegates gathered around a table where a large document lay waiting for signatures. 2:12 p.m. The rain was falling harder now, but the sun still broke through in brief, brilliant moments. Theo crouched beside the sundial, watching the gnomon's shadow creep across the marble toward the precisely etched X that marked the convergence point. 2:13 p.m. Through the rain and the gathering gloom, a single powerful shaft of sunlight burst through the clouds and struck the bronze gnomon with perfect clarity. The shadow it cast was sharp and dark against the white marble, stretching across the complex astronomical calculations toward its target. Below them, in the assembly room, John Hancock lifted his pen and signed his name to the Declaration of Independence with a flourish large enough for the King of England to read without his spectacles. The shadow wavered for a moment, dancing on the edge of the marked point as thunder crashed overhead. Then, with a precision that spoke of months of careful calculation and preparation, it fell exactly where it was meant to fall, directly on the X that Banneker and Franklin had carved into the heart of their temporal mechanism. The sundial pulsed with heat that Theo felt through the soles of his shoes. The air around them began to bend and shimmer, and he heard Lena gasp as the familiar sensation of time folding in on itself washed over them both. "Theo!" she called out, but her voice sounded distant and distorted, as if it were travelling through water. The world dissolved into light and motion, colours bleeding together like watercolours in rain. Theo felt himself falling through time, past and present, blurring until he couldn't tell which direction was forward and which was back. Then silence, cold air, the smell of damp earth and old roses. Theo opened his eyes to find himself kneeling beside the cemetery sundial where his journey had begun. Fog swirled around the weathered headstones, and the late afternoon light had the golden quality that came just before sunset. His modern clothes were back, his phone was in his pocket, and the journal filled with his observations was nowhere to be found. But the sundial was different. The cracks in its bronze surface had been repaired, and it gleamed like new metal. At its centre, a gnomon cast a perfect shadow across the hour markings, the same gnomon he had forged in Franklin's workshop, now somehow transported forward through time. A new brass plaque had been mounted on the limestone base, its surface bright and unweathered despite its historical date. In honour of TM, unsung patriot and keeper of time, his shadow falls true across the centuries. July 2nd, 1776. Theo reached out to touch the gnomon, and found it warm despite the cool air. As his fingers closed around the bronze, he felt a brief pulse of energy, an echo of that moment when time had bent around their desperate plan and carried him home. In his other hand something crinkled, a folded piece of parchment, edges brown with age but somehow preserved across the centuries. He opened it carefully to find a note written in familiar handwriting. The convergence holds, the shadow falls true. History remembers those who serve in silence, and time itself honours the courage of forgotten souls. Thank you for keeping the promise our founders made to the future. L. Lena. Somehow she'd known this moment would come, had prepared for it across the vast gulf of time that separated them. Theo looked around the cemetery, wondering if she too had found her way home, or if she had chosen to remain in that pivotal moment when the world changed forever. The sun was setting now, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose. Theo stood slowly, his legs unsteady after his journey through time, and began walking toward the cemetery gates. Behind him, the restored sundial continued its ancient work, marking the passage of hours with perfect precision, its shadow falling true across the centuries just as the plaque promised. As he reached the street, Theo turned back for one last look at the sundial that had become his doorway through time. The bronze gnomon caught the last rays of sunlight and seemed to glow within a fire, a beacon spanning the centuries, connecting past and present in ways that defied understanding, but honoured the mysterious forces that shaped history. In his pocket, his phone buzzed with a text message from his mother, asking when he'd be home for dinner. Normal life was calling him back, but Theo knew he would never be quite the same. He had seen the moment when ordinary people chose to do extraordinary things, had participated in the delicate machinery of history itself, had learned that sometimes the most important work happens in shadows and silence. The warm bronze gnomon in his hand was proof that some journeys leave permanent marks, that courage echoes across time, and that even the smallest actions can help bend the arc of history toward hope. As Theo walked home through the gathering dusk, he found himself already planning his next visit to the cemetery, wondering what other secrets the repaired sundial might reveal to someone who understood that time was not a river flowing in one direction, but an ocean with currents that could carry the brave and desperate back to moments when everything balanced on the edge of change. Behind him, the sundial continued its patient work, casting shadows that fell true across the centuries, keeping time for a world that had been shaped by the quiet courage of those who served history from the margins and asked for nothing more than the satisfaction of work well done. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The brass nameplate gleamed under the museum's harsh fluorescent lights. Personal effects. RMS Titanic. April 15th, 1912. Maya Chen pressed her face closer to the glass case, her breath fogging the surface as she studied the collection of artifacts recovered from the ocean floor. A child's leather shoe, barely larger than her palm. A woman's silver hairpin, still holding strands of dark hair after more than a century underwater. And there, nestled in the corner like a sleeping animal, was the pocket watch that had haunted her dreams for weeks. She'd first seen it in a documentary 3 months ago, during one of her late-night research binges about the Titanic disaster. The narrator had mentioned it only briefly. A gold pocket watch belonging to Thomas Andrews, the ship's designer, found clutched in the skeletal remains of what they believed to be his body in the wreck's debris field. But Maya had paused the video, rewound it, and stared at that tarnished timepiece for hours. Something about it called to her, whispered to her in ways she couldn't explain to her parents or her best friend Jenna, who'd grown tired of Maya's Titanic obsession months ago. Now, standing in the Maritime Museum of the Atlantic in Halifax, Nova Scotia, during what was supposed to be a fun family vacation, Maya felt that same inexplicable pull. Her parents and younger brother had moved on to the exhibit about modern shipping lanes, but she'd lingered, drawn back to this case like metal filings to a magnet. The watch sat there, its face cracked but still visible, its hands frozen at 2:17 a.m., the approximate time the Titanic had vanished beneath the waves, taking 1,517 souls with it. Maya glanced around the dimly lit gallery. A security guard dozed in a chair near the entrance, his chin tucked against his chest. The other visitors had drifted toward the more interactive exhibits in the main hall. She was alone with the artifacts, alone with the stories they contained. Her heart hammered against her ribs as she reached into her backpack and pulled out the small toolkit she'd brought, ostensibly for the model ship they were supposed to build together as a family activity later that afternoon. Her hands trembled as she selected a thin metal pick, the kind used for detail work. She'd studied the case's locking mechanism during their first pass through the gallery. It was old, simple, more for show than actual security. The real protection was supposed to be the guards, the cameras, the assumption that no 17-year-old girl would be stupid enough to tamper with priceless historical artifacts. But Maya had stopped caring about consequences weeks ago, when the dreams had started. Dreams where she walked the Titanic's decks, heard the orchestra playing in the distance, felt the vibration of the great engines beneath her feet. Dreams that felt more real than her actual life in suburban Portland, where she spent her days counting down the minutes until graduation, and her nights researching a disaster that had happened over a century before her birth. The lock clicked open with surprising ease. Maya's breath caught in her throat as she lifted the glass top just enough to slip her hand inside. The watch was heavier than she'd expected, its gold surface still bearing the patina of salt water and time. As her fingers closed around it, the metal felt warm despite having spent decades in the ocean's icy depths. The moment her skin made contact with the watch, the world shifted. The museum's fluorescent lights flickered and dimmed. The distant hum of air conditioning faded to silence. Maya tried to pull her hand back, but her muscles wouldn't respond. The watch in her palm began to vibrate, then to tick, a sound she felt in her bones rather than heard with her ears. Each tick sent ripples through her vision until the museum walls wavered like heat mirages. The last thing she remembered was the security guard stirring in his chair, his eyes widening as he saw her hunched over the opened display case. Then darkness swallowed her whole. Maya awoke to the sound of violins. The music drifted across the night air, elegant and haunting, a waltz she recognised but couldn't place. She was lying on her back, staring up at a canopy of stars more brilliant than any she'd ever seen, unpolluted by city lights or smog. The air was sharp and clean, carrying the scent of ocean brine and coal smoke. Beneath her, she felt the gentle roll and pitch of a ship cutting through calm seas. She sat up slowly, her head spinning. Around her, the deck stretched in both directions, polished wood gleaming under electric lights strung like jewels along the railings. Passengers strolled past in evening wear that belonged in a period film, men in tailcoats and white bow ties, women in elaborate gowns with bustles and long trains that swept the deck as they walked. Some leaned against the rails, pointing out constellations to their companions. Others clustered around deck chairs, their voices a low murmur of conversation punctuated by laughter. Maya looked down at herself, expecting to see her jeans and museum hoodie, but instead found herself wearing a simple wool dress in navy blue, with a white collar and cuffs. Her modern sneakers had been replaced by leather boots that laced up past her ankles. The pocket watch was still clutched in her right hand, but now it ticked steadily, its hands moving in their eternal circuit around the dial. This had to be a dream, the most vivid, detailed dream she'd ever experienced, but a dream nonetheless. She'd fallen asleep at the museum, probably hit her head when she fainted, and now her Titanic-obsessed brain was creating this elaborate fantasy. She'd wake up soon in a hospital room with her parents hovering anxiously nearby, and this would all be an embarrassing story to tell at family gatherings. But the deck felt solid beneath her feet as she stood. The night air bit at her exposed skin, raising goosebumps along her arms. When a steward in a white jacket approached and asked in a crisp British accent if she needed assistance, his voice sounded completely real, not like the fuzzy underwater quality of voices in dreams. "I'm fine," Maya managed, her own voice sounding strange to her ears. "Just getting some air." The steward smiled and moved on, but not before Maya caught sight of the brass buttons on his uniform. Each one bore the logo she'd memorised from months of research. A crown above the letters WSL, White Star Line, the shipping company that had owned and operated the RMS Titanic. Maya's legs nearly gave out as the impossible truth hit her. Somehow, someway, she was aboard the Titanic. Not a replica, not a museum exhibit or theme park attraction, but the actual ship that had sailed from Southampton on April 10th, 1912, carrying 2,224 passengers and crew toward its date with an iceberg in the North Atlantic. She stumbled toward the nearest railing, gripping the polished brass with both hands as she stared out at the dark ocean. The water was mirror smooth, reflecting the stars like scattered diamonds. There was no wind, no waves, just the steady throb of the great engines propelling them westward at 22 knots toward New York City, toward destiny. Maya fumbled in the pocket of her unfamiliar dress and found a small piece of paper, a ticket stub. Her heart stopped as she read the faded ink. RMS Titanic, April 14th, 1912. Third-class passenger, berth 427. April 14th, the night the ship hit the iceberg. The night 1,500 people died. She had maybe 4 hours before impact. The thought should have sent her into a panic, but instead Maya found herself thinking with startling clarity. She'd spent months studying every detail of the disaster, the timeline, the passenger manifests, the survivor accounts. She knew that First Officer William Murdoch would spot the iceberg at 11:40 p.m. and order the engines reversed and the ship to turn hard to port. She knew that the impact would tear a series of small holes in the ship's hull below the waterline, allowing water to flood the first 6 compartments. She knew that the ship would remain afloat for another 2 hours and 40 minutes, giving passengers and crew time to launch lifeboats, though there weren't nearly enough for everyone aboard. Maya also knew exactly where she needed to be to survive. Lifeboat 6 would be launched from the port side at 12:55 a.m, carrying only 28 people, despite having capacity for 65. She could make her way there now, claim a spot, and ride out the disaster in relative safety. The boat would be picked up by the Carpathia at dawn, and she'd live to tell her impossible tale. But as she watched the elegant passengers stroll past, couples holding hands, children skipping alongside their parents, elderly men smoking cigars while they discussed business, Maya felt her stomach twist into knots. These people had no idea what was coming. They were enjoying what many of them believed would be the voyage of a lifetime aboard the most luxurious ship ever built. In a few hours, most of them would be dead. Should she warn them? Could she warn them without sounding completely insane? And if she did manage to convince someone in authority, what then? Would changing history create some kind of paradox? Or would her actions simply ensure that the disaster happened exactly as it was supposed to? Maya's philosophical debate was interrupted by a commotion near the ship's grand staircase. A young woman about her own age was arguing with a steward, her voice rising above the genteel murmur of conversation. She had dark hair pinned back in a simple bun, and wore a dress even plainer than Maya's, clearly a third-class passenger who'd somehow made her way up to the first-class promenade deck. "Please, sir, I only want to send a message to my brother in New York," the girl was saying in accented English. Italian, I thought. He'll be waiting at the dock, and if we're delayed... "Third-class passengers aren't permitted to use the ship's wireless except in emergencies," the steward replied stiffly. "I'm afraid you'll have to return to your proper deck immediately." Maya watched the girl's shoulders sag in defeat. She'd studied enough passenger manifests to recognise the type. An immigrant travelling to America with dreams of a better life, probably carrying everything she owned in a single suitcase. The Titanic's rigid class system meant she'd spend most of the voyage confined to the lower decks, with limited access to the ship's amenities, and, when disaster struck, the last priority for lifeboat spaces. Without quite knowing why, Maya found herself walking over to the pair. "Excuse me," she said, adopting the same crisp accent she'd heard from the steward. "I couldn't help overhearing. I'd be happy to send your message for you. I have access to the wireless room." The lie came easily, as if some part of her brain had been preparing for exactly this situation. The steward looked sceptical, but the immigrant girl's face lit up with hope. "Oh, would you? Truly." The girl clasped Maya's hands in both of hers. "My name is Lucia Benedetto. I'm travelling to New York to marry a man my father arranged. I've never met him, but my brother Giuseppe says he's kind, if something should happen to delay our arrival." "Nothing's going to delay our arrival," Maya said, the words tasting like ash in her mouth. "But I'll send your message." "What would you like it to say?" Lucia dictated a brief note to her brother, explaining that she was well and looking forward to seeing him at the dock. Maya memorised every word, knowing she had no intention of actually sending it. What would be the point? By the time any wireless message could reach New York, the Titanic would be at the bottom of the ocean. But as she looked into Lucia's trusting brown eyes, Maya felt something shift inside her chest. This wasn't just history anymore, some abstract tragedy to study and memorise. This was a real person with hopes and fears and people who loved her. A person who deserved better than to die in the freezing North Atlantic, because there weren't enough lifeboats for everyone. "Lucia," Maya said impulsively, "what deck is your cabin on?" "F deck, near the stern," Lucia replied. "It's not much, but it's more than my family could ever afford back in Palermo. This ship, it's like a floating palace, no? F deck." Maya's blood ran cold. F deck was one of the first areas to flood when the ship began taking on water. Passengers quartered there would have the least time to reach the boat deck, and the most obstacles to overcome. Locked gates separating third class from the upper decks, narrow stairways that would become death traps as panicked crowds tried to escape the rising water. "Listen to me carefully," Maya said, lowering her voice. "I need you to do exactly what I say, and I need you to trust me even if it sounds crazy. At 11:30 tonight, I want you to get your family and go up to the boat deck. Don't wait for an alarm or an announcement, just go. Take your lifebelts and get as close to the lifeboats as you can." Lucia's brow furrowed with confusion. "But why?" "The ship is unsinkable. Everyone says so. And third-class passengers aren't allowed on the boat deck except for the scheduled tours." "Promise me," Maya insisted. "Promise me you'll do this. Your life depends on it." The intensity in Maya's voice must have convinced her, because Lucia nodded slowly. "I promise. But how will I know to trust you? What if the stewards turn us away?" Maya pulled the pocket watch from her dress and pressed it into Lucia's hands. Show them this if they give you trouble. Tell them you're with the Andrews family, that's the name engraved inside. And Lucia? When the time comes, don't hesitate. Get in the first lifeboat you can, even if it means leaving people behind. Lucia stared at the watch, her fingers tracing the engraved initials on its case. Thomas Andrews? Isn't he the man who designed the ship? Yes, Maya said, and he's going to die tonight trying to save as many passengers as he can. Don't let his sacrifice be for nothing. Before Lucia could ask any more questions, Maya turned and walked away, her heart pounding. She'd crossed a line now, actively intervened in events she was supposed to observe, but she couldn't bring herself to regret it. If saving one family was all she could accomplish, at least it would be something. The next few hours passed in a strange haze. Maya wandered the ship's opulent interiors, marvelling at details she'd only seen in photographs. The grand staircase with its ornate clock, the first-class dining saloon with its elaborate carved panels, the smoking room where men in evening wear discussed politics and business over cigars and brandy. She memorised faces, knowing that many of them would be famous in death if not in life. There was Margaret Molly Brown, the Denver socialite who would become known as the unsinkable Molly Brown for her heroics in the lifeboats. There was Benjamin Guggenheim, the mining heir who would die after reportedly saying, "We are dressed in our best and are prepared to go down like gentlemen." Maya also spotted some of the ship's officers and crew members whose names she knew from the inquiry transcripts. Captain Edward Smith, making his final voyage before retirement. Chief Officer Henry Wilde, who would die trying to load the lifeboats. Thomas Andrews himself, walking through the ship with a notebook, checking every detail of his magnificent creation. At 10:30 p.m, Maya made her way to the crow's nest, where lookouts Frederick Fleet and Reginald Lee were keeping watch for obstacles ahead. She lingered near the base of the mast, knowing that in just over an hour Fleet would telephone the bridge with the words that would seal the ship's fate. Iceberg right ahead. She could warn them. She could climb up to the crow's nest and tell them to watch for ice on the starboard bow. But would they believe her? Would changing the timing of the warning actually prevent the collision? Or would it just alter the angle of impact in ways that might make the disaster even worse? Maya realised she was paralysed by the magnitude of the choice before her. Every action she took could save lives or cost them. Every word she spoke could ripple outward through history in ways she couldn't predict or control. The weight of knowledge was crushing. She knew exactly what was going to happen, and approximately when, but she had no way of knowing what the consequences of intervention might be. As the ship's clock struck 11:30, Maya thought of Lucia and her family, hopefully making their way up from F-deck with their life preservers. At least she'd done something, even if it was only a small gesture in the face of such overwhelming tragedy. At 11:40 p.m, the lookout's bell rang 3 times, the signal for an obstacle directly ahead. Maya heard Frederick Fleet's voice calling down from the crow's nest. "Iceberg right ahead!" On the bridge, First Officer Murdoch ordered the engine stopped and reversed, then hard a starboard to try to swing the ship's bow around the ice. For a moment it looked like it might work. The great ship began to turn, its bow sliding past the towering mountain of ice that had appeared out of the darkness like a ghost. But the Titanic was simply too massive, moving too fast to avoid contact entirely. Maya felt rather than heard the impact, a grinding, scraping vibration that ran through the ship's hull as the iceberg scraped along the starboard side below the waterline. It lasted maybe 30 seconds, no more, and to most passengers it felt like nothing more than a slight shudder, as if the ship had run over a submerged log. Maya knew better. She knew that those 30 seconds of contact had opened a series of small holes in the ship's supposedly watertight compartments, and that water was already rushing into the forward holds. She knew that Thomas Andrews was probably already making his way below to assess the damage, and that his calculations would reveal the horrible truth. The ship could survive flooding in 4 compartments, but not 5 or 6. Within minutes, Maya could feel a subtle change in the ship's trim as water weight began pulling the bow down. The deck lights seemed to flicker, though that might have been her imagination. Around her, most passengers continued their evening activities, unaware that they were already on a sinking ship. Maya made her way toward the boat deck, where crew members were beginning to uncover the lifeboats under orders from Captain Smith. The officers moved with practiced efficiency, but Maya could see the strain in their faces. They knew the mathematics as well as anyone. 16 lifeboats plus 4 collapsible boats equalled space for maybe 1,178 people. With over 2,200 souls aboard, nearly half would be left behind. The first distress call went out at 12:15 a.m. Maya heard the wireless crackling from the Marconi room as Jack Phillips tapped out the ship's position, and the urgent plea, CQD, CQD, SOS, SOS. Come at once, we have struck a berg. By 12:30, water had reached the ship's name on the bow. The forward well deck was awash, and crew members were struggling to launch the lifeboats in the darkness. The ship's orchestra had assembled on the boat deck and begun playing ragtime tunes to keep passengers calm, though Maya could see the fear in their eyes. She found herself near Lifeboat 6 on the port side, exactly where she'd planned to be. The boat was being prepared for launch by Second Officer Charles Lightoller, who was following the protocol of women and children first, so strictly that he was refusing to allow men into the boats even when they were only half full. A group of first-class passengers clustered nearby. Wealthy women in evening gowns and fur coats, their faces pale with shock and disbelief. Among them, Maya spotted Margaret Brown trying to convince other women to get into the boat. "Come now, ladies," she was saying in her distinctive Colorado accent. "It's just a precaution. We'll be back aboard in time for breakfast." Maya could have stepped forward then, could have claimed her place among the first-class passengers and secured her survival. The boat would launch in 20 minutes with only 28 people aboard. There was definitely room for one more. But as she watched the scene unfold, Maya's attention was caught by a familiar figure near the ship's rail. Lucia stood there with her family, parents, 2 younger siblings, and what looked like grandparents. They were all wearing their life preservers, as Maya had instructed, but they hung back from the crowd around the lifeboat, uncertain and afraid. "Third-class passengers to the rear!" a steward shouted, gesturing them away from the boat. "These boats are for first and second-class passengers only." Maya saw Lucia's father argue with the man in broken English, gesturing toward his family and pointing at the lifeboat. But the steward was adamant, and several male passengers backed him up. There was a natural order to these things, their expressions seemed to say. The wealthy had paid for first-class accommodations, and that included first access to the lifeboats. Without thinking, Maya pushed through the crowd toward Lucia's family. "They're with me," she announced loudly, using the same commanding tone she'd heard from the first-class passengers. "I'm Maya Andrews. My uncle designed this ship. These people are under my protection." The steward looked uncertain, clearly not recognizing her, but unwilling to challenge someone who claimed connection to Thomas Andrews. Maya pressed her advantage, pulling Lucia forward by the arm. "This young woman saved my life earlier when I nearly fainted," she said. "The least I can do is ensure her family's safety." It was a complete fabrication, but delivered with such confidence that the steward stepped aside. Maya helped Lucia, her parents and younger siblings into the lifeboat, though there wasn't room for the grandparents. As the boat was lowered away from the ship's side, Maya saw Lucia's face in the darkness, staring up at her with a mixture of gratitude and confusion. The boat disappeared into the night, carrying 29 souls to safety instead of 28. Maya had saved a family, but in doing so she'd given up her own guaranteed escape route. Lifeboat 6 was gone, and with it her easy path to survival. She could try for another boat, of course. There were still several launches ahead, though they were filling up quickly as word of the ship's conditions spread among the passengers. But Maya found herself thinking of all the people she'd seen in the lower decks during her wandering. Immigrants like Lucia's family, crew members stoking the boilers, children sleeping in their bunks unaware of the danger. How many of them would make it to the boat deck in time? How many would be trapped below as the water rose? Maya looked around at the scene on the boat deck. The controlled panic of the crew, the stunned disbelief of passengers, the heroic efforts of men like Thomas Andrews and the ship's officers to save as many lives as possible. This was history in the making, but it was also human tragedy on an almost incomprehensible scale. The ship's bow was noticeably lower now, and Maya could feel the deck tilting beneath her feet. The orchestra continued playing, their music a defiant counterpoint to the sounds of chaos, the hiss of steam escaping from the funnels, the shouts of officers directing passengers, the splash of lifeboats hitting the water far below. At 1:40 a.m. the last regular lifeboat was launched. Maya had watched them all go, one by one, carrying roughly 700 people to safety, while nearly 1,500 remained aboard the doomed vessel. The collapsible boats were still being prepared, but time was running out. The ship's angle was becoming more pronounced, and passengers were struggling to keep their footing on the increasingly steep deck. Maya made her way toward the stern, where a crowd of people had gathered, mostly men who'd been denied access to the lifeboats, along with crew members who'd stayed behind to keep the ship running as long as possible. Among them, she recognised some faces from her research: the postal workers who'd died trying to save the mail, the engineers who'd kept the power running until the end, the wireless operators who continued sending distress calls until the water reached their equipment. As she climbed higher on the ship's tilting deck, Maya felt a strange sense of peace settling over her. She'd made her choice, not the safe choice, not the smart choice, but the right choice. She'd saved a family, and perhaps that was enough. Perhaps that was what she'd been brought here to do. The ship's lights went out at 2:05 a.m, plunging the scene into darkness broken only by the stars overhead and the distant lights of lifeboats scattered across the water. Emergency lighting flickered on briefly, then died as the ship's generators finally succumbed to the flooding. In the darkness, Maya could hear the sounds of terror. Screaming, praying, the groaning of metal under impossible stress as the ship began to break apart. At 2:17 a.m, the RMS Titanic's stern rose high into the air as the bow section, filled with water, dragged the ship down by the head. Maya clung to a deck chair as the angle became nearly vertical, watching in awe and horror as the great ship's final moments played out exactly as the survivors had described. Then, with a sound like thunder, the ship broke in two just aft of the third funnel. The bow section, already mostly submerged, disappeared immediately into the black water. The stern section, temporarily relieved of the forward weight, settled back into the ocean for a few moments before beginning its own final plunge. Maya felt herself sliding down the deck as the stern tilted toward vertical once again. Around her, hundreds of people were struggling in the same desperate fight against gravity and time. Some jumped into the freezing water, hoping to swim clear of the ship's suction. Others, like Maya, simply held on and waited for the end. As the water rushed up to meet her, Maya closed her eyes and thought of Lucia's face in the lifeboat. The gratitude, the hope, the promise of a life saved. If this was how her story ended, at least it would end with meaning. The icy Atlantic closed over her head with shocking suddenness. For a moment Maya felt herself pulled down by the ship's suction, deeper and deeper into the dark water. Her lungs burned for air, and the cold was so intense it felt like fire. This was it. This was how she would die, just like Thomas Andrews and Captain Smith and all the others who'd chosen duty over survival. But then, just as her vision began to fade, Maya felt something warm against her chest. The pocket watch. Somehow, impossibly, it had found its way back to her. As her fingers closed around it, she felt the same strange vibration she'd experienced in the museum, the same sense of time and space bending around her. Lightning flashed overhead, illuminating the surface of the water far above. But this wasn't natural lightning. It was the same otherworldly energy that had brought her here. As Maya watched, a crack appeared in the fabric of reality itself, a doorway back to her own time. With the last of her strength, she swam toward the light. Maya awoke on the floor of the Maritime Museum, the pocket watch clutched in her numb fingers. Emergency lights were flashing, and she could hear voices calling her name. Security guards, paramedics, her frantic parents. Someone was wrapping a blanket around her shoulders and asking if she could hear them, but their words seemed to come from very far away. As they helped her to her feet, Maya looked down at the watch in her palm. It was ticking steadily now, its hands showing the correct time, but there was something different about it. Something that hadn't been there before. Wrapped around the watch chain was a small piece of fabric, navy blue wool torn from a dress, Lucia's dress. Proof that Maya's impossible journey had been real, and that at least one family had survived the disaster because of her intervention. The museum staff was in an uproar. The display case was open, alarms were going off, and Maya was clearly the culprit behind what they assumed was an attempted theft. But as security footage was reviewed and her story emerged, how she'd been found unconscious beside the case, the watch still inside, confusion replaced accusations. The girl had clearly suffered some kind of medical episode, they concluded, perhaps a seizure or fainting spell brought on by her obvious obsession with the Titanic tragedy. Maya didn't try to correct their assumptions. How could she possibly explain what had really happened? Who would believe that she'd spent the night of April 14th, 1912, aboard a doomed ocean liner, or that she'd saved a family by giving up her own chance at survival? Instead, she quietly pocketed the small piece of fabric when no one was looking, and submitted to the medical examinations and psychological evaluations that followed. Her parents, worried about their daughter's unhealthy fascination with historical tragedy, arranged for counselling sessions and gently suggested that perhaps it was time to find new interests. But Maya knew she would never stop thinking about that night. The weight of what she'd experienced, what she'd witnessed, what she'd chosen, would stay with her forever. She'd looked into the face of history and seen it for what it really was, not dates and facts in a textbook, but real people making impossible choices under unthinkable circumstances. In the weeks that followed, Maya threw herself into genealogical research with new purpose. She searched passenger manifests and immigration records, looking for any trace of Lucia Benedetto and her family. What she found filled her with quiet joy. Records showing that Lucia had indeed survived the disaster, married her intended husband in New York, and lived to be 87 years old. She'd had 5 children and 17 grandchildren, all of whom owed their existence to Maya's split-second decision on a sinking ship. The pocket watch sat on Maya's desk as she worked, ticking steadily through the days and nights. Sometimes late at night, when she was alone with her research, she thought she could hear other sounds mixed in with its mechanical rhythm. The distant strains of a ship's orchestra, the splash of lifeboats in calm seas, the voices of people who'd faced the ultimate test of human character and found within themselves reserves of courage they'd never known they possessed. Maya never tried to touch another historical artifact, never sought another impossible journey through time. She'd learned what she needed to learn about the weight of choice, the meaning of sacrifice, and the thin line between history and human tragedy. Some knowledge, she understood now, could only be gained by living it, by standing in the shoes of those who'd faced impossible decisions with whatever courage they could muster. The Titanic had taught her that history wasn't something that happened to other people in other times. It was the accumulated weight of every choice, every sacrifice, every act of courage or cowardice that shaped the world she lived in. And sometimes, when the stakes were high enough and the cause was just, ordinary people like her could step up and become part of that history themselves. The pocket watch kept ticking, marking the passage of time that flowed in only one direction, forward toward whatever choices and challenges lay ahead. And Maya Chen, armed with the knowledge of what ordinary people were capable of when faced with extraordinary circumstances, was ready to meet them. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The salt air hung heavy in the Coastal Museum that Tuesday afternoon, carrying with it the scent of old wood and centuries-worn stone. Marcus Chen pressed his face closer to the glass display case, his breath fogging the surface as he studied the ancient artifacts within. At 16, he possessed that restless curiosity that made teachers either love or despair of him, the kind that led him to linger in museums long after his classmates had moved on to the gift shop. The Viking exhibit had drawn him like a magnet. Weathered shields, corroded axes, and fragments of carved bone told stories of a world so removed from his own that it felt mythical. But it was the amulet that held his attention now, a piece no larger than his palm carved from what looked like blackened whalebone. The placard described it as a ritual pendant discovered in a 9th century burial mound, possibly belonging to a Viking chieftain or shaman. The intricate knotwork seemed to shift in the museum's artificial lighting, the carved ravens and serpents appearing almost alive. Marcus glanced around. The elderly security guard dozed in his chair near the entrance, and the handful of other visitors had moved on to the medieval weapons display. His hand moved almost of its own accord, finding the small gap where the display case hadn't quite sealed properly, a flaw he'd noticed during his first pass through the exhibit. The moment his fingers brushed the ancient bone, the world tilted sideways. The fluorescent lights above flickered and dimmed, replaced by the orange glow of flames. The sterile museum air filled with smoke so thick it burned his lungs, and beneath his feet the polished marble floor became uneven stone and mud. The sound hit him next. Screaming, the clash of metal on metal, and beneath it all, the rhythmic crash of waves against a rocky shore. Marcus staggered, his modern sneakers slipping on ground that was suddenly slick, with something he didn't want to identify. Around him, the museum had vanished entirely, replaced by a scene from a nightmare. Wooden buildings burned like torches against the grey sky, their thatch roofs sending sparks spiralling into the morning air. Figures ran through the smoke, some in rough woolen clothes, others in leather and mail, carrying axes that gleamed red in the firelight. A hand seized his shoulder, spinning him around. The man who grabbed him was massive, his face hidden behind a beard black with soot and blood. He barked something in a language Marcus didn't recognise, the words harsh and guttural. When Marcus only stared in confusion, the Viking, for that's what he had to be, shook him roughly and shouted to his companions. More of them appeared through the smoke, their eyes bright with battle fury and something else. Greed, perhaps, or the simple joy of destruction. They surrounded Marcus, their voices rising in what sounded like argument. One pointed at his clothes, jeans and a hoodie that must have seemed impossibly strange to their 9th century eyes. Another gestured at his face, his hair as if trying to place his ancestry. Marcus tried to speak, to explain, but the words that came out were modern English, meaningless to these men. The leader, the one who'd first grabbed him, seemed to reach some decision. He barked an order, and before Marcus could react, rough hands bound his wrists with leather cord. The bite of the binding was real enough, as was the pain when they shoved him forward through the burning village. The longship waited at the shoreline like a great wooden serpent, its carved prow rising from the surf. Marcus had seen pictures of such vessels in books, but nothing had prepared him for the reality, the sheer size of it, the way it seemed to breathe with the motion of the waves. Vikings hauled their plunder aboard, silver, livestock, and people. Marcus found himself pushed into the hold with a handful of other captives, all of them staring at him with the same mixture of fear and confusion he felt himself. As the ship pushed away from the burning shore, Marcus caught his last glimpse of whatever village this had been. The smoke rose into a sky the colour of old pewter, and somewhere in that smoke his own world had vanished as completely as if it had never existed. The first weeks aboard the longship taught Marcus the meaning of desperation. The Vikings, he learned to recognise some of their names through repetition and context, treated their slaves with the casual cruelty of men dealing with livestock. Marcus's soft hands, unused to manual labour, cracked and bled as he was forced to row alongside the other thralls. The calluses that formed felt like small victories. Irica was the worst of them, a scarred giant who seemed to take personal offence at Marcus's existence. He would cuff Marcus's head whenever he faltered at the oars, spit words that needed no translation to convey their contempt. The other raiders called him the Crow Feeder, and Marcus learned why when he watched the man's axe work during their coastal raids. Erica killed with the efficiency of a butcher and the enthusiasm of a madman. It was Haakon who kept him alive those first terrible weeks. The other thrall was perhaps a year older than Marcus, captured from some Irish village months earlier. He'd learned enough Norse to function, and he shared what words he could with Marcus in whispered conversations during the brief rest periods. Vatten, he would say, pointing to their water ration. Broad, holding up their meagre bread allowance. Dodra, he said once, drawing a finger across his throat while nodding toward Eric, dead. The ship's routine became Marcus's world. Row until his back screamed in protest, then help load and unload their terrible cargo at whatever shore they'd chosen to terrorise. Carry wood for the fires that would cook their stolen meat. Learn to duck when the Vikings' tempers flared, and to keep his eyes down when they divided their plunder. But it was during one such division that Marcus first saw the amulet again. The chieftain, a grizzled warrior named Ragnar whose arms were covered in ritual scars, wore it openly on a leather thong around his neck. In the firelight of their shore camp, the carved bone seemed to glow with its own inner light, just as it had in the museum display case. Marcus felt something stir in his chest. Hope, perhaps, or recognition. Whatever power had brought him here, it rested against the chieftain's chest. Astrid noticed him staring. Ragnar's daughter was perhaps 18, with the pale eyes of a winter sky and hair the colour of wheat before harvest. Unlike the men, who saw Marcus as nothing more than a useful animal, she watched him with something approaching curiosity. She had inherited her father's intelligence along with his ruthlessness, and Marcus could see her cataloguing his strangeness, the way he sometimes seemed to understand conversations before the words were fully spoken, how he flinched at violence in a way that suggested inexperience rather than cowardice. "You are not what you seem," she said to him one evening, the first time she'd addressed him directly. Her English was broken but comprehensible. The daughter of a chieftain would have learned the tongues of the people they raided. "The gods do not send weak spirits in mortal flesh." Marcus looked up from the fishing net he'd been mending, a skill Hakon had taught him. Around their small fire the other thralls pretended not to listen, while the Vikings sang drinking songs and boasted of the day's raid. "I'm not a spirit," he said carefully. "I'm just lost." She studied his face in the flickering light. Lost men do not appear from empty air. Lost men do not wear clothes woven by unknown hands. Her fingers brushed the fabric of his hoodie, which had somehow survived his weeks of bondage, though it was now more holes than cloth. Lost men do not look upon Viking steel with eyes that have never seen true battle. Marcus felt heat rise in his cheeks. "I've seen battle." "You have seen slaughter," she corrected. "You have watched as prey watches wolves. But you have not held a blade with the intent to kill, have you, strange one?" Before he could answer, Erica appeared at the edge of their fire's light, his face twisted with the particular malice he reserved for Marcus. He spoke rapidly to Astrid in Norse, gesturing at Marcus with movements that conveyed his contempt. Astrid replied sharply, her voice carrying the authority of her birth, but Erica only laughed. The big Viking kicked over Marcus's bowl of thin soup, then grabbed him by the shirt and hauled him to his feet. More words in Norse, but the meaning was clear enough. Erica was challenging him, in front of the entire camp. Marcus saw the other thralls backing away, their faces carefully blank. Even Hakon couldn't meet his eyes. "He says you're too soft to be a proper slave," Astrid translated, though her tone suggested she found the challenge distasteful. "That you will break before you become useful. He wishes to test this." "And what does the test involve?" Marcus asked, though he suspected he already knew. Astrid's smile was sharp as a blade. "Combat. You and another thrall. For the entertainment of the warriors. The survivor earns better treatment. The dead earn rest." Marcus looked around the circle of faces, some eager for blood sport, others merely bored by the routine cruelty of their existence. Ragnar watched from his place near the largest fire, the amulet catching the light with each breath he took. The chieftain's expression was unreadable, but Marcus caught him fingering the carved bone as if it were somehow warm to... The other thrall they chose was barely Marcus's age, a boy captured from some Frankish village whose name Marcus had never learned. The Vikings cleared a space in the sand and threw them each a wooden practice sword, the kind used for training young warriors. The weapons were blunted but heavy enough to break bones if wielded with sufficient force. Marcus hefted his sword, feeling its unfamiliar weight. The Frankish boy across from him looked equally uncertain, but there was a desperate hunger in his eyes that Marcus recognised, the look of someone who would do anything to live another day. The fight began without ceremony. Erica barked what might have been the word "go," and suddenly Marcus was dancing backward, barely avoiding the wild swing of his opponent's blade. The boy fought like a cornered animal, all fury and no technique, but Marcus had never held a weapon in his life. His blocks were clumsy, his footwork worse. The watching Vikings shouted encouragement and insults in equal measure, their voices rising with bloodthirsty excitement. Marcus caught sight of Hakon at the edge of the crowd, his friend's face a mask of anguish. Astrid watched with those pale eyes, her expression unreadable. The Frankish boy's blade caught Marcus across the ribs, sending fire through his side. He stumbled, nearly fell, and heard Erica's laughter over the roar of the crowd. The next swing he barely turned aside, and the one after that opened a gash along his forearm. Blood ran down his hand, making his grip slippery. Something shifted inside Marcus then, something that had been building through weeks of humiliation and fear. When the boy lunged again, Marcus didn't try to block. Instead, he stepped inside the swing and brought his pommel up in a sharp arc that connected with his opponent's jaw. The crack was audible even over the crowd's noise. The Frankish boy staggered, stunned, and Marcus pressed his advantage. His next blow caught the boy's wrist, sending his weapon spinning away into the sand. Marcus followed through with a strike to the temple that dropped his opponent like a stone. Silence fell over the camp. The boy in the sand wasn't moving, blood pooling beneath his head. Marcus stood over him, the wooden sword hanging loose in his grip, hardly believing what he'd just done. The watching Vikings stared at him with something approaching surprise. The weak slave had found teeth after all. Erika's expression had shifted from amusement to something darker. He spoke quickly to Ragnar, who listened with the patience of a man accustomed to making life and death decisions. Finally the chieftain nodded, and Erika's face split into a grin that promised nothing good. "My father says you fight like a berserker when cornered," Astrid said quietly, appearing at Marcus's elbow as the crowd began to disperse. "Erika finds this interesting. He thinks perhaps you are more useful than first believed." Marcus looked down at the motionless boy at his feet. "Is he dead? Does it matter?" Her voice was not unkind, but it held the practical acceptance of someone raised in a world where death was commonplace. If not now, then tomorrow, or the day after. That is the way of things. That night, as Marcus lay on his thin bedroll nursing his wounds, Hakon crept close enough to whisper, "You are changed." "What do you mean?" "Before you looked at us, at this, like you were dreaming, like none of it was real to you." Hakon's voice was barely audible over the sound of waves against the ship's hull. "Now you look like you understand. That is good. Understanding keeps you breathing." But Marcus wasn't sure understanding was the right word. What he felt was more like acceptance. The slow, terrible realization that this world operated by rules he was only beginning to grasp. Violence here wasn't aberration, it was currency. Strength wasn't admirable, it was necessary. And mercy, the quality his teachers had always praised, was a luxury that could get you killed. The raids continued through the summer months, each one blurring into the next. Marcus learned to anticipate the rhythms of Viking warfare, the sudden decisions, the brutal efficiency, the way they could shift from casual conversation to lethal action in the space between heartbeats. He watched villages burn, saw families torn apart, witnessed the casual cruelty with which the strong preyed upon the weak. And slowly, against his will, he began to understand the appeal of it. There was a terrible simplicity to the Viking way of life. Take what you needed, kill what opposed you, and let the gods sort out the rest. No complex moral calculations, no endless debate about right and wrong, just the clean logic of survival. It was during a raid on a prosperous monastery that everything changed. The stone walls that should have provided sanctuary became a trap as the Vikings poured through gates that someone had forgotten to bar. Marcus found himself swept along in the tide of warriors, no longer a mere observer but part of the terrible machinery of conquest. The monks had heard of their coming, they'd hidden what they could and prepared for the worst. But preparation meant little against men like Erika, who killed with the casual efficiency of a farmer reaping wheat. Marcus watched him cut down an elderly monk who'd tried to protect the altar, the man's blood spattering the carved crucifix above. It was then that Marcus saw his chance. Ragnar stood near the altar, directing his men as they loaded silver chalices and illuminated manuscripts into leather sacks. The amulet around his neck caught the light streaming through the shattered windows, seeming to pulse with its own internal fire. The chieftain was distracted, his attention focused on a particularly valuable-looking reliquary. Marcus moved without conscious thought, muscle memory from weeks of Viking training guiding his steps. His hand closed around the leather thong just as Ragnar turned, the chieftain's eyes widening in surprise. For a moment the two of them were frozen in that tableau, the modern boy and the ancient warrior, connected by a piece of carved bone that had somehow transcended time. Then Ragnar's hand closed on his axe haft, and Marcus yanked with all his strength. The leather parted with a sharp snap, and suddenly he was stumbling backward, the amulet clutched against his chest. Around him, the monastery erupted into chaos as Vikings who'd noticed the struggle began converging on their location. Erika appeared from behind a pillar like an avenging demon, his axe already in motion. Marcus threw himself sideways, feeling the blade part the air where his head had been. He rolled, came up running, and burst through the monastery's side door into the afternoon sunlight. The pursuit was immediate and merciless. Erika's war cry echoed off the stone walls as Marcus sprinted across the monastery's gardens, leaping over herb beds and dodging between fruit trees. Behind him, he could hear more Vikings joining the chase, their voices raised in what sounded like excitement. This was sport to them, a thrill of hunting dangerous prey. Marcus's weeks aboard the longship had hardened him, but Erika was a professional killer in his prime. The gap between them closed steadily as they raced through the monastery grounds and into the surrounding forest. Marcus's breath burned in his lungs. His legs felt like water, but still he ran. The amulet in his hand seemed to grow warm, as if responding to his desperation. They cornered him in a clearing where some long-ago storm had brought down a massive oak. Marcus pressed his back against the fallen trunk. The amulet clutched against his chest as Irica emerged from the trees with 3 other Vikings flanking him. Their faces wore the satisfied expressions of hunters who'd finally run their quarry to ground. Erica said something in Norse, probably an invitation to surrender, but Marcus was beyond caring about translations. The big Viking hefted his axe, testing its balance, and stepped forward. That's when Astrid appeared. She came through the trees like a pale ghost, her own sword drawn but held low in a gesture that wasn't quite threatening. The men with Erica stepped aside automatically. Even now she was still the chieftain's daughter. But Erica himself only snarled something that made her eyes narrow dangerously. "He says you're a thief and a coward," she translated for Marcus's benefit, never taking her gaze off Erica. "That you deserve a thief's death." "And what do you say?" Marcus asked, surprised by how steady his own voice sounded. "I say that amulet has been waiting for you since my father first wore it." Her pale eyes found his across the clearing. "I have watched it grow restless, seen how it catches flame in the darkness when you're near. That is not the behaviour of mere bone and cord." Eric spoke again, more sharply this time, and Astrid's reply was equally sharp. Marcus didn't need translation to recognise an argument, though he couldn't guess what they might be debating. His life, presumably, though that seemed to be a subject of debate rather than foregone conclusion. Finally, Astrid turned back to him. "I have convinced them to let you speak your piece before they kill you. Tell me, strange one, what power lies in that trinket you've stolen? What magic brought you to us?" Marcus looked down at the amulet in his hands. Up close he could see details that had been invisible in the museum display case. Tiny runes carved into the raven's wings, serpents whose coils formed patterns within patterns. The bone felt warm against his palms, almost alive. "It brought me here," he said finally, "from another place, another time." He looked up at Astrid's face, trying to read her expression. "I think it can take me back." She studied him for a long moment, those winter-pale eyes seeming to look straight through him. "You speak of Seda," she said finally, "of the old magics that the gods jealously guard. If you lie, if this is merely the desperate tale of a cornered thrall, then Erica will make your death memorable." "I'm not lying," Marcus said. "I don't belong in your world any more than you would belong in mine." Something passed across her face then, an expression too quick to interpret. "And if you could return to this other place, this other time, would you go?" Marcus thought of his own world, the museum with its climate control and security cameras, his worried parents who'd probably already called the police, the comfortable predictability of 21st century life. It seemed impossibly distant now, as remote as fairy tales. "I don't know," he admitted. "A month ago, I would have said yes without thinking. Now you have tasted the wolf's meat," Astrid said softly. "You have felt your enemy's blood cool on your hands and known the joy of surviving what should have killed you. You have learned what it means to be truly alive." Before Marcus could respond, shouts erupted from the direction of the monastery. Through the trees he could see smoke rising, more than the cooking fires the Vikings typically lit. Something had gone wrong back at their base of operations. Erica barked orders, and his men melted back into the forest with the silent efficiency of born hunters. But Astrid lingered, her gaze still fixed on Marcus's face. "The choice is yours to make," she said quietly. "But choose quickly, strange one. This world is burning, and soon there will be nowhere left to run." Then she too was gone, leaving Marcus alone in the clearing with his stolen prize and the growing sound of chaos from the monastery. He looked down at the amulet one more time, feeling its warmth pulse against his palms like a second heartbeat. The decision, when it came, felt like stepping off a cliff. Marcus closed his eyes and squeezed the amulet tight, focusing on the memory of fluorescent lights and polished marble floors, of a world where violence was aberration rather than norm. The warmth in his hands intensified, spreading up his arms and through his chest until his entire body seemed to vibrate with it. The sounds of the forest began to fade, First the distant shouts, then the wind through the leaves, finally even his own breathing. Light blazed behind his closed eyelids, white and pure and impossibly bright. For a moment that stretched like eternity, he felt suspended between worlds, belonging fully to neither. Then the light faded, and he was falling. Marcus woke on cold marble, his body screaming with a dozen different pains. The museum's fluorescent lights buzzed overhead with their familiar electric hum, and somewhere in the distance he could hear the elderly security guard's radio crackling with routine chatter. The glass display case loomed above him, its contents arranged in their precise academic rows. His hands were empty. The amulet was back in its case, looking innocent and ancient behind its protective barrier. But Marcus's clothes told a different story. His jeans were torn and stained with things he tried not to think about, his hoodie reduced to barely connected rags. Dark bruises covered his arms, and when he touched his ribs, he felt the raised line of a scar that hadn't been there that morning. The security guard found him 10 minutes later, huddled on the floor and shaking with what the man assumed was some kind of seizure. The paramedics who arrived shortly after diagnosed exhaustion and possible dehydration, though they couldn't explain the scars or the splinter of charred wood Marcus clutched in his left hand, a piece of beam from the monastery that had burned 1,000 years before his birth. His parents arrived at the hospital pale with worry and relief, full of questions he couldn't begin to answer. The doctors spoke of stress and teenage anxiety disorders, of the way the mind sometimes played tricks when overwhelmed. Everyone had theories, but no one had explanations that satisfied. Marcus let them think what they wanted to think. How could he tell them about Erica's axe, about the weight of a wooden sword in his hands, about the way Astrid's eyes had seemed to see straight through to his soul? How could he explain that he'd learned to kill with his bare hands, had watched villages burn and had felt something dark and terrible wake up inside him in response? The nightmares started that first week home. Not the confused, symbolic dreams he'd expected, but perfect, vivid recreations of events that may or may not have happened. He would wake with the taste of smoke in his mouth and Hakon's desperate whispers still echoing in his ears. Some nights he could swear he heard the sound of waves against a longship's hull, or the distant call of war horns echoing across impossible distances of time. But the worst part was the way normal life felt afterward. The classes at his suburban high school seemed impossibly trivial, the teenage dramas of his classmates as meaningless as shadows on the wall. His teachers praised his newfound focus, his parents were relieved by his sudden maturity, but Marcus felt like he was sleepwalking through a world made of paper and cardboard. He started visiting the museum again, drawn by a need he couldn't articulate. The Viking exhibit had been updated since his incident. New placards explained the historical context of raids and conquest, the complex social structures that had driven expansion and exploration. Everything was clean and academic and safe, violence rendered sterile by scholarly distance. But sometimes, when the afternoon light hit the display cases just right, Marcus could swear the amulet glowed with its own internal fire. And in those moments, standing before the glass that separated him from artifacts of a world he'd touched with his own hands, he would feel the pull of something vast and dangerous calling from across the centuries. On quiet nights, alone in his room with homework he no longer cared about scattered across his desk, Marcus would run his fingers over the scar on his ribs and remember what it felt like to be truly alive. The modern world offered safety and comfort and endless distraction, but it also offered a kind of spiritual death, the slow suffocation of a life without real consequence or meaning. Astrid had been right about one thing. He had tasted the wolf's meat. He had learned what it meant to fight for survival, to make decisions where hesitation meant death, to live with an intensity that made every breath precious. And now, trapped in a world of suburban safety, he found himself longing for the terrible clarity of that existence. The charred wood splinter sat on his nightstand, the only physical proof of his journey through time. Sometimes he would pick it up and hold it to the light, searching for some sign that it had come from a monastery that burned in the 9th century. But it looked like any piece of burned wood, anonymous, unremarkable, meaningless to anyone who hadn't seen it torn from collapsing beams as Vikings ransacked sacred spaces. Months passed. The dreams came less frequently, though they never stopped entirely. Marcus learned to function in his modern life, to smile at the right moments and show interest in the things teenagers were supposed to care about. But part of him remained always alert, always listening for the sound of war horns on the wind or the creak of oars against wooden pins. And sometimes, in mirrors or windows or the surface of still water, he would catch glimpses of pale eyes watching him from impossible distances. Astrid's eyes, patient and knowing, as if she were waiting for him to make a choice he hadn't yet realised needed to be made. The amulet still called to him, its presence a constant ache just beyond the edge of consciousness. Marcus told himself he'd made the right choice, that returning to his own time was the sensible thing to do. But late at night, when sleep wouldn't come, and the suburban silence felt like a tomb, he would find himself wondering what would have happened if he'd stayed. Would he have learned to be truly Viking? Would he have found a place in that harsh, vital world? The questions had no answers, but they haunted him anyway, whispers from a past that might never have been but felt more real than anything in his present. And in the depths of winter nights, when the wind howled like something wild and ancient, Marcus would close his eyes and almost hear the sound of waves against a longship's hull, carrying him toward horizons that existed only in memory and dream. He was home. He was safe. He was exactly where he belonged. So why did it feel like exile? The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. Jason Ward had always been the kind of kid who lingered too long at museum displays, reading every placard twice while his classmates shuffled impatiently toward the gift shop. At 16, he'd learned to embrace his reputation as the history nerd, even if it meant eating lunch alone most days at Lincoln High. His notebooks were filled with sketches of ancient weapons and detailed timelines of forgotten civilizations, much to the amusement of his peers who called him Professor Ward when they bothered to acknowledge him at all. Today's field trip to the Metropolitan Museum of Art should have been paradise for him, but instead he found himself trailing behind his group, listening to Brad Morrison complain loudly about how dead people's junk was boring. The irony wasn't lost on Jason. Here he was, surrounded by artifacts that had witnessed the rise and fall of empires, yet forced to endure the company of classmates who thought history began with their smartphones. The ancient civilization's wing stretched before them like a temple of glass and marble, filled with fragments of worlds that had crumbled to dust millennia ago. While Miss Henderson herded the other sophomores toward the Egyptian sarcophagi, Jason found himself drawn to a smaller alcove dedicated to Trojan artifacts. The display was modest compared to the golden treasures of the pharaohs, but something about it called to him with an almost magnetic pull. At the centre of the case sat a golden ceremonial cup, its surface etched with scenes of warriors and horses. The placard read, "Ritual Vessel, possibly used during the final feast before Troy's fall, circa 1200 BCE, discovered among palace ruins. Its original purpose remains debated among scholars." Jason pressed closer to the glass, studying the intricate engravings with the intensity of an archaeologist examining a fresh discovery. He could make out tiny figures of soldiers, their spears raised in eternal battle, and in one corner, what looked like a massive wooden structure. The craftsmanship was extraordinary, each detail carved with precision that spoke of master artisans working at the height of their civilization. Something about the cup drew him in deeper than mere academic interest. The gold seemed to pulse with its own inner light, and the carved scenes appeared almost to move in his peripheral vision. Jason had always felt connected to history, but this was different, more intimate, more urgent, as if the artifact was trying to communicate something vital across the millennia. "Ward, keep up," Ms. Henderson's voice echoed from across the hall, but Jason barely heard her. The cup seemed to shimmer in the museum's carefully controlled lighting, and for a moment he could swear he smelled something that had no place in the sterile gallery. Wood smoke and roasted meat, salt air and wine. "Dude, you're such a freak," Brad's voice cut through his reverie. Jason turned just as his classmate shoved past him, apparently trying to impress Jessica Chen, who was examining a nearby statue. The push sent Jason stumbling forward, his palms slapping against the display case for balance. The moment his skin made contact with the glass, the world exploded into gold. Light poured through him, warm and liquid and impossibly bright. The museum dissolved around him like watercolours in rain, and he felt himself falling, not down, but through, as if the floor had become an ocean of molten honey. His ears filled with a sound like rushing wind and distant voices, speaking words in a language that felt familiar even though he'd never heard it before. Time seemed to stretch and compress simultaneously, moments becoming hours, becoming heartbeats in an endless spiral of sensation. The last thing he remembered was the cup's golden surface rushing toward him, growing larger until it filled his entire field of vision, its carved warriors seeming to step free from the metal and reach out with bronze hands to pull him into their ancient world. Then everything went black. Jason awoke to the smell of roasted lamb and burning incense, mingled with the salt tang of sea air and something else, something that spoke of celebration and impending doom in equal measure. His head throbbed with a pain that seemed to echo from both inside and outside his skull, and when he tried to sit up, rough stone scraped against his palms like sandpaper against skin. Gone were the polished marble floors of the Met, replaced by weathered limestone steps that led up to what could only be described as a palace courtyard. The transition was so complete, so jarring, that for several long moments Jason could only stare in stunned disbelief. This wasn't possible. People didn't just fall through museum displays into ancient civilizations. Yet the evidence of his senses was overwhelming. The heat of torchlight on his face, the distant sound of lyres and flutes, the very real weight of his own body sitting on very real stone steps. Massive columns rose around him, their surfaces carved with intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of gods and heroes, monsters and mortals locked in eternal struggle. Torches flickered in bronze sconces, casting dancing shadows across walls, painted with scenes of sea battles and divine interventions. The frescoes were magnificent, far more vibrant and detailed than any reproduction Jason had ever seen in textbooks. Here, Poseidon's horses reared from foam-capped waves with such lifelike intensity that he could almost hear their neighing, while Zeus hurled thunderbolts that seemed to crackle with actual electricity. The air was thick with smoke and the sounds of celebration, laughter that rang from stone to stone, music that wove through the courtyard like golden thread, the clink of cups being raised in toasts that echoed the rhythms of an ancient language Jason somehow understood. The feast was in full swing, and the sheer scale of it took his breath away. This wasn't some small gathering. Hundreds of people filled the space, from nobles in silk-trimmed chitons to servants hurrying between tables, with platters of food that made his mouth water despite his confusion. "You! Boy!" A sharp voice made him flinch. A woman in a simple brown tunic stood over him, her greying hair pulled back severely and her weathered hands planted firmly on her hips. Everything about her spoke of authority earned through years of managing chaos, the kind of person who could organise a feast for hundreds while keeping track of every cup and spoon. "What are you doing lying about like a lazy dog? The feast has begun, and there are nobles to serve." Jason scrambled to his feet, his mind reeling. The woman's accent was strange but understandable, as if his brain was automatically translating her words. She thrust a tray of wine cups into his arms, real bronze vessels heavy and warm to the touch, filled with wine that smelled of honey and herbs. "You're the boy from the village, yes? Sent to work the kitchen tonight?" She didn't wait for an answer, her eyes already scanning the courtyard for other servants who might need direction. "Well, don't just stand there gaping like a fish. Serve the wine to the high table, and mind you don't spill a drop. This is the greatest feast Troy has seen in 10 years. Troy. The word hit him like a physical blow, stealing the breath from his lungs and making his vision swim. Jason's gaze swept the courtyard again, taking in details he'd missed in his confusion. The guests weren't wearing costumes or reenactment garb. Their linen chitons and golden ornaments had the worn, lived-in quality of everyday clothes, showing the small repairs and careful maintenance that spoke of real life rather than theatrical display. The bronze weapons at the warriors' sides were notched and battle-scarred, their leather grips darkened by sweat and years of use. The very air seemed to hum with the weight of history, of a civilization at its peak yet balanced on the edge of destruction. And there, just visible through the main gates of the courtyard, loomed a structure that made his blood turn to ice. A massive wooden horse stood silhouetted against the star-filled sky, easily 3 stories tall and broad enough to house a small army. Even from a distance, Jason could see the care that had gone into its construction. The smooth, sanded planks, the intricate carving of its mane and eyes, the way it had been built to look like an offering worthy of the gods themselves. To the Trojans it must have seemed like proof of their victory, a magnificent tribute from their defeated enemies. But Jason knew better. He knew what crouched in the hollow belly of that beautiful death trap. "Move, boy!" The woman gave him another shove. "Prince Paris himself sits at the high table tonight, and King Priam has called for the finest wine in celebration of our victory. Victory!" Jason almost laughed at the bitter irony as he made his way through the crowd of feasters, the wine cups clinking softly on his tray with each step. These people thought they'd won. After 10 long years of siege, of watching their young men die on the plains before their walls, of rationing food and living in constant fear, the Greeks had finally sailed away. They had left behind only their magnificent gift, and Troy had dragged the horse through their gates in triumph, celebrating the end of the longest war in their history. The feast was a spectacle of wealth and joy. If Jason hadn't known what was coming, he might have been swept up in the infectious celebration. These people had endured a decade of suffering, and now they believed their nightmare was over. They deserved this moment of happiness, this night of wine and laughter and hope for the future. In a few hours, when the wine had done its work and the guards had fallen asleep at their posts, the hidden soldiers would emerge from their wooden prison and open the city gates to Agamemnon's army. By dawn, most of these laughing, celebrating people would be dead or enslaved, and their magnificent city would be nothing but ash and rubble. Jason wove between low tables where nobles reclined on couches upholstered in rich purple fabric, picking at platters of food that would have fed his family for a week. The abundance was staggering. Honey cakes dripping with sweetness, roasted fowl stuffed with nuts and herbs, wheels of cheese aged to perfection, and exotic fruits from distant lands that most people in his time had never even heard of. Gold vessels caught the torchlight and threw it back in warm, dancing patterns, while servants in clean white tunics moved like ghosts between the tables, anticipating every need before it was spoken. Troy's wealth was on full display tonight, one last grand gesture before it all burned to ash. Jason tried not to think about what would happen to these treasures in a few hours, melted down for their gold, smashed for spite, or carried off as trophies by Greek warriors who had spent 10 years dreaming of this moment. The very cups he carried would likely end up in some Mycenaean palace, divorced from their history and meaning, reduced to mere objects of value rather than symbols of a civilization's pride. At the high table he found himself face to face with figures he'd only read about in history books, people who had become legends and myths over the millennia. Prince Paris lounged on a golden couch, his famous good looks somewhat diminished by the wine flush on his cheeks, but still possessing the kind of charisma that could indeed launch 1,000 ships. His movements had the lazy confidence of a man who had never doubted his own charm, even after bringing disaster to his city through his choices. Beside him sat a woman of extraordinary beauty, her dark hair crowned with a diadem of pearls that caught the light like captured stars. Helen, whose face had launched those 1,000 ships and brought this war to Troy's gates, was even more stunning than the poets had claimed. But Jason could see something haunted in her eyes, a weight of guilt and responsibility that no amount of beauty could mask. But it was the elderly man at the centre of the table who commanded Jason's attention and respect. King Priam sat straight-backed despite his age, his white beard carefully braided with gold thread, and his eyes still sharp with the intelligence that had kept Troy intact through a decade of war. This was the ruler who had held his people together through siege and starvation, who had ransomed his son Hector's body from Achilles with nothing but his dignity and a father's love. Lines of grief were etched deep around his eyes, the cost of burying too many sons, of making impossible decisions in impossible times. "Wine, your majesty," Jason managed, surprised that his voice came out steady. Priam nodded graciously as Jason filled his cup, then gestured for him to serve the others. As he moved around the table, Jason caught fragments of conversation that chilled him. The nobles spoke of plans for rebuilding, of trade routes that could now reopen, of marriages that would cement alliances with former enemies. They had no idea that in a few hours most of them would be dead. "The gods have smiled upon us at last," Paris was saying, raising his cup in a toast. "The Greeks have finally accepted that Troy cannot be conquered by force of arms." 10 years of war," added another nobleman, "and in the end they leave us with a gift of peace. Perhaps Athena has finally forgiven our slight to her vanity. Jason's hand tightened on the wine jug. He wanted to scream at them, to tell them what was coming, but who would believe a serving boy claiming knowledge of the future? Besides, even if they listened, what could be done? The horse was already inside the walls, and Jason had read enough accounts of Troy's fall to know that this night was inevitable. A hand touched his elbow, making him jump. A girl about his own age stood beside him, wearing the simple tunic of a kitchen servant. Her dark eyes studied his face with curiosity. "You're not from the village," she said quietly. "I know all the boys there, and I've never seen you before." Jason's mouth went dry. Yes, I am, from the outer farms." She shook her head. "Your accent is wrong, and your hands." She glanced down at his palms. "Those aren't the hands of a farm boy. Too soft, too clean." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Who are you really?" Before Jason could answer, shouts erupted from near the gates. Several guards were arguing with a group of drunken warriors who wanted to examine the wooden horse more closely. The distraction gave Jason a chance to pull the girl aside behind one of the massive columns. "My name is Jason," he said, deciding that some version of the truth might be his best option. "And you're right. I'm not from the village. I'm from very far away." "How far?" "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." He studied her face, noting the intelligence in her dark eyes. "What's your name?" "Callista. I work in the kitchens." She crossed her arms. "And I'm still waiting for you to tell me how you got here, and why you look like you've seen a ghost every time someone mentions the horse." Jason glanced toward the wooden structure looming beyond the gates. Even from here he could see guards patrolling around it, though not nearly enough to matter when the time came. "Callista, how much do you know about that horse?" "It's a gift from the Greeks, an offering to Athena to ensure safe passage home." She followed his gaze. "Why?" "What if I told you it wasn't a gift at all? What if it was a trap?" Her laugh was sharp and disbelieving. "A trap? It's made of wood. What could it possibly—" She stopped, studying his expression. "You're serious." Deadly serious. Jason grabbed her arm. "How well do you know this palace? The city? I've lived here all my life. My father was a palace guard before he died in the fighting. Why? Because if I'm right, and I pray to all the gods I'm wrong, this city is going to be under attack before dawn, and we need to be far away from here when that happens." Callista stared at him for a long moment. "You're mad." "Maybe, but will you help me anyway?" The feast continued around them, growing louder and more raucous as the wine flowed. Jason watched the nobles and warriors celebrate their supposed victory, his heart aching for what was to come. These weren't just names in a history book anymore. They were real people with families and dreams, and in a few hours they would be running through burning streets screaming for their children. "There's an old drainage tunnel," Callista said finally. "From the palace kitchens it runs under the city walls to the fields beyond. My father showed it to me once, said it was an emergency escape route from the old times." "Can you find it in the dark?" "I think so. But Jason, if you're wrong about this, then you'll have wasted one night hiding in a tunnel, and tomorrow we'll laugh about your mad foreign friend." He met her eyes. "But if I'm right, that tunnel might be the only thing standing between us and death." The moon had reached its zenith when Jason decided they had to move. The feast was reaching its peak of debauchery, with half the nobles passed out in their couches and the other half too drunk to notice a couple of servants slipping away. As they made their way toward the kitchens, Jason caught sight of movement near the wooden horse. At first he thought it was just more guards, but something about the way these figures moved was different. They stayed in the shadows, communicating with hand signals rather than speech. As Jason watched, one of them approached a building near the gates and made a small mark on the door with what looked like charcoal. "Greek spies," he whispered to Callista. "They're marking targets for when the attack begins." She followed his gaze and went pale. "By all the gods, you were right." They moved faster now, fear lending urgency to their steps. The palace kitchens were nearly deserted, with only a few scullery maids cleaning the last of the feast dishes. Callista led him through a maze of storage rooms and pantries to a narrow staircase that descended into darkness. "The tunnel entrance is at the bottom," she whispered. "It comes out in a grove of olive trees about a mile from the walls." The stairs were treacherous in the darkness, worn smooth by centuries of use. Jason felt his way down carefully, one hand on the wall and the other gripping Callista's shoulder. The air grew cooler as they descended, carrying the scent of earth and old stone. At the bottom they found themselves in a narrow corridor that stretched away into impenetrable blackness. Water dripped somewhere in the distance, and Jason could hear the faint sound of their own breathing echoing off the walls. "This way," Callista breathed, taking his hand. They had been walking for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes when the sound reached them. A low rumble that seemed to come from the very stones around them. At first, Jason thought it might be thunder, but then he realised what it was. The wooden horse was being opened. Above them, Troy was waking up to find enemy soldiers pouring through their streets. Jason could hear shouting now, distant but growing closer. The clash of weapons, the first screams. "Run!" he whispered to Callista. They stumbled through the darkness, no longer caring about stealth. Behind them, the sounds of battle grew louder. Smoke began to seep down into the tunnel, and Jason realised that the Greeks had started setting fires. Troy was burning. The tunnel seemed to go on forever. Jason's lungs burned and his legs ached, but he forced himself to keep moving. Callista gasped beside him, her hand squeezing his so tightly he thought she might break his fingers. Then finally he saw it, a faint glow ahead that could only be starlight. The tunnel ended in a grate of rusty iron bars. Callista produced a key from somewhere in her tunic and unlocked it with shaking hands. They crawled through into a grove of ancient olive trees, their silver leaves rustling in the night breeze. From here they could see Troy burning. Flames rose from dozens of buildings, and the sky glowed red with reflected fire. Greek warriors moved through the streets like ants, methodically looting and destroying everything in their path. The screams of the dying carried across the fields. "My city," Callista whispered, tears streaming down her face. "My beautiful city." Jason put his arm around her shoulders, feeling helpless in the face of such destruction. This was history, he told himself. It had already happened, thousands of years ago. But that didn't make it hurt any less to watch. A sound behind them made them both turn. A Greek warrior stood at the edge of the grove, his bronze armour gleaming in the firelight. He held a spear in one hand and a sword in the other, both weapons already dark with blood. "Well, well," he said in accented Greek that Jason somehow understood perfectly. "Two little mice trying to escape the trap." The warrior raised his spear and Jason knew they were going to die. Then something strange happened. The air behind the Greek began to shimmer, like heat waves rising from sun-baked stone. A golden glow spread through the olive trees, growing brighter by the second. "The rift," Jason breathed. "It's opening again." He could see it now, a tear in reality itself that showed glimpses of another world beyond. The Metropolitan Museum, fluorescent lights, the sound of school groups echoing through marble halls. The Greek warrior lunged with his spear. Jason threw himself sideways, grabbing Callista and pulling her toward the rift. The bronze point grazed his arm, sending fire shooting through his shoulder, but he didn't stop moving. "Jump!" he shouted. They leaped together into the golden light, but at the last second Callista pulled back. "I can't," she cried. "My family! They might still be alive. I have to try to find them." Her hand slipped from his as Jason tumbled through the rift alone. The last thing he saw was her face, streaked with tears but set with determination, as she turned back toward the burning city. Jason landed hard on cold marble, his shoulder throbbing where the spear had cut him. The smell of wood smoke and death was replaced by the sterile scent of museum air. Around him, glass cases displayed their ancient treasures under perfect lighting, and somewhere in the distance he could hear Ms. Henderson counting heads. He was back. Jason sat up slowly, his head spinning. His shirt was torn and blood-stained, and his hands were black with soot from the tunnel. But when he looked around, everything in the gallery was exactly as he'd left it. The golden cup sat in its case, innocent and beautiful, giving no sign of the horrors it had shown him. "Jason, there you are!" Ms. Henderson's voice echoed across the hall. "We've been looking everywhere for you. The bus is loading." He climbed to his feet on unsteady legs, trying to think of an explanation that wouldn't land him in the school counsellor's office. "Sorry, I got lost looking at the exhibits." Ms. Henderson frowned at his dishevelled appearance but didn't comment. "Well, come along then, and next time stay with the group." As they walked toward the exit, Jason found himself looking back at the Trojan display. For just a moment the golden cup seemed to flicker within a light, and he could swear he heard the distant sound of flames and screaming. But then the moment passed, and it was just a museum artifact again, beautiful and mysterious and safely contained behind glass. On the bus ride back to school, Jason stared out the window and thought about Callista. Had she found her family in the burning city? Had she survived the night? He would never know, and that uncertainty was almost worse than knowing she had died. At least the historians were certain about one thing. No one had survived Troy's fall. The city had been completely destroyed, its people killed or enslaved. But sometimes, Jason told himself, historians were wrong. Sometimes there were survivors whose stories simply hadn't been recorded. Sometimes brave girls who worked in palace kitchens found ways to save the people they loved, even when the whole world was falling down around them. He touched his wounded shoulder, feeling the ache of the spear cut, and knew that whatever else happened, he would never forget the Trojan feast. The weight of witnessing history, of seeing the human cost of events that had become just stories in textbooks, would stay with him forever. As the bus pulled into Lincoln High's parking lot, Jason made himself a promise. He would study harder, learn more, understand better. Because history wasn't just about dates and battles and the rise and fall of civilizations, it was about people. Real people with real lives and real dreams who deserved to be remembered for more than just how they died. The Golden Cup was waiting for him, he knew, calling to him across time and space, offering more journeys to distant worlds and ancient times. But Jason also knew that some doors, once opened, could never truly be closed again. The past had claimed a piece of his heart, and he would spend the rest of his life wondering about all the stories that had been lost to time. In his backpack, safely hidden beneath textbooks and notebooks, was a small piece of charcoal he'd picked up in the tunnel, the only proof he had that his journey had been real. Sometimes, late at night, he would take it out and hold it, remembering the smell of burning Troy and the sound of Callista's voice saying she couldn't leave her family behind. It was a reminder that history was never just about the past. It lived on in memory and story, in the choices people made and the prices they paid for love and loyalty and hope. And sometimes, if you were very unlucky or very blessed, it reached out across the centuries to touch you directly, changing you forever with the weight of all those vanished lives. The Trojan feast had ended long ago, but its echoes would follow Jason Ward for the rest of his days. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The storm hammered against the windows of the Whitmore mansion like an angry fist, each thunderclap making Maya jump as she pressed her face to the rain-streaked glass. The old Victorian house had been abandoned for decades, its Gothic towers and weathered shingles creating jagged silhouettes against the lightning-torn sky. Her friends had dared her to spend an hour inside during the storm, laughing as they drove away in Jake's car, leaving her alone with nothing but her phone's flashlight and her stubborn pride. The front door creaked open with surprising ease, as if the house itself was welcoming her inside. Dust particles danced in her phone's beam as she stepped into the foyer, her sneakers echoing against warped hardwood floors. Portraits of stern-faced men and women in elaborate wigs stared down from the walls, their eyes seeming to track her movement through the shadows. The air smelled of mould and something else, something older, like parchment and forgotten secrets. Maya had always been drawn to history, spending countless hours reading about distant times and places, imagining what it would be like to walk through ancient Rome or witness the signing of the Declaration of Independence. But standing in this decaying monument to the past, she felt only an unsettling chill that had nothing to do with the storm outside. Thunder crashed overhead, and Maya decided to explore deeper into the house. The basement door stood slightly ajar at the end of a narrow hallway, and she found herself drawn toward it despite every instinct screaming at her to leave. The wooden stairs groaned under her weight as she descended into the musty darkness below. The basement was a maze of stone walls and forgotten storage. Cobwebs draped like ghostly curtains from the ceiling, and rats scurried away from her light. Old furniture covered in dust sheets created strange shapes in the shadows, like sleeping giants waiting to wake. Maya picked her way carefully through the debris, fascination overcoming her fear. It was behind a stack of wine barrels, in the deepest corner of the basement, that she found it. At first it looked like just another section of the stone wall, but as she moved closer, her light revealed intricate carvings etched into what appeared to be an ancient wooden door. The symbols were unlike anything she'd seen before. Not quite Celtic, not quite French, but somehow familiar, as if she'd glimpsed them in dreams. The door had no visible handle, but when Maya pressed her palm against the central carving, a fleur-de-lis intertwined with a skeletal hand. It gave way with a deep, resonant click. Light erupted from the opening. Not the harsh white of electricity, but something warmer, more alive, pulsing like a heartbeat made of gold and fire. The light pulled at her, and Maya felt her feet leave the ground. The basement, the storm, the entire world dissolved around her as she tumbled through radiance that sang with voices from another time. She awoke to the sound of shouting and the stench of unwashed bodies and human waste. Maya's head pounded as she struggled to her feet, finding herself in a cramped stone cellar, lit only by weak sunlight filtering through a barred window near the ceiling. Her modern clothes, jeans, sneakers, and a North Face jacket, felt alien against her skin as she realised she was no longer in the Whitmore basement. The shouting grew louder as she climbed a set of narrow stairs towards street level. When she pushed open a heavy wooden door, the assault on her senses was overwhelming. The street beyond was narrow and filthy, running with sewage and rotting garbage. Buildings leaned precariously over the cobblestones, their upper floors nearly touching across the alley. And everywhere, people pressed together in a seething mass of rage and desperation. Maya stepped into the crowd, immediately struck by their appearance. The people wore rough, patched clothing in shades of brown and grey. Many were gaunt with hunger, their eyes hollow and fierce. They carried makeshift weapons, kitchen knives, farming tools, clubs studded with nails, and their chants filled the air with terrifying energy. Mort aux aristocrates, Vive la République, Liberté ou la mort. Poster covered every available surface, many stained with what looked disturbingly like blood. Maya couldn't read the French, but the images were clear enough. Guillotines, severed heads, figures in elaborate dress being dragged toward their doom. Her stomach lurched as the reality of her situation began to sink in. A woman in a tattered dress shoved past her, screaming something about bread and justice. Maya stumbled backward, bumping into a man carrying a pitchfork. He turned toward her with suspicious eyes, taking in her strange clothing and clean appearance. "Qu'est-ce que c'est?" he snarled, grabbing her jacket. "Tu es aristocrate." Maya didn't speak French, but the menace in his voice was universal. Other faces turned toward her, expressions shifting from curiosity to hostility as they noticed her modern clothes and well-fed appearance. She looked nothing like the desperate, downtrodden people surrounding her. "Espionne!" someone shouted. "Spy! Austrian spy!" The crowd pressed closer, and Maya realised with growing terror that these people were ready to tear her apart with their bare hands. She broke free from the man's grip and ran, pushing through the mob as hands grabbed at her jacket and voices screamed accusations behind her. She burst into a larger square where vendors sold rotting vegetables and scraps of meat crawling with flies. The buildings here were grander but scarred with revolutionary graffiti and broken windows. Maya ducked behind a market stall, her heart hammering as she tried to make sense of what was happening. "You're not from here?" The voice spoke English with a slight French accent. Maya spun around to find a boy about her age crouched beside a pile of empty crates. He was thin and dirty, dressed in patched breeches and a shirt that had once been white. His dark hair hung in greasy tangles, but his eyes were intelligent and kind. Who are you?" Maya gasped. "Name's Lucian," he said, glancing around nervously. "And you're in deep trouble, mademoiselle. Looking like that, talking like that. They'll have your head on a pike before sunset." "My head on a... What year is this?" Lucian stared at her as if she'd lost her mind. 1793, of course. The year 2 of the Republic. Though I suppose if you're from England or Austria, you might not know our revolutionary calendar. The French Revolution. Maya's head spun as the pieces fell into place. The guillotines on the posters, the bloodthirsty crowds, the desperate poverty. She had somehow travelled back in time to one of the most violent periods in human history. "I need help," she whispered. "I don't belong here. I need to find a way home." Lucian studied her for a long moment, then seemed to make a decision. "Come with me. Keep your mouth shut and do exactly what I say." He led her through a maze of back alleys, avoiding the main streets where revolutionaries marched with their banners and weapons. Maya tried to walk like Lucienne, hunched over, eyes down, moving with the furtive quickness of someone who lived in constant fear. "Here," Lucian said, pulling her into an abandoned building. "Take off that jacket. And those shoes, they scream aristocrat. Maya hesitated, but the memory of those hostile faces convinced her to comply. Lucian produced a grimy coat and wooden clogs from a pile of rags in the corner. "Better," he said as she struggled into the oversized garments. "Now rub some dirt on your face and hands, and whatever you do, don't speak unless absolutely necessary. Your accent will give you away in seconds." As Maya disguised herself, Lucian explained the situation. The revolution had devoured its own children, turning increasingly violent as factions fought for control. Anyone suspected of aristocratic sympathies faced the guillotine, and paranoia ran so deep that neighbours regularly denounced each other. "But why are you helping me?" Maya asked. Lucian's expression darkened. "My family were servants in a great house. When the revolution came, we thought things would get better for people like us. Instead, they got worse. The new masters are just as cruel as the old ones, maybe crueler, and I've heard stories, rumours about doors that lead to other times, other places. If such things exist, maybe there's hope for escape." "Doors to other times?" Maya's pulse quickened. "What kind of doors?" "Old stories, probably nonsense, but they say the ancient kings had secret passages, ways to flee when the people rose up. Some claim there's one hidden in the catacombs beneath the city, marked with royal symbols and protected by old magic, the catacombs." Maya remembered reading about the underground ossuaries that honeycombed Paris, filled with the bones of millions of dead. If there was a way back to her own time, it might be hidden in those ancient tunnels. "Can you take me there?" she asked. Before Lucian could answer, shouts erupted in the street outside. Through a broken window, Maya saw a procession approaching, soldiers in blue uniforms surrounding a cart filled with prisoners. At the front of the procession, a massive wooden scaffold on wheels dominated the street. The guillotine. Maya had seen drawings in history books, but nothing had prepared her for the reality of the killing machine. It towered above the crowd like a hungry giant, its angled blade gleaming dully in the afternoon sun. The wooden framework was stained dark with blood, and the crowd pressed close to get a better view as the executioner prepared for his work. The prisoners were dragged from the cart one by one, men and women in tattered finery, their faces pale with terror. Maya recognised the unmistakable bearing of aristocracy even in their defeated state. One woman, barely older than Maya herself, stumbled as she was forced up the scaffold steps. "Don't watch," Lucian whispered. But Maya couldn't look away. The crowd's bloodlust was palpable, their cheers growing louder as each head fell. Maya felt sick, but also transfixed by the raw savagery of it all. This wasn't the sanitised version of history she'd read about. This was real terror, real death, real human beings reduced to entertainment for the mob. A soldier spotted them in the window and pointed in their direction. Maya and Lucian scrambled away as boots thundered up the stairs toward their hiding place. "This way!" Lucian grabbed her hand and pulled her toward a hole in the floor that led to the building's cellar. They dropped down just as soldiers burst into the room above. The cellar connected to a network of tunnels that seemed to extend throughout the neighbourhood. Lucian moved through them with practiced ease, leading Maya deeper underground until the sounds of the search party faded behind them. "We need to find that map," Lucian panted as they rested in a wider chamber. "There's a printing shop on Rue Saint-Antoine. They produce revolutionary pamphlets, but the owner is sympathetic to those seeking alternatives to the current situation." The printing shop was a cramped, chaotic space filled with the smell of ink and hot metal. The proprietor, a nervous man named Desailly, eyed them suspiciously until Lucian mentioned the catacombs. Then his expression changed to one of desperate hope. "You're not the first to ask about the old passages," he whispered, glancing around his shop as if spies might be hiding among the printing presses. "There are stories, legends of doors that lead to other realms, other times. The kings used them to escape their enemies, or so they say." He produced a pamphlet from beneath a stack of revolutionary newspapers. At first glance, it appeared to be another call to arms against the enemies of the Republic. But when Desailly held it up to the light, Maya could see faint lines beneath the printed text, a map of tunnels and chambers, marked with symbols that matched those she'd seen on the door in the Whitmore basement. "The cellar door of kings," Desailly breathed. "Hidden in the deepest part of the catacombs, where the bones of ancient royalty mingle with the common dead. They say it opens only for those who carry the proper key." Maya's hand moved instinctively to her pocket, where the brass key she'd found in the basement still rested. She hadn't even realised she'd brought it with her through the door. "We need to reach the catacombs," she told Lucian. "Tonight, before—" The shop door burst open, and 3 young people about Maya's age stumbled inside. But unlike Lucian, these street children had a harder edge, their eyes cold and calculating. "Well, well," one of them, a girl with matted blonde hair and a knife at her belt, looked Maya up and down. "This must be the foreign spy we've been hearing about." Lucian stepped protectively in front of Maya. "She's no spy, Margot. Just someone trying to survive like the rest of us." "Survive?" Margot laughed harshly. "Look at her hands, Lucian. Soft as a baby's. Look at her teeth. White and straight as an opal's. This one's never known a day of real hardship in her life." The other street children spread out, blocking the exits. Maya realised with sick certainty that these were the allies Lucian had mentioned, his own people turning against him for the promise of reward. "The Committee of Public Safety is offering bread and meat for information about foreign agents," one of the boys said. "Enough food to last a month, maybe more." Maya saw the conflict in Lucian's face. He was starving too, she realised. They all were. In this world of revolutionary terror, betrayal was just another survival strategy. "I'm sorry," he whispered, but Maya was already moving. She grabbed the oil lamp from Desiley's desk and hurled it at the nearest window. Glass shattered, and burning oil splashed across the wooden floor. In the chaos that followed, Maya bolted through the broken window into the alley beyond. Behind her, she could hear Margot screaming orders to the others. Maya ran blindly through the narrow streets, her wooden clogs slipping on the wet cobblestones. She had no idea where she was going, only that she had to reach the catacombs before the revolutionary authorities caught up with her. The entrance she found was nothing more than a crack in a cemetery wall, hidden behind a weathered statue of some forgotten saint. Maya squeezed through just as she heard boots pounding on the street behind her. The darkness beyond was absolute, broken only by the faint phosphorescent glow of bones embedded in the tunnel walls. The Paris catacombs were a city of the dead, stretching for miles beneath the living city above. Millions of skeletons lined the passages in elaborate patterns, walls of femurs topped by grinning skulls, archways made from rib cages, entire chambers where bones formed geometric designs of haunting beauty. Maya had read that the catacombs held the remains of 6 million people, transferred here from overcrowded cemeteries centuries ago. Now, as she stumbled through the bone-lined corridors with only her phone's fading battery for light, the statistics became viscerally real. She was surrounded by death on an unimaginable scale, walking through galleries where human remains had been transformed into macabre art. The map from Desir's shop was crude, but it gave her some sense of direction. She needed to reach the oldest section, where royal remains were said to rest apart from the common dead. But the tunnels branched and twisted in confusing patterns, and more than once Maya found herself in dead ends, surrounded by walls of empty eye sockets that seemed to watch her every move. Voices echoed from the tunnels behind her. Lucian's former allies had followed her underground. Maya quickened her pace, trying to muffle her footsteps on the bone-strewn floor. Her phone battery was dying, the light growing dimmer with each passing minute. She almost missed it, a section of wall where the bones were arranged differently, forming patterns that matched the symbols on her map. The brass key in her pocket grew warm as she approached, and Maya realised she was close to her destination. The door was hidden behind centuries of accumulated skulls, but when Maya pressed the key against the central symbol, the bone wall swung inward on silent hinges. Beyond lay a chamber that predated the catacombs, rough stone walls carved with fleur-de-lis and crowned eagles, the forgotten tomb of some ancient French king. And there, at the far end of the chamber, stood another door. This one was identical to the portal in the Whitmore basement, down to the intricate carvings and the warm golden light that leaked around its edges. Maya was running toward it when the chamber filled with flickering torchlight. Her pursuers had found her. "Seize the spy!" Margot's voice echoed off the stone walls. "In the name of the Republic!" Maya reached the door just as hands grabbed her from behind. She struggled desperately, the brass key slipping from her fingers to clatter on the stone floor. More revolutionaries poured into the chamber, not just Margot's gang, but adult soldiers with muskets and fixed bayonets. They dragged her back through the catacombs and up into the nightmare world of revolutionary Paris. The sun was setting, casting the city in shades of blood and shadow. Crowds lined the streets, eager for another spectacle of revolutionary justice. Maya found herself in a makeshift courtroom in what had once been a grand salon. The judge was a gaunt man in a black coat, his eyes burning with fanatic fervour. Behind him hung a banner reading La mort ou la liberté, death or liberty. Citizen Maya, he intoned, reading from a document that someone had hastily prepared. You stand accused of espionage against the Republic, of conspiracy with enemies of the people, and of attempting to aid the escape of traitors and aristocrats. Maya tried to speak, to explain that she wasn't a spy, wasn't even from this time, but every word that came out of her mouth only seemed to damn her further. Her accent, her confusion about basic revolutionary principles, her inability to name any other patriots, all of it pointed to guilt in the judge's mind. The penalty for espionage is death, he declared as the crowd cheered. The prisoner will be taken to the Place de la Révolution and executed at dawn. They locked her in a cell beneath the courthouse, a stone box barely large enough for her to lie down. Through the barred window she could hear the crowds gathering for tomorrow's entertainment. Vendors were already setting up stalls to sell food and drink to the spectators who would come to watch her die. Maya curled up on the filthy straw and tried to think. The brass key was gone, lost somewhere in the ancient royal tomb. Even if she could escape her cell, she had no way to open the door back to her own time. She was trapped in 1793, destined to become another casualty of the revolution's insatiable appetite for blood. As the night wore on, she heard other prisoners being brought in, men and women whose only crime was being born into the wrong social class or expressing the wrong political opinion. Some wept, others prayed, and a few maintained their dignity even in the face of certain death. Maya found their courage both inspiring and heartbreaking. Dawn came with the sound of drums and marching feet. The guards unlocked her cell and dragged her out into the grey morning light. The street leading to the Place de la Révolution was packed with spectators, men, women and children all eager to see the enemies of the Republic meet their fate. The guillotine stood in the centre of the square like a mechanical god, its blade catching the first rays of sunlight. The crowd pressed close, their faces twisted with bloodlust and revolutionary fervour. Maya had read about mob psychology, but experiencing it firsthand was terrifying beyond anything she could have imagined. They forced her up onto the scaffold and Maya could see the basket below, dark with dried blood from previous executions. The executioner was a massive man in a leather apron, his arms stained to the elbows. He grabbed Maya's shoulders, preparing to force her down onto the wooden bench. That was when the riot started. It began with a fight between two spectators over the best viewing position. Within seconds it had spread throughout the crowd as revolutionary factions turned on each other with the same violence they directed at their supposed enemies. Guards abandoned their posts to join the fighting, and in the chaos Maya found herself momentarily forgotten. She rolled off the scaffold and crawled beneath the guillotine's wooden platform. Above her the sounds of battle grew louder. Screams, gunshots, the crash of breaking glass and splintering wood. The revolution was devouring itself, just as she'd read in history books. It was then that she noticed the symbols carved into the guillotine's base, the same royal markings she'd seen in the catacombs and on the door in the Whitmore basement. The brass key in her pocket began to glow with warm light, and Maya realised that the executions had been taking place directly above another portal. The key fit perfectly into a hidden slot beneath the guillotine's mechanism. As Maya turned it, the wooden platform split open, revealing stairs that led down into golden radiance. She didn't hesitate. Behind her, the mob was fighting with increasing savagery, and she knew that her execution had only been delayed, not cancelled. The light enveloped her as she tumbled down the steps, and Maya felt the same sensation of dissolution she'd experienced in the Whitmore basement. The sounds of revolutionary Paris, drums, screams, the crash of the guillotine blade, faded into silence as she fell through time itself. She landed hard on the dusty floor of the abandoned basement, her phone clattering away into the darkness. For a long moment, Maya lay still, hardly daring to believe she was really back in her own time. The storm was still raging outside, but after the terror of revolutionary Paris, it sounded almost peaceful. Maya struggled to her feet, her legs shaking with exhaustion and relief. Her clothes were torn and stained with dirt from the catacombs, and she could smell smoke and blood on her skin. But she was alive. She was home, and the nightmare was over. As she climbed the basement stairs, Maya's hand encountered something crumpled in her jacket pocket. She pulled it out and stared in amazement at a blood-stained revolutionary pamphlet, its French text calling for the execution of enemies of the Republic. Physical proof that her journey through time had been real, not just some elaborate hallucination brought on by the storm and the eerie atmosphere of the old house. Maya slammed the basement door behind her and ran through the Whitmore mansion toward the exit. Behind her, she could swear she heard the faint echo of revolutionary songs and the rhythmic thump of the guillotine blade. The house seemed to pulse with hidden energies, as if the very walls remembered the doorway she'd opened and the terrible time she'd visited. She burst through the front door into the storm, grateful for the clean rain on her face and the familiar sight of streetlights and power lines. Her friends were waiting in Jake's car, having returned to check on her after the storm intensified. "Maya," Sarah called out. "Are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." Maya climbed into the back seat, still clutching the revolutionary pamphlet. How could she explain what had happened? How could she make them understand that she'd witnessed one of history's most violent periods, that she'd felt the guillotine's shadow fall across her own neck? "Just a weird old house," she said finally, full of strange echoes. As they drove away, Maya stared back at the Whitmore mansion through the rain-streaked window. For just a moment, she thought she saw light flickering in the basement windows, warm, golden light that pulsed like a heartbeat. Then the house disappeared behind the trees, and Maya forced herself to look forward, toward her own time and her own life. But late at night, when she was alone in her room, she would take out the blood-stained pamphlet and read its revolutionary slogans. And sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, she could swear she heard the distant sound of drums and the echo of crowds chanting for liberty or death. The past, it seemed, was never really past. It lived on in the spaces between moments, waiting for the right door to be opened, the right key to be turned. Maya kept the pamphlet hidden in her desk drawer, alongside the brass key that had somehow returned to her pocket during the journey home. She never spoke of what she'd experienced, but she found herself drawn to study the French Revolution with new intensity, reading every account of the terror she could find. The names became personal now: Robespierre, Marat, Charlotte Corday. She had walked among their shadows, breathed the same air, felt the same terror that had gripped all of France during those bloody years. Sometimes she wondered about Lucien, and whether he had survived the violence that consumed so many of his generation. She wondered about Margot and the other street children, about Desailly the printer, and all the unnamed faces in the revolutionary crowds. History books recorded the grand sweep of events, but they could never capture the individual human cost. The fear in a young girl's eyes as she faced the guillotine, the desperate hunger that drove people to betray their friends, the way terror could transform ordinary citizens into bloodthirsty monsters. The Whitmore mansion was demolished 6 months later, its Victorian grandeur erased to make room for a shopping centre. Maya read about it in the local newspaper, studying the photograph of bulldozers reducing the old house to rubble. The basement where she'd found the door was filled with concrete, sealing whatever portal had existed there beneath tons of modern construction. But Maya knew that time was more flexible than people realised, that the past and present existed simultaneously in ways that defied rational explanation. Somewhere beneath the busy shops and parking lots, in dimensions that curved back on themselves like cosmic doorways, the French Revolution continued to rage. The guillotine still fell, the crowd still called for blood, and the door of kings still waited for the right person with the right key to step through and witness history in all its terrible glory. Maya kept the brass key on a chain around her neck, hidden beneath her clothing where no one could see it. She told herself it was just a memento, a reminder of an impossible experience that had shaped her understanding of human nature and historical truth. But sometimes, when she held it in her palm, she could feel it growing warm with mysterious energy, as if it were calling her back to other times, other places where the doors between worlds stood slightly ajar. She never answered that call. Once was enough. The French Revolution had taught her that some knowledge came at too high a price, that witnessing history firsthand meant accepting responsibility for the truth of human suffering and the fragility of civilization itself. Maya would carry that knowledge with her always, the weight of what she'd seen, the echo of guillotine drums that would follow her through all the quiet nights of her ordinary, precious modern life. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The morning Dr. Elena Marrow disappeared from her own timeline began like any other. She arrived at the Meridian Physics Institute at 7:30, her usual time, carrying a thermos of coffee and a mind buzzing with calculations. The temporal scanner prototype hummed quietly in Laboratory 7, its chrome surface reflecting the early sunlight streaming through reinforced windows. Eleanor had spent 3 years perfecting the device, not for time travel, she reminded herself, but for temporal observation, a window into the past, nothing more. She never intended to step through that window. The scanner resembled a sleek metallic archway, its frame embedded with quantum processors and temporal field generators. Dr. Marcus Webb, her mentor and the project's director, had insisted on this morning's test despite Helena's reservations about the unstable quantum matrices. The device was meant to project images from the past onto a viewing screen, allowing historians to witness events firsthand without the contamination of physical presence. Revolutionary, but safe. Eleanor ran her final diagnostics, her fingers dancing across holographic displays. Energy readings fluctuated wildly. The temporal field was unstable, chaotic even. She reached for her communication device to postpone the test when the scanner activated itself. The world exploded into light. When Elena's vision cleared, she stood in the same laboratory, but everything had changed. Dust covered every surface inches thick. The walls bore massive cracks that spiderwebbed across the ceiling. Vines had somehow grown through the reinforced concrete, their leaves an unnatural silver colour that seemed to shift between seasons, budding, flowering, dying, and budding again in an endless cycle. She stumbled outside and gasped. The city of New Geneva stretched before her, but it was wrong. Victorian brownstones sat beside towering glass spires that hadn't existed in her time. Medieval castles occupied spaces where shopping centres should have been. A section of downtown flickered like a broken hologram, alternating between a bustling Roman marketplace and the skeletal remains of some futuristic metropolis. In the distance, she could see what appeared to be Egyptian pyramids, their surfaces gleaming with technology that definitely wasn't ancient. The sky itself was fractured. Day and night existed simultaneously in different quadrants, separated by jagged lines of aurora that pulsed with temporal energy. In one section, 3 moons hung in a starless void. In another, twin suns blazed over a landscape of impossible geometry. Eleanor's legs gave out, and she collapsed onto what had once been a sidewalk, but now appeared to be cobblestones that occasionally morphed into metallic grating. This wasn't the future she had expected. This wasn't any future that should have been possible. First time seeing the collapse? A voice asked behind her. Eleanor spun around to find a woman approaching, but something was immediately wrong with her appearance. She wore a Victorian dress of deep burgundy, complete with bustle and high collar, but her left arm was entirely mechanical, a sleek prosthetic that hummed with advanced servos. Her face was young, perhaps 25, but her eyes held the weariness of centuries. "I'm Victoria Chen," the woman said, extending her organic hand. "Or I was, in 1887. Now I'm not sure what I am." "Eleanor Marrow," she replied shakily, accepting the handshake. "What happened here? What is this place?" Victoria's laugh held no humour. "This is what's left of reality. Welcome to the aftermath of humanity's greatest mistake, time travel." Elena's blood turned cold. "That's impossible. We never invented time travel. The scanner was just for observation." "Your scanner," Victoria interrupted, "was the prototype that started this nightmare. Come with me. There are others you need to meet, and not much time before the next flux wave hits." Victoria led Elena through streets that defied comprehension. Buildings age decades in seconds, then reverse the process. A fountain in the town square flowed upward, its water crystallizing into ice before exploding back into droplets. People moved through this chaos with practiced resignation, some in medieval armour, others in clothing Elena didn't recognise, a few in spacesuits that seemed to be keeping them alive in pockets of temporal void. They entered what had once been the city library, its classical columns now supporting a roof that appeared to be made of pure energy. Inside, dozens of people from different eras had created a makeshift community. A knight in chainmail shared a meal with a woman whose skin had a metallic sheen and circuits visible beneath the surface. Children from various centuries played together, their laughter creating small bubbles of temporal stability around them. "These are the chrono-refugees," Victoria explained. "People torn from their proper timelines when the collapse began. Some of us remember our original lives. Others don't remember anything before the chaos." An elderly man approached them, his beard white as snow but his eyes sharp with intelligence. He wore robes that seemed to shift between the simple cloth of a monk and the complex materials of some advanced civilization. "This is Brother Benedict," Victoria said. "He's our historian, though his timeline of origin is complicated." Benedict studied Elena with interest. "You're from the origin point, aren't you? The 21st century?" Elena nodded, still struggling to process what she was seeing. "Then you must understand," Benedict continued, "that time is not a river, as your scientist believed. It's more like a web, with each strand connected to every other strand. When your people created that first temporal device, you didn't just observe the past, you connected to it, and every connection created a paradox." He gestured to the walls around them, which were covered in what Elena initially mistook for artwork, but now realised were charts, diagrams and equations written in dozens of different languages and scientific notations from across history. "We call it the Chrono Codex," Benedict explained. "Everything we've learned about the collapse, compiled by refugees from across time. The first paradox was small, a single photon displaced from its proper temporal position. But paradoxes multiply exponentially. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 16, and so on." Elena studied the equations, her trained mind beginning to grasp the horrific implications. "But that means—" "Yes," Victoria said grimly. "Every attempt to observe the past created new contradictions. Every new contradiction destabilized more of the timeline. Within a century of your first experiment, causality itself began to break down." Benedict led them deeper into the library, past groups of refugees trying to maintain some semblance of normal life in the chaos. They reached a vault-like room where the walls were covered in what appeared to be screens, but Elena realized they were actually windows into different time periods. "This is where we keep the worst of it," Benedict said. "The temporal wounds that never heal." Eleanor approached one of the windows and nearly screamed. Through it, she could see a battle that never ended. The same soldiers dying and being reborn every few seconds, trapped in an infinite loop of violence. Another window showed a city where time moved backward, children aging into elderly people before becoming young again in an endless cycle of reversed causality. "The paradox zones," Victoria explained, "places where time became so tangled that it lost all meaning. Some refugees come from there. They're different. Their memories exist in multiple states simultaneously. They remember being born and dying at the same time." Eleanor's scientific mind reeled. This wasn't just temporal displacement. This was the complete breakdown of linear causality. She thought of her mentor, Doctor Webb, his excitement about the scanner's potential, his dismissal of her concerns about quantum stability. "My mentor," she whispered, "Marcus Webb. He pushed for the experiments even when I warned him about the instabilities." Benedict and Victoria exchanged a dark look. "Dr. Webb," Benedict said slowly, "is mentioned frequently in our records. According to the historical fragments we've recovered, he became obsessed with temporal manipulation after the first successful observation. He built dozens of devices, each more powerful than the last." Victoria nodded. "The refugees from later periods tell stories about him. By the end, he was trying to use time travel to make himself immortal, jumping between timelines to avoid death. Each jump made the collapse worse." Elena felt sick. Her mentor, the man who'd guided her career, had apparently become the architect of reality's destruction, and she had helped him build the first device. A low rumble shook the building, and everyone in the library immediately began moving with practiced urgency. "Flux wave," Victoria called out. "Everyone to the stability zones." Eleanor watched in amazement as the refugees sorted themselves into groups and hurried to different sections of the building. Some areas were marked with symbols she didn't recognize, others with equations that looked almost like her own work. "The building exists in multiple time states," Benedict explained as they hurried to a corner marked with a complex mathematical formula Eleanor recognized as a temporal stabilization equation. "Different sections are anchored to different periods. During flux waves, we have to match our temporal signature to the most stable zone available." They huddled together as the wave passed through. Eleanor felt it like a physical force, a sensation of falling sideways through time itself. Images flashed before her eyes. The laboratory as it had been in her time, then as it might have been in different timelines, then as it was now in ruins. For a moment, she saw herself as an old woman, as a child, as someone she'd never been and would never be. When the wave passed, several refugees had simply vanished. "Where did they go?" Elena asked, though she was afraid she already knew the answer. "Dispersed," Victoria said sadly. "Sometimes the waves tear people from their temporal anchors completely. They don't die. They just cease to have ever existed." Eleanor's hands were shaking now. The magnitude of what her work had unleashed was beyond comprehension. Entire civilizations lost a paradox. Billions of people scattered across impossible timelines or erased from existence entirely. "There has to be a way to fix this," she said desperately. "Some way to reverse the damage." Benedict looked at her with something like pity. "We've been trying for subjective centuries. Some of us have been here so long we've forgotten what linear time feels like. The collapse is self-perpetuating now. Every moment that passes creates new paradoxes." "But there might be one way," Victoria added quietly. "It's never been attempted because it would require someone from the origin point, someone who understands the original technology." Eleanor's heart raced. "What do you mean?" Victoria and Benedict led her to another section of the library, this one filled with devices that looked like they'd been cobbled together from technology spanning millennia. Steam-powered computers sat beside quantum processors, and everything was connected by cables that seemed to phase in and out of visibility. "We call it the anchor engine," Benedict explained. "Theoretically, it could stabilize someone's temporal signature long enough for them to travel back to the origin point and prevent the first experiment." Elena studied the bizarre machine. She could see elements of her own temporal scanner design incorporated into its structure, along with technologies she couldn't even begin to understand. "The problem," Victoria continued, "is that using it is almost certainly fatal. The temporal stresses involved in travelling backward through a collapsing timeline would tear apart anyone who wasn't perfectly synchronized with the original paradox. And even if it worked, Benedict added, changing the origin point would erase this timeline entirely. Everyone you've met here, everything we've built, none of it would ever have existed. Eleanor stared at the machine, understanding the impossible choice before her. She could return to her own time and prevent the collapse, but doing so would erase all these people who had shown her kindness, who had built a community in the ruins of reality itself, people who existed only because of the disaster she had helped create. But the alternative was letting the collapse continue, watching reality tear itself apart until nothing remained but paradox and chaos. Before she could voice her decision, another sound filled the library. Not the low rumble of a flux wave, but something far worse. It was a roar that seemed to come from time itself, accompanied by a grinding noise like the universe's gears slipping. "Paradox, beast," Victoria whispered, her face pale with terror. Through the library's windows, Eleanor saw something that defied description approaching. It looked like a creature made of fractured time itself. Parts of it were ancient and decaying, other parts were newborn, and still other parts flickered between different states of existence. It had too many eyes, all of them showing different time periods, and when it moved, reality warped around it. "They're drawn to temporal anomalies," Benedict explained as they backed away from the windows. "The larger the paradox, the more dangerous they become. And you," he looked at Elena, "are the ultimate paradox. Someone from the origin point existing in the collapsed timeline." The creature smashed through the library's wall with casual ease. Its roar was the sound of history breaking, and Eleanor could feel it in her bones. Several refugees screamed as the beast's presence created micro-paradoxes around them, aging them decades in seconds or reverting them to children. "The anchor engine!" Victoria shouted over the chaos. "It's the only way!" Eleanor didn't hesitate. She ran to the bizarre machine and began working to activate it, her fingers flying over controls that spanned centuries of technological development. Behind her, she could hear the paradox beast tearing through the library, its very presence unravelling the refugees' carefully maintained stability. The machine hummed to life, its temporal field generators creating a bubble of stable time around Elena. She could feel the device scanning her quantum signature, matching it to the original paradox that had brought her here. The process was agonizing. Every cell in her body felt like it was being torn apart and reassembled. "Elena!" Victoria called out. "The beast! It's coming this way!" Eleanor looked back to see the creature bearing down on her, its fractured form leaving trails of temporal distortion in the air. She had seconds before it reached her, seconds before its presence would destabilize the anchor engine completely. With no time left, she activated the return sequence. Reality exploded into fragments around her. She experienced every moment of her life simultaneously. Her childhood, her education, her work on the scanner, her journey to this collapsed future. But she also experienced moments that had never happened, alternate versions of her life where she'd made different choices, where the scanner had never been built, where she had never been born at all. Then, mercifully, everything went dark. Elena awakened in her apartment, morning sunlight streaming through familiar windows. For a moment she thought the entire experience had been a dream. Then she looked at her clock and realized she was back. 3 days before the first scanner test. She had 3 days to prevent the end of the world. Eleanor raced to the laboratory, her mind still reeling with memories of the collapsed future. Dr. Webb was already there, making final adjustments to the scanner. He looked up as she entered. his face lighting up with enthusiasm. "Elena, perfect timing. I've made some modifications to the quantum matrix. We should be able to push the temporal range much further than originally planned." Eleanor's blood ran cold. Those modifications, she remembered Benedict mentioning them in the Chrono Codex. They were what transformed the scanner from a simple observation device into the paradox engine that would destroy causality itself. "Marcus," she said carefully, "I think we should postpone the test. I've been running simulations and there are some stability issues." "Nonsense," Webb interrupted, his eyes gleaming with ambition. "Elena, do you understand what we're on the verge of achieving? We won't just be able to observe history, we'll be able to interact with it. Change it, if necessary." Elena realized with growing horror that her mentor had always intended to build a time machine. The scanner had just been the first step, a way to test temporal manipulation without arousing suspicion from the oversight board. "Marcus, you can't," she pleaded. "The paradoxes alone would." "Would what?" Webb's expression hardened. "Elena, I'm disappointed. I thought you understood the magnitude of our work. The applications are limitless. We could prevent wars, cure diseases, even eliminate death itself by jumping between timelines." Elena stared at him, seeing not her mentor but the man who had become obsessed with immortality, who would build device after device until reality itself collapsed. The kind, brilliant professor who had guided her career was already gone, replaced by ambition and hubris. She spent the next 2 days trying to convince Webb to abandon the test, but he was immovable. Worse, he had the backing of both the university and several government agencies who saw the scanner's military potential. Elena's warnings about paradoxes and temporal instability were dismissed as pre-test jitters. On the morning of the test, Eleanor made her final play. She arrived at the laboratory early and began sabotaging the scanner's quantum processors. If she couldn't convince Webb to stop, she would make it impossible for the device to function. She was deep in the scanner's control systems when Webb arrived with a security team. "I'm sorry, Elena," he said sadly. "I know you've been working against the project. The security cameras recorded everything." Elena looked up at the guards, realizing she had failed. In a few hours the scanner would activate, the first paradox would form, and the slow collapse of reality would begin. But then she noticed something. The guards were keeping their distance from the scanner itself. The device's temporal field was already affecting local space-time, creating minor distortions that made people uncomfortable. Elena smiled grimly. Webb might have caught her sabotaging the processors, but he didn't know about the feedback loop she'd created in the field generators. The scanner would still activate, but instead of opening a stable viewing portal, it would overload catastrophically. The demonstration proceeded as planned. Government officials, university administrators, and senior faculty gathered in the observation booth, while Webb proudly explained the scanner's capabilities. Eleanor was escorted to a chair in the front row, treated as an honoured guest despite her attempts at sabotage. "Ladies and gentlemen," Webb announced, "you're about to witness the first glimpse into history itself. Behold the past." He activated the scanner. For a moment it worked exactly as designed. The archway filled with swirling temporal energy, and images began to form, glimpses of the laboratory as it had existed years before, then decades, and centuries. Eleanor saw the land before the building was constructed, saw forests and meadows stretching into the distance. Then the feedback loop triggered. The scanner's hum became a shriek. The images in the archway began to fracture and multiply. Instead of showing one timeline, it was trying to display all possible timelines simultaneously. The temporal field expanded beyond its containment, washing over everyone in the room. Eleanor felt the familiar sensation of being pulled through time, but this time she was ready for it. As reality dissolved around her, she used her knowledge of the device's workings to guide her temporal trajectory. Instead of being pulled forward into the collapsed future, she pushed herself backward, deeper into the past, to the moment when the scanner's components were first being manufactured. She materialized in a factory where the scanner's quantum processors were being assembled. Moving quickly, she introduced subtle flaws into the manufacturing process, tiny imperfections that would make it impossible to achieve the quantum coherence necessary for temporal manipulation. The processors would function perfectly for normal applications, but any attempt to breach the time barrier would result in immediate failure. She repeated this process at dozens of facilities, sabotaging every component that would eventually be used to build temporal technology. She altered research notes, introduced false data into quantum mechanics databases, and even arranged for key researchers to receive job offers that would take them away from temporal research. It was exhausting work that took her across decades of time, but eventually Elena was satisfied. No one in her era would be able to build a working temporal device for at least another century. By then, perhaps humanity would have gained enough wisdom to understand the dangers. As the scanner's overload finally consumed itself, Elena felt herself being pulled back to her own time. But this time, it was different. She was returning to a timeline where the scanner had never worked, where temporal research had been abandoned as an impossibility decades earlier. Eleanor opened her eyes to find herself lying on the floor of Laboratory 7. Dr. Webb was kneeling beside her, his face creased with concern. Around them, the remains of the scanner smoked quietly, its components fused into uselessness by the overload. "Elena, are you all right?" Webb asked. "The scanner malfunctioned during the test. Some kind of quantum cascade failure." Eleanor sat up slowly, her head spinning. The laboratory looked exactly as it had before her journey to the collapsed future, but she could sense the difference. The oppressive weight of impending paradox was gone. Time flowed naturally, unmarked by the temporal scarring that had existed in the other timeline. "The project?" she asked carefully. "What happens now?" Webb sighed and looked at the ruined device. "I'm afraid this setback will kill the funding." The oversight board was already sceptical, and after this failure, he shrugged. "Perhaps it's for the best. I've been having some doubts about the ethical implications of temporal research." Eleanor smiled, recognizing the man she'd once known, brilliant but cautious, ambitious but ethical. Without the scanner's success to feed his obsession, he remained the mentor she remembered. Over the following weeks, Eleanor watched as temporal research was quietly abandoned. The theoretical foundations she had sabotaged decades earlier made it clear that time travel was impossible, and after the scanner's spectacular failure, no one was willing to fund further experiments. She returned to her work in standard physics, publishing papers on quantum mechanics and relativity that would help advance human knowledge in safer directions. Sometimes, late at night, she would remember fragments of the collapsed timeline, Victoria's mechanical arm, Benedict's ancient eyes, the sight of cities flickering between centuries. She was the only person who remembered the refugees, the paradox beasts, the slow dissolution of causality itself. Sometimes the weight of those memories felt unbearable. She had saved reality, but at the cost of erasing people who had shown her kindness and courage in the face of impossible circumstances. But then she would see a child playing in the park, or watch the sunset paint the sky in natural colours, unmarred by temporal distortions, and she would know she had made the right choice. Years passed. Eleanor established herself as a respected physicist, though she carefully avoided any research that might lead back to temporal manipulation. She watched her younger colleagues make discoveries and propose theories, always alert for any sign that someone might stumble onto the principles that could restart the path to temporal disaster. On the 20th anniversary of the scanner incident, Eleanor was preparing to retire. She had spent 2 decades as guardian of a secret no one else could know, protector of a timeline that everyone else took for granted. She was tired, ready to pass the responsibility to time itself. That evening, as she was cleaning out her office, a young graduate student knocked on her door. Elena recognized her, Sarah Chen, one of the brightest students in the quantum physics program. "Dr. Marrow," Sarah said excitedly. "I was hoping to discuss my thesis proposal with you. I've been working on some theoretical frameworks for temporal observation, and I think I might have found a way to make it work." Eleanor's blood froze. She looked at the equations Sarah was showing her, and her heart sank. They were different from her own work, approached from a completely different theoretical angle, but Elena could see where they would lead. Given enough time and resources, these theories could result in a working temporal device. Elena thought of Victoria and Benedict, of the chrono refugees building their community in the ruins of causality. She thought of the paradox beasts and the temporal wounds that never healed. She thought of a future where time itself had collapsed into chaos. "Sarah," she said gently, "have you considered the philosophical implications of temporal observation? The ethical questions involved in witnessing events that the participants believed were private?" Sarah's enthusiasm dimmed slightly. "I hadn't really thought about that aspect." Elena spent the next hour carefully guiding the young woman towards safer research directions, planting seeds of doubt about temporal research without being too obvious about it. By the time Sarah left, she was excited about pursuing quantum computing applications instead. Eleanor locked her office door and walked out into the evening air. The stars shone clearly overhead, unmarked by the temporal distortions that would have existed in the collapsed timeline. She had bought humanity another generation, maybe 2. But as she walked home, Elena wondered if she was fighting an inevitable battle. Curiosity was part of human nature. Someone, somewhere, would eventually develop the theories and technologies necessary for temporal manipulation. The knowledge was too alluring, the potential applications too tempting. Perhaps the real lesson wasn't that time travel should never be invented, but that humanity needed to mature before it could safely handle such power. The refugees in the collapsed timeline had shown remarkable resilience and compassion despite their circumstances. Maybe, given enough time to grow and learn, humanity could eventually develop temporal technology without destroying themselves. Elena reached her apartment and paused on the threshold, looking back at the city lights stretching toward the horizon. Somewhere in the quantum foam of possibility, another timeline existed where the scanner had worked, where she had travelled forward to witness the collapse of causality itself. In that timeline, brave people were still fighting to survive in the ruins of time. She'd given them the greatest gift she could. She'd made their suffering unnecessary. They would never exist to experience the collapse, would never need to build communities in the shattered remnants of reality, would never face the terror of paradox beasts or temporal flux waves. It was, she realized, the ultimate act of love. To sacrifice an entire timeline of connections and friendships to preserve the natural order of existence. Elena opened her door and stepped inside, carrying with her the memories of a future that would never come to pass and the knowledge that time for now was safe. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy.